Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Madre mía, qué bonita la iglesia esta, que está medio a ser.
¡Qué ornamentos! ¡Qué claraboyas! Irradia más luz que una flash de Sky.
Qué pocas ganas tengo de andar. Con lo bien que estaría yo viendo las finales de la VCT EMEA en Barcelona.
¿Pero os queréis callar? Contemplad.
¡Qué útico! Estoy aquí en el paso marítimo.
Vaya mar, vaya ola más grande, parece la ulti de Harbor.
Qué rico me está sabiendo este heladito que me estoy comiendo poquito a poquito. Vaya pirulo, niño.
Ya estoy bien la coña. Vamos a ver lo que vamos a hacer. Porque las Ramblas están muy vistas. Y un museo como que no, ¿no?
Irnos de fiesta a cabeza, que ya tenemos una edad, y el Tibidabo pasando.
Pero chapulines, si ya está claro lo que vamos a hacer.
Basta ya de tonterías. ¿Vamos a ver la final de EMEA? Venga, vamos para el Olympic.
Pues venga, comprad las entradas porque ya están a la venta.
Y bueno, la fiesta la dejamos para el domingo después de la final, ¿no?
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome to the VCT EMEA Amoda playoffs. This is the place to be. The people are in the house. The big playoff teams are getting ready to come out and hopefully settle a bit of normalcy back in EMEA.
I was going to say, who signed off on you being here? After last, like, who has signed off on that?
I mean,
egregious.
They were seeing the madness that was happening during play-ins, and they're like, hold on, something crazy's happening. They want to amp it up a little bit further. Billy, are the playoff teams actually going to be able to settle into the normal expected, they are good and they will win?
Potentially. However, I feel as though I've been one of the challengers defenders all
You
throughout
actually
our
have, yeah,
play-ins.
yeah.
Like, I was always going for the predictions to
predict the Challengers teams, because I don't think people realize there isn't that much of a disparity between Tier 2 and Tier 1 in EMEA, and I feel like we've finally been able to see that. You don't have to wait till Ascension. We've got all that madness that's happened in play-ins, and I'm very happy about it.
We had this conversation last week where I was almost like, I'm actually really happy that it's happened, but predicting that, wild.
Well, already...
I mean, it was, though. Come on, like...
Already, though, the teams have to adapt again.
Yeah.
Because the map pool is already starting to shift. Breeze is coming out of the map pool. Abyss is coming back in. This is... I don't know, both squads, both the Challengers teams that have had to adapt so much and the playoff teams are going to have to make this change.
Curveball, for
Which
sure.
teams do you think are going to benefit or be hurt by this shift?
I mean, for me, speaking Breeze specifically, it's Vitality and Team Liquid, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Vitality certainly been on a trend. I know this is probably a bone of contention for you, but I'll let you add on to that. But them losing it, actually, they have a really impressive map record. Even though there's been some hiccups along the way, I think they've actually stabilized quite nicely on Breeze.
I was about to say, I think Vitality in terms of Breeze is my thing, because I always get frustrated whenever they pick it, because I feel like this is not like the map that you think it is, guys. You have so many better maps, so I actually think that it coming out is a good thing for them in the long run. It's more just a question of what are they going to play when we get to that Abyss, and how have they evolved since we last saw them play it.
Yeah. Other side of this discussion, though, BBL. Again, should have been good at Breeze, where we thought they were going to be great at Breeze. Struggled massively. Abyss coming back in.
Abyss was so cool.
Huge buff. Huge buff.
I loved watching them play Abyss. They were fantastic there. I've got to see which teams are going to pick it up and which are going to fumble a little bit. Let's take a look at our bracket, though. Let's have a look at which teams are still alive with us. It is a lot of Challengers teams. If you have not been able to catch the play-ins, go back and watch it before you catch the playoffs.
Stop now and go watch that, yeah.
But 3 of our teams out of the 4 being able to qualify through to playoffs, absolutely legendary stuff. Foot has somehow managed to dodge them the entire time, and they're now playing against Team Liquid, but opening with Vitality against Enterprise as well. It does set us up for a great playoffs now.
100%. I think that that's a really good test as well to see what Vitality have been able to do in this downtime. Of course, being able to skip that play-ins completely and make it through here to this playoffs. Of course, we've touched on the fact that a new map has come into the pool. There was definitely things that they needed to fix in terms of the fact that they weren't playing Summit either. Let's not forget that was the new map that came in this stage. So yeah, I think that having that downtime is definitely going to have been beneficial for them.
I think as well, just coming into this now, there's going to be even more scrutiny, which for teams like Vitality, especially throughout this year, they're going to be under a different lens again.
Yeah.
Like, it's so easy for them, again, to slip into that same thing previously where it's like, still not feeling the super team vibe, still not where we'd probably place them from a visual check. That's certainly what I'm conscious of, especially, you think even back to London, where it was probably a little bit of a disappointment, then come into stage 2. I want to see them come back and bounce back this week.
Well, it's such a great way to begin the playoffs, in my opinion, because you've got the legendary names of Vitality up against Enterprise, who themselves have got a lot of people that have had Tier 1 experience, but you look at the people that Enterprise have beaten recently, and Vitality is the biggest challenge, but they at least have the momentum heading into go up against somebody like this, right?
It's difficult to really put your finger on it because it's like you talk about kind of pedigree of the players, right? It forms a different discussion to that. Certainly not writing Enterprise out of this at all based on that discussion.
Definitely. I think Enterprise were the kind of most Tier 1 ready team that we had said that had come out from Challengers and come into these play-ins. And it's not only that, they've got reps against some of the Tier 1 teams this year. When I think back to EMEA Clash, as you're mentioning, they're like 5-0 against VCT teams this year.
That's impressive.
Which is kind of insane.
That is impressive. I mean, this was the 2 squads that were in the EMEA Clash that ended up being able to come out to the top. So that in itself is a nice little nugget of history too.
Yeah, for sure.
But Vitality haven't played in a while. Do you think that that is a boon for them, or is that
I mean, I come back to the same thing again. You think about how they got to London, then we go to London, and I had some very strange conversations with Pal during London where it's like, yeah, we kind of did the thing we needed to do, and then now we're in a bit of a weird spot and can't really feel too downhearted by the performance, but I was disappointed with London. Again, that was after a period of downtime where you...
Really? Because I thought they were clearly the best EMEA team at London. Is it just because they've got legendary players they should be lifting trophies?
Yeah, I'm still looking at that standard of the names on paper. For me, it was disappointing. For me, I was actually happier with Foot. Foot were the bigger wild card going into London. Like, I had Foot going top 3 in London. I didn't have Vitality close to that.
Okay, that's a take. But I
that's just the way I read it coming out stage 1. That's how I felt in terms of where Vitality were tracking.
Can we remember back to how Vitality stage 1 started? Like, they almost didn't even make it out of the
I don't
group
want to.
stage.
I don't want to.
Like,
That's what I mean.
Saying. Like, on paper, 100%, I agree with you. This is a team that we should pretty much be looking at that should be guaranteeing global finish, top 3 global finishes, podium podium finishes when we look at them on paper. But the way that were able to turn around stage 1 going into London, I wasn't too mad at.
After they were gifted the chance together.
Let's look at both of these teams. If you're looking at how they get to champions, Enterprise, super easy. They just have to make the grand finals.
Keep rolling.
I mean, super easy in the sense that it's clean and simple to understand. Certainly not easy in terms of how they actually get there to make the grand finals, to get to Barcelona in the first stage, then the grand finals of stage 2, and that would lock you in. Insanely difficult path. For Vitality, things are slightly more complex, but basically just do well.
Yeah, do well.
Just get a top 4 and you're kind of chilling when it comes to Vitality.
Yeah, nothing's really safe just yet in terms of like championship points, but again, for me to then look at some of these teams, especially coming out of last week, to have a clean run now, I'm still not really confident with what we've seen so far, especially with teams like Enterprise in the mix. It's like you have some real curveballs in here for some of these VCT Tier 1, I don't even like saying Tier 1 now, but some of the VCT teams actually to progress through here.
Yeah. I would like to talk about what you mentioned in terms of Vitality's pedigree, in terms of what we expect from them. Because this is a legendary squad with legendary people on it that have accomplished great things. And I've got to assume that this is one of the reasons why you have such high, not just hopes, but like requirements that they have to hit, Mike.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dirk is still in like all-time international kill leader leaderboards, comfortably has been. And that's even considering what the last 2 years where there's been even less of a contribution towards that. Again, Chronicle needs no introduction whatsoever. This is what we talk about when it's kind of like the history and the standard I still hold, certainly those two individuals too. Outside of that, within this roster, Yampy, I think somebody's come on leaps and bounds. I think Sayonara probably is starting to see the hint of him getting towards comfortable form, and Profek, I think, still alongside that, he's really started to blend in.
Yeah, I think in terms of, to pick up on the Yampy point, it was nice to see him finally be able to make it back to those global events this year when we think back to Masters London, because of course it had been such a long time. And to go there as an IGL, let's not forget, this guy's only been IGLing for just over a year now when we consider BBL last year. He's got some superstar players, it's just how he gets them to that next level of getting these podium finishes at the global events.
If you hadn't watched a lot of play-ins, you've got to look at a roster like that and just say, surely Enterprise have got no hope. Right? You're looking at legendary players that have done so much across their history. Sure, this year, they've only jointly won EMEA Clash. It's not amazing this year. But the legendary players, they should be wiping the floor with Enterprise today.
But it's Challengers teams, Josh. It's Challengers teams.
This is more like a form discussion, right?
Yes.
And for me, I think even Enterprise is the best example. I think in terms of form, one of the teams you could slot in and just say, yes, this is a team that could very well hang with the best ones.
I'm looking at this matchup because these are the young players. Yes. The young players coming in. Because Sayonara has so much hype around him. Obviously, he becomes 18. They pick him up. He is their big player. Second highest rated player in stage 2 out of any of the people that are still in the tournament. But then Kozzy on the other side. How do you even pick Billy?
I mean, I think a nice surprise from the play-ins was the amount of youngsters that we saw really just take to the stage. And I think in comparison to Sayonara, he's someone that often has struggled when under a microscope and being scrutinized. But I think the young talent that we have in our region has been so impressive for me. But this head-to-head today is what's so exciting because they are those really great explosive young players.
How do you see Kozzy performing against such disciplined and experienced Tier 1 talent?
I think just seeing the way he's been on stage and the way he's played in game, I don't think there's going to be a confidence issue at all. I think he's probably going to come out and play with a certain element of freedom. My bigger concern would be everybody else on the roster kind of building around that energy, to be honest with you. It's easier for players like Magnum to probably consider the history and maybe get inside his head a little bit.
Well, like I said, I am so excited to see this game because you could not get a more epitomized example of that Tier 1 EMEA talent going up against Tier 2. So let's take a look and bring out our teams. It's Vitality against Enterprise.
I'll carry you on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot.
It was the night before play-ins, all quiet on stage, before EMEA is thrown into a brand new age. The challengers teams came knocking at the door, and no one was ready for what they had in store. Win after win, they surged through the bracket. These Tier 2 teams were making quite the racket. Legacies in history, crumbling one by one. Mates, heretics, fnatic, fan favorites, all gone. The playoffs upon us, 3 challengers teams stand strong. Barcelona's the goal. Will they make it, or will it all go wrong?
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Watch out.
Enterprise Esports.
Vitality and Enterprise. Legends against upcomers. What a match to open playoffs. What a match to see whether these playoff squads are really worth all of the hype. Whether they, by qualifying straight through from groups, kind of deserve their spot, or whether they are the next people on the chopping block for Enterprise to take a swing at.
I love the way that you've set that up. And for a lot of the Enterprise players, first time ever being able to step onto a stage with that live audience environment. But we have a look at the map V2 here. Best already being played, Summit as well, Mike. That's kind of exciting.
It really is, and I think actually probably a good indicator here of Vitality sitting back, watching Summit and having actually an opportunity now to implement some anti to get this on the board early.
So this was Vitality's permaban.
Yes.
And then they leave it open, both teams actually getting rid of their permaban because now Breeze is gone. So that means target bans, and is this not a trap? If somebody leaves open their permaban?
Surely.
I mean, my alarm bells are going, because if you leave open your perma after 2 weeks off, Vitality probably...
You gotta have something.
They must do.
Gotta.
Surely they do. Billy, would you not be a little bit worried if you're Enterprise picking into something?
No, I think something that the Challengers teams have been doing super well is playing into their strengths and coming to the stage and showing that confidence. If you honestly believe that you can beat them on a map that they've not had to play just yet, then, you know, run with that confidence, in my opinion.
What would you imagine the theory is here? Like, if you had to pick I'm not saying an exact comp, but a style of a comp, what would you like to see from Vitality?
I think comp is probably a discussion. There's probably a massive grey area throughout Vitality this year in general. Wouldn't surprise to see still maybe some overlap with roles. I'm more interested in what Yampi's going to pull out, for example. I think they're probably leaning back towards double duelist comps, but it's who's playing what that's going to be key for me.
Well, it's been a while since these legends took a seat, plopped their butts down in the Razor chairs, but there they are. Yampi settles in. I think they're going to be giving it today. I think that's one of the things to take a look at, is people like Yampi and Magnum, who've got history, shouting at each other across the stage. Paditek's been giving it the entire play-ins as well. That's got to play a part.
You know, when they had come back to the studio, I almost forgot how much Paditek loves to give it on the stage. So being in that studio was super, super fun.
This is the guy that just gets it done. You get him in the late stage of anything in terms of qualifications, in terms of making deep runs. He shows up, he gets teams into qualification.
I mean, you look at Paditek, he has always made it to a top 3 finish whenever he has played on that playoff stage here in EMEA. And as we take a look at Agent Select, Mike, are we going to get to see the double duelist? We are.
Yeah, we are, actually. And, well, good indicator for me as well to see Chronicle on the chamber. Interesting thing on the other side, I know we discussed this earlier, was the approach with Brim for Enterprise. That, for me, is probably, especially on Enterprise's attacking side, what Vitality can do on defense to really slow that down. Could argue a little one-dimensional, but that, I think, is the biggest opportunity in terms of anti now with this double duelist comp.
Last time, Cozy dropped 27 kills. Would be outrageous if you managed to do that again. I like that Vitality are kind of pulling their Corrode comp back. I feel like the maps are somewhat similar. It might just be a plug and play.
I don't know if
You're not convinced?
No, I'm not convinced by that. I hear a lot of people making similarities between Summit and Crowd, but I'm not fully convinced on how the maps are played in that sense. I am excited to see...
We're not going to see Durka just sprint out B main
Exactly,
and run at people.
exactly. I mean, you know what? He might. He's been away for a couple of weeks. You know, they've not been on the stage, so maybe they will. But no, I think for me, a question I always had with this team Vitality, especially starting on that defense, is conditioning the weapon such as the Operator, right? Does Durka pick it up sometimes on the Yoru? Is it going to be Chronicle on the Chamber? I'd love to see them condition that very early on to make Enterprise scared of walking into any of these angles, especially when you consider the only really initiation utility you have is burning that Sova drone or using your Yoru flashes.
Yeah, and that's what I mean when it's kind of one-dimensional. This first fight, particularly for Vitality on the defense, is going to be absolutely key to their success.
Well, Vitality, you can see this is the first time that they've played on this map before. They're playing for the road to Barcelona, the trophy that they're looking for as well. This is a team that was built to pick up silverware, and it's finally the finals of EMEA Clash. Let's send it over to a couple of young scallywags on the cast. It's Cairo and Hazza for the call.
Thank you so much. Yes, it does not take much to get fired up for this first game of playoffs. With the crowd back in the arena as we finally make our return, it is the best of VCT against the best of challengers.
Yeah, and really, Enterprise have already took 5 names from VCT, Hazza. I mean, you've got Foot, GX, KC, Fnatic, and Gentlemates. This one should shape up to be an absolute banger.
Like you said, all names from that Clash tournament alluded to there on the desk. And so almost 20 days on from securing a place in playoffs, Team Vitality can finally press play on their Stage 2 campaign again. It starts with Chronicle taking some early contact here in A main. He's peeled off to the site, and well, he's the only player here for now.
Yeah, Causey starting to encroach, not going to happen, even trade, but a big loss in Causey's skill gone.
Mid left open, Vitality unaware of this right now in terms of positioning. Full retake coming in from the cave side, and that's where you see Enterprise start to stretch their legs into the courtyard now.
Yeah, flash on Yampi to try and break the mold of this post plan, but as for Enterprise, playing all on site. Difficult one to try and break down, but you're hoping that utility will hit, and the molly looks good to break apart a crossfire. Well, Vitality swing in and win out Yampi. Unbelievable, but Decker finishing it off, and Vitality will get the pistol round.
Solid retake there from Vitality, getting off to a winning start here on Summit. And when you look at the EMEA team so far, the main struggle point has been this defender side. So just shaking off a bit of the rust. Coming out of that 20-day break that I was talking about, you want to see what they've worked on, and it's already starting to look good.
I think that's the big thing, touched on by the desk, the fact that this was originally Vitality's Permaban Summit, and obviously Abyss coming in as well. Those 2 weeks, I mean, we have to see it. We have to see the impact that that break has taken.
And on the other side, it's the form that Enterprise are looking to try and carry straight into this next one. A very pacey play into the second round here. But Vitality moving forward in numbers, a wall of players, they just trickle into Profek as he produces 3 on the spot. Yampi adding the final details, and Vitality doubling up for rounds.
Yeah, Enterprise just trying to continuously hit that A site, try and create a little bit of conditioning and make Vitality think later into the rounds. But as for now, you can see that pace really there. Equal frags for Profek, lovely stuff.
Down A.
That's it, great time.
Very good.
Yeah. Yep. That's worrying. Don't worry about it.
Following the plan nicely so far. As we head into a bonus round, strengthened on the Vitality side by a few rifles here. Yampi again, intention to fight early space here. It's blocked off by Profek, as you can see once more. Enterprise just trying to full send it into this A site. Patty plucks off one with the molly, and Lime in this advanced position catches the site anchor.
Yeah, Lime being advanced more so, and you can see now starting to drop back as it is a 2 versus 4. Chronicle Outlaw, not really one player within touching distance of a one-shot kill. So going to be difficult to get back in if you're Vitality.
Portal closed.
And that's where we then start to frame this round a little different. Playing for those exits. And looking at how Enterprise have already come into this map so far, it's been 3 direct A hits. The conditioning firmly set into what will be the first full gun round for both in the follow-up. And as I was saying, you know, is that how you're looking to try and generate this momentum, keep that run from play-ins? You spoke to it before. Vitality have that proven playoffs quality. Top 4 in the last Masters. So, one back in the conversation here as Chronicle's looking for anything more. He's not going to get it.
Yeah, I feel as if that's what Vitality are. Proven quality and playoffs, as touched on as well. The fact that Vitality Stage 1 was basically a disaster until they hit playoff form. And that's just what they can do to you. The fact that you have that quality. Sayonara playing around the edges of that molly needs to be careful of that in the future.
Yo, Sayonara, you are burning to the molly. Hello, wake up.
And so, not intimidated at all by the attendance of an audience here. Patatek back to his old ways already. As we head into this first full gun round. Enterprise have deviated from their standard. Looks to be a B play queued up this time. And it's Sayonara again, the one under threat. He's played this with caution though, and already having Chronicle out on the mid line gives a bit of information, and the rotation has begun.
I mean, it looks for now, Enterprise happy to give up this space, head elsewhere towards mid, where Vitality have plenty of bodies there. In fact, it's just been left to Kron to hold.
Door broken, so slightly easier rotation now for Vitality as we get to the latter stages of the round. The minute mark crossed, and still Enterprise not really showing their hand so far. Mid re-clear coming through with the drone, but it's instantly shot out, and Durka just letting them know.
He needs to be careful though, because he has no TP away. And this looks very quickly to be pressure created elsewhere on the map, but the full hit is going to be towards B. That's the lurker gone, so now you should know all 4 towards that B side.
The Magnum dropped attached as he so often does. No outlet for Enterprise to go through this time around. It's a full site surge, and they're into Chronicle's neck of the woods. Durka trying to play for something. Only shaves off 1 in the end. 3 versus 4, back to the wall, but Enterprise with some relief to plant.
Yeah, but look at how much damage has already been done.
And Sayonara will finish what was started. Alluri already removed. Line still clapping back, and his influence in these last couple rounds has been pivotal. Got Enterprise on the board. Can he haul them through here? Patatek another on the fadeaway. Both Enterprise players bunkered down in main, and Lime has managed to bag another. It's Chronicle versus 2. And they'll be making their reprisal from the same right-hand side into the crosshair, straight onto this half stick. Needs it under his brow. If this wants to work, it's a full stick. In fact, no face from Patatek. A little naive in the end there, as it's a Red Bull clutch.
Against Kron, he makes no mistakes.
I mean, surely you still give it the face check after first 5 seconds?
On top of that, we have to talk about Enterprise on what was every player on below 50 HP and still hitting shots. Lime looking unbelievable as he's grown into this VCT stage. Frustrated from the coaches.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rare Yoru from him this stage, an agent which he was consistently playing in the run-up to the nerfs. And TP already committed to in this early mid-fight. Chronicle has to keep his wits about him.
Oh, a nice kill from Kron, but Durka gets costed in the meantime. And you look at this, it's Lime starting to investigate towards the back end of Vitality's holds. Sayonara does only have a stinger, and he doesn't want to give anything away. Enterprise in a very good position right now.
Sayonara just reconfirming that mid-control as Vitality split up 2 and 2, looking towards either end of the map.
Yeah, you can see Vitality already beginning to drop off, especially with Profec's position right now. And Enterprise given a runway towards the A site as Profec tries to steal one away, but can't quite do it.
Numbers moving over here, though. Vitality ready to defend this A site through Yampi.
Yeah, he has the run it back, but instead steps forward and gets precious real estate for Vitality. Profec playing off his captain, who's been that for 2 years now, on what was BBL, and Yampi gonna grab Lime in the meantime as that drone gains nothing. Magnum now gone, and Yampi heating up into this. It's Causey, the Phenom, that has to try and clutch up. Well, manages to get rid of the Phoenix, but now every other body heading in his direction. Knows that one will be coming from an opposite direction, and Kron accidentally activates his ultimate, but does get the round.
Bit of a fat finger there, but Vitality won't mind. It's a crucial round to win at this stage in the half, pushing Enterprise back as they had reinvested into the follow-up. And in terms of gaining access to the site so far, they've had middling success, but Chronicle back on this operator, of which his usage has skyrocketed since joining Vitality. Such an important piece. Yampi as well, of course, moving over to Duelist.
Press my ulti! Fuck!
But the kind of mistake which you don't pay too heavily for at this stage in the game.
No, definitely not. And especially with the momentum that Vitality have on this defense, Enterprise will be on that lesser buy. And that's why the coaches are going to clock back in. And we can talk about Chronicle's performance so far, because he had a great round last time.
Oh, absolutely. And I think by association, he finds himself attached to the Fnatic conversation as well, you know, that we've had in recent weeks with their elimination. You look at his performances from 2025 to 2026. Well, the agent pool has plenty of shared similarities there. And I guess that's the thing with Chronicle as well. You expect the best from him, and he demands that of himself as well. The fact that he rode it out through kickoff to get Sayonara in, of course, as well. It's in it for the long run, and you can now start to see that coming together at the latter stages of the year, as you expect.
It's not only just the impact that he has in server, it's the impact out of server as well. Being such an experienced player, being to the heights of VCT, won a Masters, multiple Champions Grand Finals.
Still searching for that chip, though, of course. So Vitality 2 wins away from Barcelona and Champs qualification with it. Be hoping that this is the perfect start. 3-round lead as it stands, and Enterprise, they've only got pistols to bring to this one.
Yeah, Enterprise continuing to contact through middle.
This is something which they did a lot in the Gentlemates game as well. It's playing behind those Brim smokes, and you can see Chronicle giving this some respect with the TP active.
There they are. Here.
Cron still wants the engagement, and will get it. Not much of a contest, but that second shot are right, and TP's away. But double stack here to try and get rid of, and Vitality doing so well. Spike now known about, and they can start to set up their defense accordingly.
It's from this position where you don't expect too much more from Enterprise, but they could very quickly funnel back through this tight corridor into Chronicle. He is smoked off, and so further gains made. It's only Sayonara here now on B.
Kill him, rifle on lane, but Cron's here as well as he starts to get in towards his position, but caught out by Magnum. Now Sayonara under pressure, but that's where he starts to thrive. We've known this. We've seen it time and time again as he sees the side before he gets taken out. So what was an advantage for Vitality has gone away. Ultimate to create a little bit of delay. Prophet forced away, and TP to main.
Very quickly finds himself in this position. Cam to check him, though. I think Magnum has the right idea about this.
Should do. It's about Yampi's reprisal as well that you need to keep note of, as at the same time Patitek is now watching for the drop towards Heaven. Still though, Prophet catching Magnum out, and now it's all up against Patitek. A player which Yampi and Prophet failed to beat last year in VCT. And Patitek just waits time out. Plays it on his own. Goes for it with the Sheriff, but can't win out. So finally, Prophet and Yampi convert, and it is up to 5.
Yeah, Patitek was looking to play the long game there, but didn't want to make the same mistake as last time in the clutch. Eventually out of his burrow. And I think at this stage, it gives us an opportunity to talk about this map veto as well, as that was a very close round on the eco for Enterprise to convert.
Yeah.
You're looking at it, Summit coming in immediately, as you mentioned, as the Des discussed. It's not one which we've seen Vitality played, so immediately you're expecting them to bring something big out here.
I think as well, if Vitality win this one convincingly, then the rest of the teams don't want to try and tempt fate.
Yeah.
It's a big win for Vitality in the mental game later in this playoffs. But as for now, it's Cron once again through mid.
Once more hunting through the lens, and we'll pick off Cozzy with no trouble. Lime trying to follow it up. His efforts fall in vain. Just like that, crack of the whip, and it's a 3 versus 5. Another situation where Enterprise have their back to the wall, and some nice micro as well from Yampi, just bringing the drone offline with the wall. I think it had already tagged him, to be fair, but applying some of that theory here early, as you can see.
An Enterprise struggling against what is one of our top 4. Different opponent, not a team that has necessarily struggled as much in recent times. Sure, there's been wobbles here and there, but for the most part, always seem to stabilize when it matters most. Got to think, 2 games off of qualification and kickoff as well.
Yeah.
It's not as if they've had a bad year.
And it's just that jump up in quality that you're going to see in the playoff stage here as well, which they have to try and contend with. Magnum still looking to open this round back up for Enterprise as they currently trail.
30 seconds left.
No tools to deal with this operator, still lurking on the back of their mind as Magnum gets the timing wrong there. Yumpy swinging out to find him. Too many angles to consider right now. Patty finally chips in. And oh, it feels like too little too late. Ult used in the previous round. There would be a molly here for him, but yeah, the spike's on another planet, so you can't get excited for this anytime soon.
No, definitely not. Patek with 1 more.
Okay.
How many more orbs is he going to be gifted? Because he's 3 off of his ultimate. Kron up next.
I don't think... Oh, he does peek it.
Well,
finds the kill.
Well, the thing is, though, Patek still gets an extra orb for his death, so he's 2 away into the next one. But up to 6 vitality, and this is much different from what we've expected from VCT EMEA's summits. Most of it has been attack-sided.
Yeah.
Well, the rest of it, the world is defender-sided.
It also brings up, you know, an interesting talking point about the clash of styles that we get from both of these in-game leaders, something which I'm sure we'll build on later on. As right now, the ball is very much in Yumpy's court. Alluri prying away with this Hunter's Fury, and Kozzy just can't get kick-started in these rounds.
No, Yumpy once again defending and Prophet helping out this duo. Once again combining, unbelievable stuff! It's Vitality getting end zone flawless for an advantage in the second half.
Yumpy breaking his absence from global play, of course, in the last stage with attendance in London, and doesn't look like he wants to let up on that one anytime soon. This was just as convincing as you can ask, really. Disconnect between the duelists on the Enterprise side. They've been struggling to work that space so far. Some great counter utility mixed in there as well. So back to pistols, hero rifle here for Kozzy, and if anyone could, it would be him.
I mean, that's who you depend upon on the line. Derka, CP about to go, but he doesn't want to vacate and leave Sayonara all alone. As Sayonara tries to exit, Kozzy is the one to open the proceedings here. Derka now having to dimensional drift to get out of this one. And luckily enough, we'll run it back as well from Yumpy, but he gets stopped in tracks. Derka out of nowhere, and a quick double kill, make it 3, of course! And unfortunately, Yumpy's what will deny the ace, but Vitality looking unbelievable in playoffs.
I mean, it's the coordination there on the retake. Good try. When you see it, it looks like Yumpy was the one blinded, but the paranoia was played in for Derka. Confirming kills on the blind players from default. And yeah, as you say, I mean, they're really starting to heat up now. Timeout to follow. And from the Enterprise perspective, yeah, you want to see a step up in their own duelist department. I mentioned it a couple times already. Kozzy, the youngest player to ever make it to this playoff stage.
Okay, not looking bad.
It was in that first map of the Fnatic game, their debut at this level of competition, where you saw a real drop-off. And I think maybe we're seeing some of the same nerves creeping in here to the first map of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be looking at this. It's 5 retakes. I mean, not the most convincing of retakes, sometimes having to be like a 2 versus 1 or whatever. But Enterprise are finding ways to get that spike down. They just have to do it much more convincingly. Like that last round, right? There's what, 4 or 5 alive in the end, and Derka able to show his best.
Yeah, I mean, as the desk was putting it, it is the case of a legend against someone who's hoping to emulate that kind of success at this division. Only 172 days since Kozzy's Challengers debut. At the start of the year, he was ineligible to play in the second tier. That tells you all you need to know, really, about his meteoric rise, and with the mentorship around him, we expect some results, but as you can see, it had been a little laboured so far.
Yeah, I mean, 3-9 is tough. I mean, Lime's the one who's impressed me the most because he had a pretty rough play-ins. As for now, though, as the barriers drop, Vitality have a massive stack towards A.
Timeout behind them. Have Enterprise made those improvements? It's back to this A presence, which they so often showed at the start of the game. Just some main control, though, not looking to scale any further, keeping this map material pocketed for the time being. Has allowed for Chronicle to just drift into this B main space, though.
And that's allowing for the stack towards the A side, but very much looking like an A split for the time being. And you can see Vitality having thoughts about taking this main space away. Good paranoia to set up Yampi, but Lime now has to try and protect that space.
And you're also looking at the tools which Enterprise are using to consistently fight back for this. Going against the grain as now the split looks to be set up. Fane for perhaps as the spike is backing up through middle.
Yeah, towards that B site where Kron is the one that holds on.
This is an open avenue, so it's a question of how far can Alluri possibly encroach on Chronicle.
Oh, duel in towards main. Kron against Lime. Both players using the operator. Lime not using it on the attack side just yet, but Lime knows the position that he needs to play, knows the line that he needs to toe. Causey, though, tempts fate, and now Kron in towards sight. Still manages to get kills! Completely surprising Enterprise, and with time now so low, Kron just needs to protect the spike. Needs to make sure he doesn't get caught. His time getting low, and Yampi now winning the round himself. Vitality up to 9, Chronicle with 3, and this is just unbelievable mechanics.
Just when you think that Enterprise had stopped the rot with a timeout there, it was simply to let the air out of the room instead. Not the first time that we've seen a double entry on these rounds from the defense, really. When it rains, it pours. It's been struggle city for Enterprise so far.
Stat padding, stop stat padding, stop baiting, please, I swear to God, bro.
And so it gets to the point where you wonder, are we just looking towards the next? But for now, we get to listen in to diagnose the problem. It's Enterprise in the comms.
Let's go, let's go. I'm popping smokes.
Wait, backside.
Guys, we have no flank code.
Yeah, he's backside.
I push him.
Yeah. Revealing backside.
No backside anymore.
Can see.
Heaven. It's heaven. 3v3, boys.
Taking job.
They can plant.
Yeah, I'm planting open.
Holding B my flank. I'm playing around my ult, guys, okay?
Yeah. Backside. Right.
Portal closed.
David has
Link. I'm just holding.
On main.
I'm just holding. Guys, wait. Profit.
Nice, Stefan. Prodigy. Let's fucking go.
Stefan. I get to shoot my...
And well, this might have been Enterprise's pick, but Vitality making it look like theirs. Double digits in the first half, and it could get worse.
You almost expect it to at this point in time, to be honest, Cairo. 1 round left to play, and while Vitality won't be with the opportunity of taking what will be their third 13-0 this year, they are looking almost flawless across the board here. And when we speak so much about momentum carried from play-ins, Enterprise coming into a map which they've played only once so far, it feels difficult to keep building on that. Chronicle here with the tour de force, present in A main to open.
Feels like it's the wind out the Challenger's sails when everybody was getting excited. It's the Titans of our region that start to really show what they're made of.
Who's next?
Chronicle, the one to take contact with the tour de force, and well, under pressure, good utility, good ultimates as well. Causey's entry looking excellent. Enterprise taking Vitality off guard.
5 versus 3 for Enterprise in this final round of the half. Something to keep them in it, and they are very demanding with this cave space.
Now they are trying to force Vitality to use utility to clear them out deep, but now they drop back into a much more secure post plan. One that Vitality should have no chance in as Causey denies it. Yampy 1v5 and he won't even get started. An end zone flawless for Enterprise's second round.
Yeah, things coming good for them at the very end. You can see Causey playing with confidence in how he takes some of those duels, but it simply has to track and translate into that second half. It's been the Legends dominating so far, and we get to hear from one now. A chance to gaze upon some reflections from Chronicle on his journey through Stage 2 so far.
Never believed in super teams. This was created for people hating all the teams. It's very important to never break under those sort of expectations. When you are starting to think about those sort of things, it just feeds up your head with useless information that never gives you any great advantage. It's just basically disadvantage. I always like to pressure them with my trash talking.
Guys, shoot me!
I will just continue to do the same against every single team internationally as well. You are the guy who chooses how you want to lead the team. You will give that positive energy, aggressive, good energy to a person like Derky. He will just follow up as well, and he will never be in his head maybe thinking that maybe some of the stuff is going wrong or he's not feeling full comfortable because he knows like people are covering his back. Like you're distracting people. I just lead by example and people will follow if they really want to. Same goes for negative emotions, but that's the thing, I'm not the guy who is being negative. I do believe that qualifying to playoffs actually gives us a time for both break and work. We still have to work on a lot of stuff. I do believe we still have quite a lot of stuff to fix and maybe improve. Coming up to players, being a very scary team for anyone to face. We should just focus on the work, actually be great in a winning match.
So while Vitality may have lost Pearl and now Breeze so far this year in their map pool, key components of it, the silver lining seems to be Summit, the debut dominant so far, a 10-2 scoreline against Enterprise, and after the Challengers team having a fantastic run in play-ins, it's not been the best of starts for them so far.
Yeah, make sure to scan that QR code if you want to see us in Barcelona, if you want to see Vitality in Barcelona, as it seems as if they're marching on towards that 10-2 half to get things kicked off. Enterprise's defense, though, should be pretty decent overall, and Malteca are going to look to try and dismantle it already. There's no way that things are going to start like this. Confidence completely fleeting at Enterprise at this moment in time, but maybe not Magnum.
Finds a way to stabilize it. Chronicle still with the Headhunter active, and Magnum seems like he wants a repeat.
Oh, well, so does all of Enterprise,
okay.
But unfortunately Vitality there to shrug it off and find themselves up to 11.
Yeah, you can see what Enterprise were trying to do, re-clear of the mid space after Magnum finds those kills, see if Vitality had scurried off towards one of the sites, but so disciplined in their approach. I was speaking about this stylistic duel that we're to expect between the two. Maybe we don't get much of a look in here from the IGL perspective, as there's not many rounds left to play for in the half if you're Enterprise.
Yeah.
But they're such a proactive team.
What was that?
And you're already starting to see some of that awareness on the opposite side.
Frustrations once again, as you'd imagine, an 11-2 half.
So again, you're almost just seeing, can Enterprise find any way to give themselves some confidence here to follow this one up? That's not a bad start from Causey.
Causey does show up time and time again in these little moments, but as they rotate away thinking this was the lurker, Vitality have numbers in place. Derka now starting to pull the attention of the Enterprise defense. And well, goes back to the pack.
Talisman just seeing how much he can stifle that A defense, but rotation called. And already Vitality into the site. Flashes traded, and Lime's going to win out at close range with the hand cannon. Prophet Durka combining, it's a collat from his own 6-shooter. And numbers restored on the Vitality side. Illuri all that remains. This is too tough a task for a Ghost in his hands. And map point secured almost as early as possible for the Bees.
Yeah, I mean, Enterprise now 10 rounds in a row to try and get things back on side, and Vitality could realistically come back in with a full buy in the next one if they wanted to.
I mean,
yeah, it's frustrating.
Not going to be able to iron that one out.
No.
Clinical shooting from Durka as he's on his own push back to a Champs event. Over a year now since he last attended. Vitality as an org, 2 years. Looking to come back up at just the right time. Enterprise forcing everything they have into this one and already looking to play on the front foot in A main.
Yeah, Prophet respecting the push. In fact, all of Vitality too as well. Now starting to be forced in towards the B side. Durka, though, finding Lime creates a question mark that Enterprise don't really have an answer to, as they now have to go back in towards their CT to clear. Prophet now contacting in towards that push from A, and that's going to cost them Causey as well, as it seems to be a fight on all fronts.
I mean, what is there to be said of Durka from this position? That flank looked to be everything. And it seems as if he's going to greenlight an A plant here at the very least for Yumpy. He's arriving with the spike. It's Chronicle left behind, but cleared and cut out from middle.
Mistakes left and right here as Vitality were in such a strong position, but struggle to convert from this.
I mean, Yumpy's just got to be playing for a rolling retreat. Find one, drop back. The only problem is he's the one with the spike, so precious time being lost for every moment. He sticks around.
Same time though, Durka has been on it from the get-go. Worried about a cam. Hear it. And unfortunately, he's going to end up getting caught from that. So it's now up to Yumpy, who has shown us time and time again he's good at defending this A site on the other side, but will not be able to defend it in post. So Enterprise will get their third round.
And like I say, nose to the grindstone. As many rounds as you can possibly pump out here from Enterprise has to be the name of the game. Just take it one at a time and see how far that can take you when we get towards Abyss, of course.
Yeah, it's only bonus rounds that Enterprise have really won, except from that last round of the first half, which is damning.
Nice. Ooh!
Is that the seagulls from Nemo?
I don't know.
Nice.
Starting to get to Patatech just a little bit, trying to keep his head in it. You can see Vitality still offering resistance in terms of their own purchase here. Chronicle orbiting mid, where both duelists on Enterprise are trying to work the map a little bit. Early information from Lime collected. Durka, the same.
Yeah, noting about all the places that Enterprise could bust out from, but Vitality don't have the answers. They've all went in one by one. Prophet caught out, and well, in the end, it's basically an in-zone flawless from Enterprise, excluding one death.
If you're on the other side right now, especially in the coach slot for Vitality, you're just hoping that you don't have to use a timeout here, really, more than anything else. And that the answers do ring true in the server. Of course, we don't get to listen to the comms right now, but struggling to find that solution.
Your biggest mistake was that you pissed me off.
For a lot of these rounds, though, it feels like those openings have fallen into Vitality's lap. So pushed back to pistols now. Not all too much from which to work.
Just noting the sheriffs there as Illuri is pulling Patatech across. But it's this hold in B main that will allow them to lean heavier towards that A side for Enterprise.
See Illuri calling the rest of the troops over. He understands the task at hand now. While Vitality is still kept at arm's length, it gives us time to tee up the conversation. At this point, are they now favorites for the stage? Of course, Heretics, the previous champs, eliminated, a top 2 team, top 4 at Masters.
I think we can only have favourites conversations after we get that next round, because you've got KC,
Sure.
BBL, I mean, foot in their own right.
It's all of these teams which are household names when it comes to a playoff stage, I suppose. So that's the biggest thing.
Maybe excluding KC.
Very true. A couple years ago, perhaps, but just the one kickoff run, I suppose. As you say, we're looking for a step up in front of an audience which has long demanded it. Vitality scaling into the B side. They managed to get past the first line of defense. Kron and Profek finding something for themselves.
1v2.
A gun recollected and a chance to pick up the spike with his ult.
Yeah, this is looking somewhat decent. I mean, Profek has a TP, so he could put himself in an awkward spot. And Alluri's here early. He should wait for Patitek, or this could be an awkward one.
So back to that argument of if you want to be the best in the region, can you make it convincing? It's Profek to try and close it all here and now. He might just have heard his former teammate Patitek making his way through from Link, but Alluri had the time to take the line, and with that, he will keep Enterprise alive.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of connections, threads that tie players on either side through history. Of course, as you said, Patitek and Profek on a tier 2 team. Diamond, all the way back when. And of course,
30 seconds left.
you've got the Fnatic line as well. Nice from Causey. Profek unlucky not to clutch up there in the end. But Vitality have these individuals, and they will pop up time and time again when they need to.
Not to mention the BBL core, of course, from last year. There is plenty of shared fabric in the tapestry of these players' careers. And as you say, you don't have to look far back to see the thread wrought by the same needle. Even in the coach slot, Pal's first Tier 1 experience was as an additional coach for Vitality in 2024. Eliminated by Itapata's Leviathan, his highest ever placement as a coach. So very familiar with one another, both in-game and out of it. And a first 60-second break here for the staff on the attack side to try and correct this one, because again, 7 rounds, it's not going to take much for them to get over the line here. It's just a question of finding that gap.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, overall, Vitality have the coaching staff to make those adjustments. We've seen it time and time again for the changes and the impact that they have post-timeout. Pal and Scott have managed to not only course-correct stage 1, but course-correct time and time again.
I think you can even say the same on the Enterprise side. The amount of times they go many a round down and find a way to keep themselves in it. They are the best from that tier of play for a reason. And on a 6-map win streak right now since losing the opener of Plains. Well, it is an opportunity to keep this alive. 7 rounds for Vitality to close. And with the ops out, some early mid-space taken. No reaction from the defense as of right now.
Vitality given so much mid-space and so many avenues in which to channel that. Is Derka the only one caught by the ill drone, which is issues for Enterprise that can grow.
I mean, this next ult cycle is absolutely everything, and Ozzy holding on to the angle here. It was a jump peak for Chronicle to try and play off the back of. Nice synergy between the two long-time teammates in middle, and you can see the reclear now starting to come in, but flash timing gets Chronicle pushed up. Was he not expecting this and just walks straight into trouble? No. There's your opening kill.
But Lime now starting to walk B main as well, and that's up against Yampi.
Big 1 versus 1. The next of the operators looking to have its impact. Yampi just shouldering this for the time being, and Lime has to keep this space. It's mandatory for their chances. He'll take the ult offline, but Profek's now arrived as well, and that's the point where he has to give up the ghost. Patitek still trying to hold this one down, and through the volley he did until they all just combine. The stars align for Chronicle, and that puts Vitality at a man advantage.
Yeah, and now the last two coming back in. Magnum at least has his ultimate for information, but it's what you do with that information that counts.
Retake both coming in from the same position, but Alluri a step ahead of the curve here. Double stack of players playing from main, and so Enterprise looking to match it for firepower. Brute force their way back in, up against it, but still in this one for now.
I mean, Vitality had all that they needed to close that one out. A mistake in the double stack, double swing is what dismantles it, creates issues, and Enterprise starting to show what's good on the retakes, but I mean, overall, Vitality should have been able to close that one out.
I mean, it's just Chronicle searching for a line there who gets caught in transition, and brilliant call as Alluri identifies it.
No way.
Nice! But they go for the double swing. And now the main thing to be thinking about is those ults again, right? Is this what gets Enterprise right back in the driver's seat?
Yeah, if they space them well enough, but it's only overtime that realistically they're going to reach.
He already used his in the previous round, but that next run it back doesn't feel all too far away.
Yeah, no, Kron using that tour de force to have a bit of bait to this eco.
Again, just countering the progression that you expect on the Enterprise side. Durka in for the clear, but there is Chronicle. Big catch, Cozzy caught.
Oh,
down to a 4-on-4. Good util here as well, but Patatek's just about going to hang in there.
Profik interested in A main where there could be a progression. Oh, lovely entry from Yampi. Now, oh, he's into the backline.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant util combo to set him up. Reveal and the flash, and with Profik looking to hold things down on the other end of play. This A crunch coming in from both sides. It's left the spike of Sayonara behind, and Yampi gets caught on his walkthrough. The back calls. Chronicle will do his best to try and follow this one up. But a hard time expected with Magnum holding on from the corner, and now Lime to bring that information in time. Missed shot. Phantom picked up. Plenty more damage the opposite way. Sayonara still trying to play chase. Lime out the ice with the shots. It's down to a backside brawl. And Vitality come out swinging. And a Moda Thrifty to land a 13-6. And they draw first blood in this playoff stage.
After how clean that first half was, to end in it like that. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief, but listen, that is a great victory for Vitality, a 13-6 on their first summit.
And so Enterprise's own hard work has landed them right in the bee's nest. We get to hear from one of them now on the sideline with Chronicle.
Stand on that for me. Kron, that is absolutely ridiculous. You're dominant, you're dropping over 20 and you're finishing with a knife kill. What the hell's going on at the end there?
I mean, I don't know. I just felt like I went back to Masters London. Just wanted to show some roleplay stuff.
That's brutal. All right, thank you very much. Great to see you. Good luck in the next map. You guys can catch it after the break.
I always wondered that why boxing matches are in a cage and not in a box. Do you guys see what I'm doing?
Yes.
I'm beatboxing.
Kron's face is the same as mine. Yeah.
Take me down.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Yo, welcome guys, it's been a while since we were here. My name is Fish and Chips, and here is my partner,
Baked Potato.
Baked Potato.
Baked Potato.
Yeah, today's map, first map is gonna be Summit. Hopefully we see a lot of...
4K,
but I'm a little bit hungry. I wish I had my fish and chips. The best fish and chips comes from Ireland.
You need help, bro. I swear to God.
And the best whiskey. Sorry, this is children. This is for children. Sorry.
You'd been perma-banning Summit during stage 2. What was the thinking behind leaving it open here?
So we had time to practice it.
Yep.
It's that simple. But we came in working on some of the other maps during the stage 2 group stage. Now we finally had a bit of time off, so we actually got to work on a map that we couldn't really touch previously. So yeah, it's good for most of it. We've been a little bit silly by the end of that, but no, nothing particularly genius, that's for sure.
Were you at all concerned that Vitality were laying a trap for you when they left Summit open in the Veto? No, not really. I mean, we knew that they would scrim it, and it's a new map pool, so we weren't really concerned. We just picked based on our comfortability and maps that we are confident in. Yep.
Well, there you go. You hear it from the coaches in terms of the Summit pick. Welcome back to the VCT EMEA Playoffs. What an explosive way to begin.
Yeah. And yeah, that's maybe some context to take stock of a week of madness.
Yes.
Last week.
Yeah. But it all started extremely, one-sided, and then it ends truly in chaos. I mean, legitimately in chaos.
Yeah, I mean, a ridiculous way for things to pan out at the end of it. But, I mean, yeah, this felt like maybe first half it took a little while for Enterprise to really get comfortable. Again, you can talk about comp, you can talk about the map and the prep. Wasn't that much in terms of anti. I think the ethos overall here from Vitality was what was key. This went on for ages.
Bro, poor Lime though. Like, I feel like he was having such a good Euro
performance. He almost had the upper hand
just, like,
for a moment.
I mean, he had the upper hand when he had his shorts.
Yes, yes.
That's when you have the upper hand in that situation. It really was one-sided at the beginning.
Yeah,
though.
it was. Yeah.
Like, they came out and it looked like there was a tier gap between the teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that the biggest thing here is just Enterprise weren't proactive. With a Brimstone composition, you almost have to not roll the dice, but you have to commit behind that first wave. And it's hard then. You don't really have a mid-round pivot if you're investing smokes. You've got that. and Cypher cages, they weren't getting enough done with that initial wave, where it was kind of like they were dry hitting sites for what the first 4 rounds, which didn't work. They haven't then got a mid pivot with this composition. You saw one time a TP up from Lime and maybe a little pressure onto Kron. What does he do? Nails both with the op. That was the first deterrent. Then it's like, well, okay, cool, mid's going to be a massive issue for us.
This was our concern, I think, when we got into that agent select of what utility do they actually have to be able to clear out Kron on the operator or Dirk on the operator. We weren't sure what we were going to see. And really, the only option they had was to contact. I think straight off the rip in some of the rounds, they were using a recon dart instantly to be able to clear main, because that's how much fear had been instilled in the players. They really didn't have much to be able to clear out these angles.
And the other question behind that is like, cool, you forced the chamber off, you actually still got a double duelist comp to deal with.
Yeah.
Sure. So it's not even as if like that's the first like, cool, that's our win condition now. It's like, yeah, it's not just done then.
Yes, I mean, Chronicle was a win condition, though. I mean, he
massively,
was
massively.
absolutely dominating. Especially, you saw there the disparity in terms of opening kills. Well, a bunch of those were Kron as well. He absolutely tore them apart on the defense side.
Him on the defense was absolutely insane. He went 6-0 in first engagement, which just goes to show you how much Enterprise were trying to be able to deal with them, but just weren't quite able to. And I think that he always had such great position. That round in itself was insane. But yeah, I think it was just the positioning that he was able to find. They could just never clear him out of any sort of space.
I mean, you look at some of these, it's like a big toss-up between some of these are absolute freebies in terms of seeing him just open.
Ilori is lost in that
open sidelines, but even the times he's forced to TP up against the wall and like backed up, dropping a 3K from default was just insane. I mean, he had a standout performance here in the first half.
We do not need to see the knife clip.
No.
You don't need to see it. So are you convinced then in this look from Summit, from Vitality?
Yeah, I would chalk that Enterprise. They looked a little shaky in that first half. They didn't have enough of a, like I said, a pivot, any sort of adaptation to really deal with some of the issues that Vitality were putting up. I would hate for that to be complacency, but I would like to allude more to the fact maybe a little bit of a shaky first half.
One of the reasons I ask is we're going into the brand new map now that's just been added to the pool, and we really don't know what either of these teams are going to play, really.
Well, yeah, I think for Enterprise's perspective, March was obviously the last time that they had played it. It's been a long, long time, and I know that you had mentioned they had a good map record on it, but that was in Challenger Stage 1. We're in Tier 1 now. You know, you're up here on the VCT EMEA Stage.
I said very clean. Well, there are some closer players in there.
I mean, the last time they played, it was like 1917 against UCAM or something. Like, it was an insane.
It was a 2018 versus Misa.
Misa?
Yeah.
Misa. Like Jar Jar Binks Misa.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
Cairo can tell you all about that one,
So, you're not necessarily convinced that Enterprise's 5-0 Abyss record is all that it's made out to be?
The fact that we almost kind of get a context check here in Map 1, I'm now worried about Map 2.
Right.
Just to put that in perspective here, if Enterprise were going to really contest here on Map 1, with what you would argue Vitality coming in with some prep and whatnot, I'm now concerned for what that 5-0 record previously for Enterprise means.
Well, it's a double duelist composition for Vitality. Chronicle moving over to the Vice, so he's no longer the gigantic threat you would imagine. Plays against Harbor on both sides, but a solo Harbor composition from Vitality, that might be a bit difficult to pilot, especially on defense.
Yeah,
though, no?
that feels almost kind of risky, but...
Well, a big check-in for what we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
For me, Profek has come on leaps and bounds in terms of Harbor. I think here, this is probably...
Billy's still a doubter.
Yeah,
I can
she's
see
still
it written all over
a
her face.
I just never forget about him on Breeze.
But this is actually what I want to see between Dirk and Yampi here. Having the Waylay, having the Yoru, again, they can almost push all in on a lot of these rounds.
It looks
and make
like
the Harbor work.
It looks like a
default.
flood defense comp to me. You've got to throw the flood walls and just send Yampi and Dirk in there. But the pressure's on Enterprise now, surely,
Definitely.
especially when they had such a rough start to begin on Summit. A map that they picked, or rather, sorry, a map that they picked going into what they thought was their opponent's weakness.
And this is not to be too critical for me. It's a concern to see Lime doing the heavy lifting in the first half and Cozzy taking a long time to get into that map.
100%. I think Magnum on the Astra is one of the things that's glaring out at me. Like, I'm not used to seeing him on this kind of agent. So, yeah, how is he going to be able to help the team on this attack style?
Well, it's another situation where you see these teams playing it for the first time. I mean, even for Vitality, those stats must have been from ancient times. It's brand new stuff. Let's send it over to Hazza and Cairo for the call.
It is 186 days since Abyss was last played in VCT. Vitality picking it straight away, but it's up to Enterprise to bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely. The onus is on them here to turn this one around. Shades of that Fnatic performance early on. The Lotus, which they lost, decimated on 13-3. Something similar already seen on Summit. And one of the negatives for them coming out of play-ins, we spoke about the positives already, the momentum, is just the amount of tape that these Tier 1 teams would have on them. That goes out of the window on Abyss, so an opportunity here to bounce back.
Yeah, it truly is. Vitality, ambitions of champions, Enterprise the same, but two entirely different paths. Enterprise have had to fight and brawl their way here, and they'll have to do it once again to get back into this series.
Standing ahead.
Only 4 defeats this year for them in challenges. A 5th if you include Clash, of course, which both of these teams won. But now you're with the big dogs, and Vitality already showing they've got plenty of bite. Chronicle the only player on A, so forced to concede this one early. Harbor Wall coming in on both sides. The High Tide showing intent of a flood back through.
Yeah, Chronicle trying to play in front of the blaze wall that Lime had put up, but in the same time, that plant delayed, trying to play forward. We saw this before from Enterprise to try and bleed the utility that Vitality have, but instead they're going to bleed themselves onto the canvas as Vitality take head after head. Patitech tries, Alluri as well, but it's Vitality to end the round winners.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, you see Enterprise get pushed into such an uncomfortable position on site. They had the plant in the back. They were looking to push into security. It's that first kill from Profek, which puts them, you know, even a step further back in that situation. High Tide here more than anything, just to contain, flood back in. And that's exactly what we end up getting beyond the Cove. Vitality looking solid in their retakes.
Looking solid in pistol rounds. 3 for 3.
And I mean, this is a very early kick in the teeth for Enterprise. Coming in, we were talking about how imperative it is that they respond on this map.
Yeah.
Durka back on this waylay. V5.
Ooh, nice Guardian shots. And,
oh, yeah, I mean, these are some really nice kills for Enterprise. They'll be happy to collect those weapons back, and they only trail by 1 for now.
Causey with the Guardian back in hand. I mean, that Bulldog not able to be given across to Alluri. So he drops back to main. What does he have for us? I mean, 3 bodies for Vitality coming out of CT.
Smoked off from this position, though. Finally, it does fade, and Causey again on this Guardian. It was those half-buys where he looked to strike and steal the thunder from Vitality, and he's doing it again. Lightning in a bottle for Causey. Trying to get them back on equal terms. Only 2 rounds into this one. Sayonara can't do anything. Prodigy as he might be. There's a new kid on the block, and it's an Emoda Thrifty.
I mean, we've been waiting to see what Causey can give us in this series. We've only had spells, not consistency. Need to see more from him as the rounds progress, but lovely start. Durka maybe a little bit too eager in his duels, and then from there, there's just a swing out from heaven. A Bulldog given away, and Causey just dissects.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 big booms.
Yeah, 3 big booms from Shadow. His seal of approval. So Vitality now the ones put onto pistols here. Something we have to be thinking about is Yumpy, of course, on the Yoru. He can receive the call to action very quickly with this TP.
Yeah.
Places it over towards B, but part of an A stack, which Enterprise have to be cautious about.
Enterprise pretty good at mitigating these circumstances. Very rarely are they thrifted.
There have been a couple times where they make that blind commitment, and this round looks like one of them, of course. Okay, no, yeah. Vitality off the map.
Oh, I thought for a minute Durka was going to try something cheeky. Causey's the one to get the kill.
Like,
it is technically an in-zone flawless.
Okay, sure.
But, yeah.
I'm sure the in-zone representative's absolutely loving that one, because he's thinking to himself, you ain't getting away with that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, the worst part about it is that stack of 4 players is set up so right.
You're coming home with me.
It's going straight in my basket.
And so, foolishness aside, we find ourselves now in the first full gun round between the teams. It's taken 4 for us to get here. Alluri is on a Guardian, but he has the Hunter's Fury, and already you can see the split set up through middle. Vitality feeling that presence as the smoke plumes. It's both controllers, in fact, trying to work this area of the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, Patitek basically gets deposited on towards Boots, and Enterprise starting to, or what I thought was going to be, starting to execute their way onto the A site, but it's just posturing, and now Patitek activating. How far can he realistically get here? That's a big denial of information, but Profik so up to the challenge.
See Enterprise playing for that insert top mid, see if they can cut rotations as they're now making the B play. It's Durka walking out.
This is lovely. Trying to test, and well, even gets a kill for it.
I mean, perfect use of the refract there as well, getting out of dodge.
And Magnum now takes up vacated space.
Yeah, I mean, the question was, are Vitality going to play the numbers game? It looks like instead they just want to bunker on B. Durka arriving late, of course, and Magnum still in middle.
Yampi has TP gone, and well, he stands the test and does so well. Magnum's luck should be known about. They know what type of player he is. And as he's identified, Yampi will protect the spike. So with time ticking away, what can Magnum really give us? The answer is not a whole lot. I mean, the round is just gone.
Yeah, not with the spike that far out of reach. Looks as if he might still give this one a go yet.
10 seconds left.
But no, the reload is there, and it's a full cancel. I mean, this round for me, just interesting to see Yampi back on this Yoru more than anything else. Of course, the last time that this would have been played, those 180 or so days ago, as you said, was in kickoff, and that's when Vitality were without Sayonara, so it was Yampi in this double duel list, and it still feels like a place of comfort for him, although it's been a long time since he was on the roll.
Yeah, I think like that's the big aspect of this is, I guess there's similarities between these two teams. Not just the fact that both have Finnish IGLs, but the fact that there's big vocal pieces in the team. Durka, Kron, Sayonara on Vitality. Enterprise, you've got Magnum, you've got Patitek leading those comms. And it's not necessarily all up to the IGL. Same time, we'll get to listen in to the Enterprise IGL as we listen into the comms.
Put the fuck behind the box.
Hey. I'm gonna drop from window, guys. Peek already with the drone.
Check the behind the box here.
Yeah, I will check. Ready? Droning now.
Yes.
Start picking.
Take flight. Copy, go ahead.
Droning left side.
I put the one.
Droning main. Nice. Yes. I'm molly backside. I'm gonna flash for you.
Ready, retake to put a flash here to smoke.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take smoke heaven.
Fight yard after. I'm gonna.
I can smoke heaven.
Yeah, do it. I will stairs.
Smoking city.
We fight and bounce backside.
I'm gonna smoke quad. One
okay.
I like it. I'm gonna go flank anyway.
I have slow still.
Yeah, I have a recon. I'm picking close.
Try to send the noise now, boys. 2 default, guys. 2 default. Aster's holding me full. You need to go save, guys.
Yeah, safe.
Enterprise now retaking the lead on this attack side with a successful B post plant. Vitality finding nothing on the way back in there. And as you can see, pretty well executed from the attack side in the comms.
Yeah, it is, and you'll see that time and time again, especially when you have such a capable duelist of Causey being able to make that entry. It's about the rest to try and fill that space.
And I think something interesting as well is obviously we didn't mention Causey when we were having that discussion about vocal players, but that is something which the coaching staff has consistently mentioned, that for such a young player, only 16 years of age, he's constantly there with the plan creation, gets caught this time, of course. But that's what you really require, I think. All the best teams having some leadership in that capacity. And while in terms of the duelists this time around, it's Vitality looking to set the tone with some A main pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you want a duelist who can demand utility like Durka is here, but doesn't get anything for it. And immediately showing the door is now Enterprise start to posture towards A.
Vitality have to fight a battle on multiple fronts. You can see Magnum once again finding some real estate in middle.
Yeah, forcing Sayonara back.
In through the vent. Already making noise in this endeavor. So Sayonara left behind to just keep an eye on this one.
A little worried. At the same time, Chronicle's starting to investigate mid himself.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this just leaves Sayonara more than anything with just too many angles to consider. So he actually drops deeper towards Link.
And Vitality trying to control the exits from this middle space. And that's big information from Sayo.
Causey has just managed to slip the net here, though. Gets up onto a further line, a more advanced position, and with Yampy peeling away as well, he's going to be right in behind Sayonara. All those angles we were just talking about, another avenue has now opened up.
Yeah.
Right under the microscope, you're just waiting for Enterprise to execute, arriving at 30 seconds now.
30 seconds left.
Investments the Enterprise made now start to develop into something a lot more, worrying. Causey up against Sayonara, and it's Causey who wins out as he starts to continue his entrance, but Yampy denied, and it's going to be the ultimate from Profek to try and make their way back in, deny the spike plan. Yampy now the one to do it. Still not being attempted. Look how low this one has gotten. Yampy could swing out, deny, but instead gets the information and waits for Kron to reprise his role. 2 versus 3.
Has the ult to come back in on here. I don't think he wants to invest it, though.
No, definitely not. Not put Kron in a 1 versus 3. Well, it's going to be a 1 versus 2 he's in instead. Magnum low himself.
Moves up into heaven, though.
Yeah, and now it should be a done deal. Unfortunately, Patitek not caught, so Kron tries to catch Magnum himself, can't quite snare him. So a tap of the spike, waiting for a peek and just burning through utility. Enterprise have so many aces up their sleeves that they don't even worry, don't even peek out early and get up to 4.
I think the key moment for me there is just the way that Enterprise set up through that mid control to take the A site. It felt like Vitality didn't have a clear reaction for that space being taken away from them. And it just puts too much pressure on Sayonara's shoulders. Great recon dart from Allurian to backside there as well, just to stop the onslaught as the defenders look to try and stabilize.
Nice!
Very well considered round and decisive in execution at the end.
Rounds few and far between for Vitality at this moment in time, and they're feeling that pain through the buy as Dirka just swings out. Feels almost a little desperate in that essence.
I think, again, when we look at Vitality and the calling structure here as well, to me, they're always perceived as such an attacking favored team on any map in terms of how they like to operate. So the start on Summit, a surprise for me, I think, as it would have been for a few. It's about giving yourself a respectable round count to take into this second half now, where you're expecting the hard graft to be done.
Yeah. And I think as well, Abyss historically, so difficult to defend that B site. Sure, the changes were made so that you could flood back out, but I mean, at the same time, those problems will still pop up here and there.
Changes, of course, made to mid as well as it comes back into the pool, exactly as it was when it left, and Profek has tried to take some of that room for himself. Something which we'll have to track into following rounds. As it stands, Vitality have done nothing to stave off the spike plant, and Enterprise move into post on A.
Yeah, I mean, a post which I think will come with little to no contest. As Magnum misses his shots against Profek. First time we've seen that all game.
Any more for us, Mr. Magnum?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Enterprise all tracked on towards heaven, and it's just spam through the smokes. Surprised that none of the players are jumping to the void, to the abyss. Profek gets 1 for his troubles, and won't get any more. Enterprise, consecutive rounds that Vitality are yet to break.
Patitek up on his feet as well, loving life. Again, it's in these latter stages where he really does thrive. As we discussed in this round, it's Enterprise countering Vitality's initial engagements.
When we are at peace.
Of course, Profek and Patitek being on a team before, way back.
Yeah, we love to talk about this one, that time on Diamant, but I think it's so important to mention as well because without that time in Tier 2, Patitek doesn't go to any of these internationals and he doesn't reset his career. That was his second wind, as it was Profek's rookie stage in Challengers. And that's what we're talking about and what we have been discussing from the desk as well. Just the fact that when it comes to crunch time, he's always present. Stage 2 winner last year, of course, with Liquid. And while those global results didn't exactly follow on, he's definitely good for getting you there.
at that, yes.
Is that realistic with Enterprise? It was their goal from the start of the year. Shanghai, very much the intention, not just a LAN in Barcelona.
Yeah, I think as well. I mean, it is doable, but you have to get through a Titan like Vitality to do it, and that's what feels the most impossible part, right? And I mean, gonna draw a comparison here.
Okay.
First game they played against Fnatic, right? Enterprise lost the first map 13-3 and bounced straight back into it.
I mean, it's been a consistent touchstone for the narrative so far in this one. It's what we do with those following maps, though, that makes most difference, and they are certainly showing their best face so far. Yampy down with 1 kill, Lime trading for it, and the run it back with Spike in hand. Looking to carve out a little more room on A. It's the op spotted instead, and well, where is that one on Magnum? Bottom mid, where he falls.
Yeah, I mean, Terka tries to get out onto a lane as well. I mean, Enterprise's hands have been completely forced onto A.
Patatek still with his ultimate here to try and stall out any potential retake attempt. As you can see, Enterprise aren't willing to make the next move. Just anticipating some additional presence from Vitality.
And the utility coming back in is rough, so Sayonara waits for that info dart. Should be coming up in the next 5 to 10 seconds.
All the bodies on site right now for Enterprise, and Kozzy is the first to show face. Lime can't connect onto that second fight as Sayonara snatches 2 in quick succession. So it's Patatek, the player we were just talking about, tasked with a clutch. Fortunately for him, the plant less than favorable right now. Has to expose himself to multiple angles, and so he decides to play a disciplined game instead. It cost him previously, it might not this time. Patatek's found the first, he's spotted Kron as well! And just snatches it away from Vitality. A Red Bull clutch from a face which keeps coming back to haunt them.
From that first match, that first map, where Vitality could not lose a clutch, to now where, I'm going to be honest, they do not look like they did. This Abyss that they've picked, expected to be a lot more convincing. It's in moments like this, though, you get frustrated from a Vitality fan. I mean,
on the other hand, so intelligently played there. And from that same player who, for qualifying many times with Liquid, was always at the cost of BBL on the other side. Same opponents as it is Lime spammed out this time. And
yeah,
well, Vitality opening proceedings, this is a real change of pace.
Yeah, I mean, quick ultimate in the start. Jerka now looks to investigate mid, finds the jet and now forced away. Patatek trying to step in forward, and Vitality now starting to show exactly what we expect of them. That spike will go down. Enterprise in another clutch scenario.
And Magnum already interrupting with this one through Link. The B plant coming through. And a smoke to buy some time. Vitality almost completely flanking in this retake.
Kron, the only one to backfill any space, make sure that CT not taken, and now Magnum going to use the Cosmic Divide, try and make it work in his favour, and does! Lovely stuff! 2-on-2 now, and Yampy tries to connect up with Kron. Magnum can't quite find the latter, and now it's up to Alluri, the captain. Gone away, and has to be up to a classic, which is a difficult task, and gets Vitality the third.
By no means an easy round for Vitality there, but showing promising signs. A mid-re-clear, the reaction off of that initial A kill. And as it stands, just lowering that deficit a little bit. This was it, instigated by the drone. Great play from Magnum, either side of his wall. Some big ultimates invested on both sides here.
That's my redemption. That's my redemption. Okay, guys. Comeback starts now, boys. Comeback starts now.
How many more rounds do you need to be convinced by this comeback?
I don't think it's necessarily a comeback just yet, in the sense of they're still well in this game. As Ultimates and Dirk just leaving this one. Kron left towards back site. And Sayonara's Hunter's Fury as Kron is completely isolated here. Magnum's luck once again, finding value and Vitality. Now, have to put all their hopes on Dirk to get something back, but 2 versus 4 is difficult now.
Enterprise doing really well in the push and pull there to then keep pressing their advantage into B-Lane. Kozi picks off another. It's Prophet gone and Sayonara now buried to wrap up what is an advantage they can take into the second half.
It's another round that Enterprise put themselves into a very quick exit. And I mean, we've said it before, this B site difficult to hold on to. And yeah, I mean, in the end, Enterprise do not blink when given the opportunity.
Nice! Oh my God, we did something
4v2,
together.
4v2!
We peaked something together, bro.
Come
what?
on, bro. Nice, nice, nice.
Second layer of Magnum offering a reprieve there. As now, Vitality's full focus is on mid coming into the penultimate round of this first half.
Back in a flash.
Turk already dropped down to 45 with the Guardian. 3 players on the other side of the bookcase.
I mean, it's all about the flick instead. He's going to get nothing. So we can start to walk this mid space, and that's going to give Vitality key information.
I mean, sure, you say nothing, but it's just the absence of player presence right now, which is giving Vitality a heads up on this. B-play heading in, but Yumpy has the TP to get out of trouble.
Yeah.
Prophet showing that they want to fight this, though, with the wall thrown in.
Yeah, and trying to flood back in. They don't. Yumpy at least gets one, but it now starts to play in this flank, something that they've not done before and now get the value from. So the player's now stuck on site, and it's going to be the Harbour ultimate to really put them in a difficult spot. And Sayonara's going to get one of his own. That's fallen apart from Enterprise. They've not considered that their own tricks will be used against them, and Amoda thrifty to answer straight back.
Great round from Vitality. Profek just caught between 2 minds there, I think, almost feigning that flood back through with the use of the high tide. Yumpy sticks around for 1. It's then this heavy flank curated off the back of the mid control with the use of the wall here as well. The Harbour ulti coming back in, which sets them up for success.
Nice boys! Nice boys!
Enterprise struggling with a bit of their own plan creation there at the end of the round.
It can happen. Yumpy, no support here, but has been left alone and can TP out.
Some huge ults for Enterprise to try and use on this B play.
Still here, still getting tagged up. Oh, I mean, BBL, the BBL double just not considering it. And now there's another freebie. Enterprise now are going to be an 8-4 half.
They don't even have to use the ultimates, and I think that's half the reason why Vitality get a little bit caught blindsided by it. Run it back now to press the advantage further as the Hunter's Fury waits in the wings.
Revealing area.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, though, I don't think they're going to get a chance to even hit it. Ultimates in pocket, not even used. An in-zone flawless for Enterprise's attack finish. An unbelievable start.
Yeah, blistering pace brought to many a round here by Enterprise. Vitality giving themselves just enough rounds to stay in this one for now, but we asked for an answer back from the Tier 2 team. We get it. A chance to hear from Magnum from before the game and what he thought about Abyss.
Magnum, you've talked a lot about how the teams are going to be stronger in playoffs than the teams that you've played against in play-ins. And you had some choice words for the play-ins teams. So when you're going up against a team like Vitality that have these big players that have accomplished a lot, does it change anything in terms of your approach, the respect that you're going to be giving these teams?
I mean, I think it's first test, like for us, really, because, yeah, I mean, I think all the teams kind of were doing changes and stuff, and this team was actually kind of uprising, you know, like they were playing better and better, and that's why they're in playoffs. But I think our strength is that we are kind of fired up, you know, like we've been playing match back to back. So yeah, this will be our advantage, but today is first test, for sure, in my opinion, in my POV. But yeah, I'm super excited to play.
Can I get a quick answer from you in terms of map pool stuff as well? Because you already had a big change coming into play-ins, and now there's more changes happening for playoffs. How do you stay on top of that stuff?
It's super good for us that they removed Breeze because it was our perma-ban, and Abyss is one of our most favorite maps from Tier 2. So yeah, I hope we get to play today, and yeah, I'm excited.
Okay, and my final question here is about that experience and history that you've had with some of the players on the other stage. I mean, Yumpy is the guy who springs to mind for me. Is there going to be an extra emotional element to that? I know your team has been loving to talk the smack across the stage.
I mean, it's for sure for me. It means a bit more, you know, to win today. But yeah, like I don't have anything against them. You know, I love the boys, and yeah, I mean, there is gonna be some talking going on. But I think it's in our favor. You know, it's way easier for us to get in their head than vice versa. But yeah, Yampi is crazy as well. So.
Okay, well, I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I mean, Magnum, a player that did not get a Tier 1 offer this year, but has worked his ass off, Hazza, to get into this position.
Absolutely. 2 games away from Barcelona, QR code on the screen if you want to be there with us. And you know, even just that comment about shouting across the stage as well, something which Yampi really brought out of him in Stage 2 last year, playing some of his best Valorant, and you're seeing it here as well.
Vitality 3 for 3 on pistols so far. That would be a good way to kickstart this second half as they rush towards middle and Enterprise. Gonna get the first blood and still continuing on. Not one to stop at all. Looking for the next thing. Yampi is the one to get that. Magnum here, he's gone. And it's his old captain that does it. Vitality, another great pistol round to start things off. Causey the last remaining and Chronicle will deal with him. 4 from 4.
Vitality absolutely cutthroat as they snake their way through the middle of the map. Right up the guts, that first duel goes Alluri's way, and you can see how Enterprise were trying to play off of one another. Abyss, so often, these rounds built around that mid control, but nothing offered back in terms of main control, and Chronicle there to pick up the pieces in the end.
Nice, boys!
We were wondering what Vitality had been working on in the break. I think you could probably get away with adding pistols to that list.
Yeah.
Big teleport. Time to jump.
Yampi needs to be careful though, because this deposit of Causey on the line, especially the typical box that we see, it's a difficult one to clear. And well, unfortunately, he's going to get that kill. And walks straight in towards Magnum, who waits with open arms and unfortunately gets a jab to the face.
How many more is Yampi going to get from this, though?
Surely not anymore, right? He's already starting to walk away.
As much noise as he can. And, well, everyone else is off the map except for Patatek. And he will be very shortly.
Is he?
Well, he's not going for it. Unless...
I don't think he's going to do anything. This is just most likely just orb farm.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of tracking those ultimates, of course, Yampi is one away, like you said. So that is a win condition that Vitality can look to play towards in following rounds.
I mean, the Harbor ultimate, not the worst to try and scale for either.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, right? With this Harbor in the comp, you don't want it to be half-baked.
Yeah.
This is a new one for both teams, bringing the Abyss back out. Vitality were one of those early adopters, I think, of their Clash composition, being the debut that we got from this agent. So that's the question in my mind. What is the game plan for this Defenders side?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, and that's something that Enterprise should be almost better at consistently through their other maps. They tend to find the defense side much more favorable just because of how the calling style is.
Yeah, and as Vitality do their attack, so many conversations in the last stage about their calling structure with Yampi now leading as the captain, the main voice that we get to hear with the listening.
They're fighting for aiming, kind of.
Guys, can we do a B split? Can we just come in? Look at me, look at me.
I will run B main, so take bomb, David. I will run B main.
I'll hold B-link in a second if you EMP.
Yeah, I can hold me, I'm holding them.
I'm holding this.
Okay, fast pick mid.
I don't see. Wait, I do see. I'm crossing and we speed up.
Let me dash.
Yeah. Putting wall.
Water rising.
I'm coming, Dark.
Don't sit top side.
I'm coming CT.
I'm going heaven
yeah,
on
good PP, man.
Careful Abyss.
In the heaven smoke.
I tagged him, you can spam him.
Don't worry about me.
That side. Push him, I'm coming from
I
Abyss.
slow him. I slowed him. Wait.
He's full slow.
Other.
Bad.
Nice.
I have CT, Jaka.
Planting, boys.
I'm 1 HP.
Not rotating from me.
Yes, I need somebody to smoke heaven or whatever.
Can he lurk from me?
Yeah.
One close CT.
Will you 1 HP?
Can you flash this?
Yes, flashing.
Nice, stop mid.
Running backside. Should just save, I think.
I tried to save.
Nice was mid, he might be close.
Yeah. Peek it.
Might have saw us.
Yes.
Well, Vitality trying to cut off the supply here as they look for the last two rifles. It's important for Enterprise to hold on to these, and unfortunately not going to be allowed. An end zone flawless on the bonus round, and Vitality looking good as ever.
Yeah, Vitality, much like Enterprise, are getting a lot of life out of this mid control. Able to de-rig that B-site hold quite handily. Look at the control it's providing them. And this is again where I want to see the defense force some kind of a reaction. Are we fighting heavy for Link, or do they maybe want to try and go against the grain? Head a little further in towards main. And I think often seeing that lurker a little more detached, the weaker end of the split. Decisions to be made. It's a one-round gap right now, and if you didn't believe in the comeback, well, it's on.
Yeah, but I mean, not too many to come back from. Momentum probably going to do half the work for Vitality. Zerka caught by Patitek's Sheriff, and Sayonara now in a little bit of anxiety as he tries to get himself away from this spot, and well, Yampi tries to help out, and that's not going to work out.
Kyra, I mean, it's rounds like these that you've got to be putting together, and look at Enterprise with the mid-control overloaded.
So confident, and well, unfortunately, they will head into Chronicle, who has not missed a beat on this second half. Lime and Magnum now, the only two remaining.
I did like the call. It looked as if they were going to fully gamble on A. It's only Lime here, but I mean, he gets up close. It's a difficult clear.
Sayonara does have info.
Walking up. He's running up, in fact. He gives away the steps.
Yeah, easy days. Now, Vitality can relax. They know what they're up against. They're up against Magnum. And, well, maybe it's not as relaxing a prospect as one thought, considering the shots he's hit. But he is with no shields and now known about. So, in the end, it's Spam that wins out, and it's all even.
That 4-round lead for Enterprise corroded, and we find ourselves
corroded
on equal terms.
Find ourselves on Haven.
Not going to be seeing that one for a while, that's for sure.
I guess you could say Vitality are on the ascent.
Stop. Please. I'm doing you a favor.
Thanks.
We already did this bit earlier in the stage.
What, are you going to split?
We're recycling material. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Into the timeout though, and well, let's see, can Enterprise recycle any of that strat book? You got any set pieces for us?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing they're going to be bringing out that is new is Causey's Operator, because he has not necessarily introduced that yet in this series. That's a key point to be considering, getting him on a lane and making things easier for the defense to move around. As it's Itapata who's taking command in the timeout, and Scott on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, gotta say, feels like it's almost a chronic thing that Enterprise don't get off to the best of starts with each new stage. And as you say, with Causey being the youngest player to ever set foot here in the Riot Games arena, plenty on his shoulders, of which he has been delivering so far. Just need to see a little bit more across the board from Enterprise as of right now. So, thinking of Lime, particularly on this Phoenix, this has been his best agent so far in the stage. As a natural flex player, of course, he often finds himself between roles, but I want to see a bit more from that 1-2 punch.
Yeah, variable that's new to Causey is the fans. Magnum, Illuri, Patitek and Causey have played in front of them.
Yeah. Dark and beyond.
Yeah, exactly. Yampi has got so much space off the back of this ultimate, and no contest really, and Enterprise now 5 alive.
Again, the Thorn's doing the heavy lifting here, and actually the fake out buys Yampi a little bit more breathing room. All committed. It is the Steel Garden to push back this defensive line, who are trying to set themselves for a retake.
Yeah, it's 4 caught at the same time as they try to reprise their roles into this retake.
Profek also has the Harbor ulti as well, but I mean, it'd be such a costly investment. Is a chance to put a real dent in Enterprise's finances. Can they stop the rot? Here we go. Chronicle, first point of contact in the site, traded out. Causey up close with the op. He's the one you expect to get on the spike. No. Rifle changes hands. He's now leading the line. The point man of the resistance. The push back into main. The 2-on-2 with the spike half, the shots, they're far from clean, but Sayonara is there to put a ribbon on it in the end. And Vitality take the lead back for themselves.
Not only that, they do the dent into the buy of Enterprise. Operators bought up, Ultimates committed, and now this is where you start to kick on if you're Vitality.
I mean, even Profek almost panic outing in the late stages there as well. But as you say, it's worth investing 2-3 ults into this round just to convert it, because it's an opportunity to put some daylight.
So this Patty Tech doesn't stand up ever again.
Patatek, you need to strap him to the chair to stop him from standing up.
I don't think he's going to get many opportunities from here, unless something miraculous should happen for Enterprise's fate.
I'm seeing a Blade Storm, I'm seeing Patty with his ult.
Yeah, but
the longer this round goes on, the more scary it is for Vitality. And I think that's got to be the big talking point here. How patient do they want to be?
Yeah.
And where is the incision?
I mean, Derka's your hitman, right? He's got the Outlaw. He's starting to find himself into a position where he can get eyes on.
It's also a bit of a change-up in terms of his Waylay playstyle too. I think he really struggled before with being the guy that just dives straight in and then gets taken out. But here, just toeing the line with that Outlaw, like you said, he's pushing into the slightly heavier site, the one with those blades.
Well, he's seen players towards backside, and it's Causey who's the one who finds himself in a good spot.
It's a half commitment!
Enterprise have got themselves into a great position. Sterka and Kron now to try and combine. The Outlaw not finding what it should, and Enterprise, well, they've found the miraculous, unless Sterka gives us something even better. The unthinkable.
Causey 10 HP here, has the ult, but no time.
No time against Derka. And it is going to be the miraculous and a Moda Thrifty to answer straight back.
I mean, the threat was always there. I talked about it, the looming possibility that if Vitality weren't decisive in their execution, that they may struggle. And I think the case in point there is it was a half commitment. You see a player here committed to the site, Yumpy. That second layer a little slow to follow up, and two players that are digital left in main. Real disconnect for them. And what a back-breaking round that could prove to be.
Could very easily turn things back in Enterprise's favour, but Operator now on the attack side, and it's Chronicle of all people that's got that one.
I mean, he has been.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, on the chamber, but when you've got a Waylay and a Yoru, I thought it would have been the other way around.
Time to jump.
Comfortability, obviously, key. And Vitality look to try and get comfortable towards the B side.
Oh, mid reclear, no. It's actually just to try and stall this one out a little bit. Alluri trying to funnel damage into top mid, but yeah, I mean, these are two big pieces with no return value.
That's going to be issues now for Enterprise. I mean, even bleeding more utility as Vitality start the process in towards Link. It's a little bit messy, but one that Vitality come out an advantage as they go towards post.
It's that Link weakness again, but Enterprise have a member on the flank. It's Lime in behind, big 1v1. Chronicles missed the shot.
But he's identified it, and that's the key point. Causey now out of CT.
Wow.
Great couple kills. 2-on-2, but one that Vitality now know they have to put all attention towards the flank. Lime with nearly a full belt. But time again working against him.
It's the wall that he wants to cut this off.
Yeah, but now with a player in towards heaven, it should be impossible. Sayonara now knows where the approach comes from, and Lime not allowed his chance. Double digits for Vitality, and that is now what is 6 rounds out of 7.
Yeah,
a lot.
It is. It is. And it's Vitality exploiting another weakness of Enterprise. They identified this B-Link space in previous rounds. I mean, a little bit suspect there. The ult, I think, caught Yumpy.
You can't see my face.
I hate Vader. I just have to say.
I think Dirk's got like only a couple of duelists in the game, which he doesn't have any grievances towards Jet and Raze. Suppose Yoru as well, but Yumpy's on that one for now. And a big round opening up here.
it will mean a lot in terms of the economy, in terms of ultis. Vitality now posturing that B side, and it's only Magnum here. So he starts to beginning to step back. Patitek trying to help out. As Vitality goes straight in. Oh, Terka caught it. So is Yampi. That was Spike. Issues for this attack. As Magnum goes walks. Spike recollected and chance to go elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real extra ground here for Vitality, unfortunately. Again, this double dive comes up short-handed. Patitek actually just pre-firing top site there to get the kill on Durka.
One orb for Prophet to get his ultimate as Vitality start their scale at mid.
And just because of this B split that's been conditioned so heavily, Enterprise have almost over-rotated towards this side of the map. Chronicle is going to telegraph the push a bit. Alluri drops as he fights back through middle, but Sayonara gets the next, and from back to the wall, it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Kazi just so uncharacteristic to miss shots like that as this scale begins.
Time.
Yeah, that's going to be the key component, the key enemy to Vitality as they manage to dissect, put themselves in such a great position.
Absolutely audacious round from Vitality. No right to win that. A 3v5 at the height of it, I believe. And the fact that they commit to the B play, when Enterprise have the most bodies there on this left-hand side, you can see, as I was saying, the gap close shut down initially. Chronicle on the back burner with the op. And Prophet playing spoiler late from main.
Patty, 5v3. Woo!
That certainly feels like the round which might have just done it for them.
Are we for real?
Sorry, Ito, you're not being punked. This is playoffs.
This is Vitality. And that was such calm composure shown as we head back to another timeout from the coaches. And that's the key component from these two sides. As we said, it's legends versus wannabe legends. It's the fact that we've seen such historied players on Vitality who have gone to these globals versus players who have gone to globals but not necessarily achieved the heights of the opposite side.
No, absolutely, and certainly not in such recent history. That was the thing. Form versus class, and that permanence of it that you're seeing in this playoff stage from Vitality. You know, even players, for example, like Profek, that have only just become new to Tier 1 in the last year or so, still having their part to play in these rounds. And that was always going to be the question for Enterprise. Can they hold their own against the bigger teams? Well, this is the chance to do it. Kazi, again, starts proceedings by finding his man. That's Yampi gone. But there are ults to fall back on here for the attack side.
Patitek spammed out. Kazi now under fire, and well, of course he's going to match the test. Still looking for more and gets it. This Phenom continuing on, looking to steal the dreams of Vitality. But won't do now. It's up to Prophet to find his way onto the B site. Unfortunately, Magnum, knowing that this would be a possibility, a lurker himself denies it.
I mean, a 3v5 in the previous was impressive, but a 2v5 even more so. Magnum was aware of Prophet, but he has crossed to the pillar now. He wins that fight at range against the Spectre every day of the week.
It's just whether he gets it, because at this point in time, Enterprise in a good position to cycle smokes.
Kazi also closing in from distance, so any time is precious time here for Enterprise.
Kazi wants to make them pay, but he has been made to pay himself, and Vitality still trying to work this round, but very slowly, trying to frisk it in their favour, and well, it looks to be that case. Unfortunately, Lame, the one to deny. It's up to Kron, can't quite get the pistol out in time, so Enterprise back within one.
Now, while that round, of course, picked up by Enterprise, you've immediately got to be thinking about the next and how many of these big ults are up on both sides. Kazi, the human turret, showing why he was brought into the team, surrounded by veterans.
One enemy remaining.
Only played his first Challengers official at the start of the year, but just 2 wins away from Barcelona. The stakes rising in this second map.
Out of my way.
As if this one goes the distance, it's anybody's best guess as to who comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Kozzy's dropped 25 so far.
And look, you can already see he's ready to fight this A main space. Info goes cold though.
Oh.
Still wants to play.
Yeah, not gonna get it.
Thought for a second we were going to get the VCT CN dash all the way into spawn updraft, see if you can find something with the blades. But
yeah, but that's an updraft and dash gone, so movement abilities offline for Kozzy.
Right here.
Nastrone only sees the Vise, which is consistently played mid for Vitality, so it's known information in a way.
Ooh, stray bullet. Scraping the dome of Chronicle there. Still with the Steel Garden, a big tool for this execution. And for Enterprise, a decision to make. Do they wish to play retake with Lime's Earth, with Lime's ult, or does he want to play Scorched Earth on site? Looks like they are going to give up the Ghost.
Ooh.
But he commits the ult and sort of gets caught in this position.
That's a big loss early doors. That's not what you want. Vitality's still aware that they could be flooding back in and still take their time getting that plant out.
Chronicle also banking his own ultimate for the late stages here, but Kozzy, Blade still active, is going to go all the way down. 100 floors if he can't find anything, and Prophet pulls him out of the sky. Hunter's Fury back in to challenge the backside space, and Sayonara finally catches onto it. Everything put on the table here. The chips are down, and Vitality look to be winning. Holding the edge of the ult here. Enterprise looking for a way back in. Defender-sided ult to try and get this one going. Shocks to the other side of the screen. Gonna need to land both to find the kill. So the diffuser's taken off it. There's plenty of time. And Enterprise bring us back to level terms.
11-11, back on side. Ultimate's expended and Vitality cannot convert. I don't know what we said in that timeout, but Enterprise are back on side. Back in the game. It's an important one to win because, again, the economy for both sides not entirely in the best position.
It genuinely feels like Kozzy, a few of these rounds, 3K with the blades, 3K with a rifle, 3K with the blades. Round on round, having influence. And as you say, with so many ults invested, the chance for Vitality to snowball has been lost. Final timeout between both of the teams now used, as we're guaranteed maximum regulation. I think it's important to go back and look at the history here. Enterprise have not won Abyss without overtime. 1917 UCAM, 15-13 Misa.
Misa?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Vitality on the other hand have had much better success on this map. Think back all the way to kickoff where they beat GX, what, 13-0?
Yeah.
Have had similar results on it as well.
It wasn't their final outing on the map, though, beaten by Fnatic by quite the summer rounds towards the end there, though.
Yeah, but that was when they were back playing with the veto and
exactly,
stuff like that.
But I think, you know, you've got to understand that was also the same composition, so actually when you stare at it, point is,
similar.
Enterprise have the results in the second tier. I mean, even that Misa team that we joke about, players like Brave, Kushner, old guard names,
quality,
that have played in tier 1. Now it's the chance for them to actually show it here against the Vitality team who already have.
Yeah. So is it a third map or Kozzy going for the silent jump? That drone now being heard, and he knows that there's a player in towards heaven. Durka doesn't consider this position, and Kozzy looking for more. Has the dash away.
Again, Durka really struggling to find impact on these entries with the Waylay when he's dashing into the site. Felt almost empty-handed in that situation. Vitality are without their duelist now. They've got Yampi still, of course, one away from the dimensional drift.
Kozzy just waiting for the next peak. It can't be dry. As Patitech now starts to take mid away from Vitality, things starting to go Enterprise's way at this moment, and Sayonara completely caught.
How long do we want to play for that one?
Yeah, not long, because Kron's there as well, but Alluri has protected his controller. Vitality have missed the mark post-timeout, and now it's up to Yampi and Prophet to try and get things back onto their terms. It's not going to be the case. It's going to be up to Yampi now. And there's bodies closing in on his position.
I mean, this is a corner to try and clutch from. Enterprise need to play this one together.
And Yampi needs to keep this one clean, sees the head of the Sova. But now bodies in main, he knows about that. Has to play from a close corner, manages to escape and gives himself an angle in which to work. As they try and spam out his same position, gets onto the first, but doesn't want it out cleanly. Enterprise all the way up to 12. And Vitality post timeout don't get value.
Not initially, and they've only got one more opportunity to do so now. As 24 rounds tolls the bell. No solution for this operator, really. I mean, Sayonara used the drone very early in the round, or might not have purchased it. It was grayed out on the toolbar. And with Yampi not getting the ult online, it was that dry commitment you're talking about. Patatek obliging, staying seated. The only breaks that we're getting now come in the form of a Kit Kat.
Yeah. It's either map 3 or overtime for Vitality. They'll be hoping for the former. As Causey's operator once again denied. Yampi just so eager and caught out for it.
That's with the Yoru ult as well, so I mean, he could have committed in the ult if he wanted to. Anything better than going down in that situation. Vitality blindly committing into the B site. Durka drifts back with the refract to the rest of his team and leaving Enterprise a position to hold the site.
As they've done so well.
Does bait out the Harbor ulti from Patatek at the very least, and knowing that that won't be there to offer some relief later on, they are going to take this towards the A site.
That is where Lime awaits, who, well, he had a great map 1. Map 2 hasn't been at the same standard. Durka 1 away from his ultimate. This would be a big kill to open proceedings, but Enterprise are not too far on the chase here. They have the read, and Vitality are slow here, trying to get out. Issues now as Causey gets into position, caught in the wheelie, but at the same time, they're so far up, so on towards site. Lime the one to defend, and puts Enterprise in a brilliant position. He could be the one to win it. His time getting low. Prophet having to clutch, and I don't think he's got the goods. We'll be going to map 3.
Enterprise put under the microscope after a poor map 1, but it's by the finest of margins that they get through Vitality's map pick. Abyss back in the pool for the first time in a year. And so we have to go all the way to the decider, familiar ground between the two, to settle the terms here. It's a chance to hear from those players though. Alluri at the sideline.
Iluri, thank you for joining me. It was a slow start for you on the first map, and then you've recovered phenomenally. Can you talk to me a bit about the mentality in the team? Has there been a shift going on, more belief?
I mean, for sure, more belief. There was a lot of issues in the first map. We didn't take enough space, we didn't take enough duels, and we fixed that for the second map, and now we're ready to play.
Well, good luck in the third map. We'll be there for the third map after this break.
Take me down.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Tick tick boom 문을 차고 있죠 이건 deja vu
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best experiences that our region has to offer alongside the best teams in EMEA. Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been fighting for all year around.
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
Tough guy to 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade 날 just a wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge I'll forever If I never leave I'll never fly I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Care how sweet without the sour Pain is my superpower This world never saw me coming I kick down every door they lock No rules, only gods can judge me 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 If I never leave, I'll never fly I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Care how sweet without the sour Pain is my superpower Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower
Welcome back to VCT EMEA playoffs. Our challengers team has fought back, and now we're at 1-1, with both teams taking their opponent's map pick as well.
Yeah.
Mike, I want to pick up off the back of Iluri's interview and ask you, is this to do with them being new maps and so people don't know what they're great at, or is it a confidence thing like he was saying?
I started, like I said, coming out of map 1, again, the standard that's set by Enterprise is so high for me. Map 1 felt like it was almost the worst they'd looked in a couple of series now. And it's actually good. It's probably almost a sigh of relief to hear Iluri kind of talk about confidence issues warming up into the series, because now I'm feeling like actually going the distance, this is a much closer affair than maybe map 1 alluded to.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that there's also something to be said about both teams running the harbour, because I was trying to think back to Santiago, and of course people experimenting with that when it got the buffs when we went to Santiago. I feel like we've not really seen much tape because of course Abyss went out the map pool, so teams still trying to figure out how to actually utilise that agent within their composition, especially when we see Vitality running the solo harbour, for example.
Yeah, to me, again though, you just look at the duelists here, the amount of times that Durka's getting picked first, he just couldn't have that impact. Then you look at the other side, and Kozzy's, Kozzy's doing it again, man. He's doing it again. He's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Coming back to a Kozzy, very, very quiet map 1. Now you can see that actually he's got the support system in place. Everybody's rallying together and actually fighting around him. And he was farming, man.
Yeah, I think
absolutely
he
farming.
ended on like 30 kills or something.
And he got him started by winning an eco round 2. I mean, do not give this guy a Guardian. Keep him at least on a Sheriff.
What did I say to you in the green room, though? I was like, Vitality have definitely bought up this Guardian. You know, there's a new skin bundle that's just come out in the store. They wanted to play with the new skin. And then
What's the name of it, Billy?
Ares?
All right, it's better than I could do.
I can't
I was going to say Ares.
But yeah, like you give this guy a Guardian and he's able to convert these rounds. And it's the constant multi-frags that he's able to pick up. Something that we were observing whilst we were watching him play is he might spot one enemy, but he's always seeking a second before he's taking that first duel, which for me is such a impressive way to perform, especially here on stage. Like the intelligence behind
This is the thing.
player.
Every so often you talk about duelists or youngsters playing beyond their years.
Yeah.
His game sense in some of those very, very tricky situations, spot on. It is night and day for map 1.
And yet, even with Kozzy dropping, I mean, 30 in the end, but you know, it was 20 kills, 25 kills. They never really felt like they were in control. There was a turning point potentially with that round 18 Thrifty, but to me that was the round that even just let them back into the game. It opened the door for them rather than created the win condition.
And I'm glad we got a little glimpse in for Dirk, but just feel, again, there are a few rounds where it felt like, again, this initial win condition didn't go their way. Dirk is then dashing in and it's like there's a million miles between him and the second man. Just this comp kind of just fell apart when Vitality didn't get an element of freedom. And like I said, they almost had to come into this almost brute forcing a lot, right? And those were the rounds that were most contested by Enterprise.
Yeah, 100%. It's like you say, if plan A doesn't work out, there's never really a backup plan for plan B, which we have criticized Yampy of in the past with him being newer to this IGL role. But I think I definitely agree with you, Josh, in the sense of this round 18 Thrifty. It was more like of a confidence booster, I think I want to say, for Enterprise, because I definitely think coming into this series, we spoke about, you know, the caliber of players that are sitting on the other side of that stage. That's got to be daunting for young players like Kozzy, for Lime, for Alluri, these players that haven't actually played on the big VCT EMEA stage before.
So then, if we're thinking about how this series is going to conclude, you saw map 1 where it looked like Enterprise were out of their depth. Then you see a map 2 where actually they can fight back, even though it was very, very close. But in my head, I'm still thinking those are two brand new maps. You're not working with VOD footage. You're not working with anti-strat. You don't even necessarily know how good you are on those maps.
They're not necessarily comfortable on either side of the stage. Yeah.
Whereas now you're going into Lotus.
Ton of reps on both sides.
A million reps.
Both sides.
But I've got to ask you, how are you actually feeling about these teams then? Not even necessarily in terms of the map, but like, do you think one of these squads is going to be able to close it out in either way, with the expected result of Vitality or the underdog?
I now think with map 2, I think Lotus is probably, if I was to say at the start of the day, if this goes to 3, I'd say this would be a comfortable closeout for Vitality, but we're the wrong way around almost. Here, now we're looking at Enterprise flipping map 2.
Is that because you expected Vitality to carry the momentum through from their map pick?
Yes.
Right.
Now I'm a little... I think Lotus might actually be a bloodbath.
I think when I think back to Enterprise playing Lotus in Plains, I think they had that loss against Fnatic, but then they were able to bounce back and learn their lessons from the defeat that they had. So yeah, I think as far as confidence goes, they should have that momentum. It should sway in their favor now. And if you're Vitality, I mean, all the pressure's on you at this point, to be honest, because we've spoke about how they are a global team that should be attending those global events with the pedigree that the players
Enterprise even
have.
saying this is our biggest challenge yet.
Yeah.
Vitality are the ones that have to live up to that.
Magnum even said it in the halftime interview that you heard from him. He said it's much easier for us to get into their heads than for them to get into ours.
And even map 1, they're talking about let's do everything to keep Patitech sat.
Yes.
Don't let him stand up.
And the funny thing is, I haven't actually noticed them being as active, Enterprise, as they have done in some of their previous games. They seem a little bit more locked in.
Yeah, I mean, Kozzy definitely muted map 1. There was a couple of them. Well, Patitech was definitely trying to get that energy going. But yeah, I'm certainly feeling now as if Enterprise are probably feeling a little more comfortable on stage.
Is Kozzy the win condition player for Enterprise?
Oh yeah, I definitely think so, here on Lotus particularly.
I think from what we've noticed from all of their games so far is all of the experienced players are doing everything they can to consistently set up Kozzy. It's always thinking about how can we put him in the best position to be able to pick up these multi-kills that he's been doing so far. I think starting on this attack is definitely a good way for them to kind of set the tempo throughout this map as well. And then when we flip over to that defense for Enterprise, some of the stacks that they were doing when I was watching the footage, they would
massive gambles.
Yeah, it was just such gambles. brutal. Yeah, like you're saying, if you're Vitality, you've watched that back. You're expecting this coming into today.
Someone somewhere known as Mini is going to be talking about the fact, oh, Viper versus non-Viper compositions. I prefer Team Vitality's comp. Enterprise do have to kind of run at them, though.
Yeah, I mean, this comp for Vitality is like, there are so many brick walls that Enterprise have to overcome, so it's going to be absolutely brutal to try and get an advantage here in the first half.
Enterprise have been taking tier 1 scalps left, right, and center. Can they knock down Vitality? Well, Hazard and Cairo have got you for Lotus, the decider map.
This would certainly be the biggest of them all in terms of results that Enterprise could be looking to take. And on the road to Barcelona, they are just a couple of games away.
Yeah, they are just a couple games away here. Vitality versus Enterprise ends up on what is an age-old EMEA map on Lotus. One that both have plenty of experience on, one that both have plenty of prowess on. I'm expecting to see Vitality have a great defender side and really test Enterprise's attack.
And similarly to Abyss, I would say once again, both of these teams find themselves on the side which doesn't necessarily lean into their stylistic approach. Of course, Enterprise on the attack, though, with double duelist is a nice place to kick things off. The onus on them to rack up the early rounds this time. As they're moving bodies behind this A smoke initially, opening up some extra lanes on the map. You can see Magnum detached and playing with caution as he must. Vitality very ready to crunch through the mid door if they need to.
Oh, Kozi already starting things off well. A clean headshot towards Profek, and it's looking like an easy post plan. Vitality at the same time filling the space that Enterprise just left. It's up to Magnum to try and get that space back. Sayonara being the one to deny the spike, and Magnum now thought of, seen. Kozi once again filling that kill feed with blood, but he's caught out in Vitality once again, looking to win another pistol round. It's been 4 from 4 so far, and a 5th would certainly put them on their way on map 3. It's up to Lame.
I mean, damage on Yumpy and Sayonara. One body shot's enough with the Sheriff.
Could be, but that's whether he's given the opportunity to. Well, gets the first pretty cleanly, and Dirk finishes it off with a flourish. Vitality win their 5th pistol round in a row.
And as the desk was saying, I mean, there are so many layers to this defender's side for Vitality. For Enterprise to break things down, they will find some difficulty coming out of the pistol, of course. Limited utility here to start, but Vitality already showing how efficient they have been in these. Not a single one missed along the way so far. And I think from the duelist conversation too, which we've had around Durka, Ray's the most comfortable for him.
Yeah.
Out of all of the options, I think it was 25 or so kills against Foot the last time we saw this from them. In fact, the only time Vitality have played Lotus this stage.
Yeah, I mean, people talking about the impact of showing that Lotus, right? Something that Vitality haven't shown too often. Chronicle looking to delay any entries in, so things pretty decent so far as that scale is well and truly stopped, and showing how good this C site can truly be.
On lockdown, absolutely nothing for Enterprise here, as it's an in-zone flawless for Vitality. Bonus certainly going to be strengthened. And yeah, when it comes to familiarity in terms of comp for them as well, I mean, this is just one agent's difference from the old Fnatic comp that we used to have, Chronicle on the Vice instead of the Killjoy, though. Different role for him than what he would have been playing then.
I guess so.
I think Enterprise need to find a way to bait out this util, otherwise they're going to have a very tough time.
Yeah, I think overall when we see the Vitality composition, it's
classical.
Yeah, pretty bread and butter, to be honest. Not going to see anything crazy, but Vi's obviously that change a lot more typical in the meta. It's damage onto Kozi, but one that he gets the kill from. And Vitality had put 4 bodies so deep on A that this is going to be a long rotate.
I mean, it's a massive kill from Kozi. The C site completely collapses, and any window to play into these layers we were talking about, completely null and void. Enterprise have loved to take the extra CT space, both duelists working it.
Yeah, trying to lead out Vitality, but the response is emphatic. One which, now Enterprise, the players remaining, are going to be worried about. I mean, you've got the C's coming out, Molly as well, trying to combine, and it looks like it's got a couple. It's isolated Patitek, cut out the support. He has to work within the vines, able to get his opposite number, and well, this round might just be one. Jampi really finding it difficult to get at least onto Patitek, but she will not win. Enterprise straight back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about Kozzy in this round, though. He's the main conduit for Enterprise success. Cleanest kill possible onto Chronicle's setup. He comes flying in before the flash, which interrupts the timing a little bit, tanks the shot. While you felt like it was an overextension in CT, perhaps, from the attack side, it's the extra util that they have here in post, which is so important. Great smoke from Patitek to just block off that next line.
Yeah.
And now a huge round to follow it up immediately.
You'll see this a lot from teams trying to take that CT space, bleed out utility, and then dropping back. And that's obviously what put Enterprise in such a good spot, is once again, they're very quick on taking this C site. Sayonara, though, is able to find out Kozzy.
Big find there through the gap in the wall, but he's hung out to dry in the end. Sold down the river by his teammate. Chronicle still waiting for his cue to retake.
It's going to be a difficult one to re-clear with Lame towards that back site, and even Alluri trying to set him up for more. Lame now looking to accelerate in, gets one for his troubles, but Kron the one to cost him. So 3-on-3 and still a deathmatch within the server. Spike not committed, finally it is.
Spike planted.
Almost every tool off the board in the process. Vitality disconnected, but Enterprise can isolate a duelist too.
Tiaka starting to walk, the flash used, and that might be a massive loss in the meantime as Enterprise forced into the corner. A position which we've seen many clutches, but a position where we've seen many rounds fall apart. Magnum against Chronicle, and it's Magnum to win! A Red Bull clutch for Enterprise to even the score!
Oh, and Magnum really trying to get in the heads of Vitality there as well. The false promises from that BBL roster to go to champs, and he wants it all back for himself now. Again, you're seeing Enterprise towing the line here, trying to take the CT space. Felt like Alluri had gone for the solo play there.
What? I don't speak English. I don't hear him, bro.
I don't think Magnum has any idea what he wants to convey. But it's an equalizer all the same.
That it is. Chronicle, though, will be the first one to strike blood. Big kill, Kozzy, not longer for this world.
And that's something we're yet to see Chronicle do. Make a play off the back of his own flash, instigate a duel.
Yeah.
Of course, back when you used to have the audio from Vice, that was the first port of call. Now you've really got a face check with it.
Yeah, an important piece of mid-rounding utilities. Chronicle will be calming the Sky util.
I mean, they've kind of just left him here by himself, expecting Enterprise to make their commitment towards A instead. But it looks like the call is now filtering through that with Sand under their banner, it's a chance to just explode. And well, actually, Magnum merging into B main. A chance to take this elsewhere if push comes to shove.
Yeah,
Not ready yet.
opening of the door would certainly help, but at the same time, they've found that C anchor. And this should now be the doors open for Spike to go down. But at the same time, as they've taken so long to get into the site, Enterprise are now going to have bodies to try and contend with. Vitality are here.
It's Magnum's late lurk, though, which could make the biggest difference. He's making his way in through Waterfall. Phantom in hand, ready to strike. Discipline on a couple of targets and produces a double from it. Gives that extra bit of breathing room for this spike plant to come through. Alluri finally getting that one on the deck. And Magnum making it 3 before the round is done. Enterprise taking the lead now.
Starting to look great on this attack. We said what we expect from this is Vitality to create problems that should feel impossible for Enterprise to really sort out. Mike said it on the desk. This is essentially Enterprise having to run it down, get to post and stop. Vitality being able to stall out the push.
I think we're certainly going to see a lot more of that on the defender's side. in terms of the A control, and that is what Enterprise are looking to view now. Early Prowler does get shot out, so Yampi will have some information here, but it's the fast B pop through Lime into this rifle.
Yeah, but it's only him here. He's just here to clear out space, and well, there's nothing for Vitality to contest, and eventually he just becomes a joker.
Really like some of the calls from Alluri when they had blue room control on this map on attack side. It's Vitality trying to clear back through though. Ults popped on the Enterprise side. A full house for them in this round, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they have used so much, but the site free. So now they are in the perfect post plan that they could want, but Vitality approaching from every avenue.
Durka on the back lines with Profek. Wall triggered and just sat outside of the steel garden. So those rifles ready to use, and Kozzy and Lime towing the opposite end right now. Their own prerogative to find this space. The post plant now adjusted in formation to try and create a perimeter towards Courtyard, cut off the supply line from Vitality, but they've made the cross through tree instead. Plant a little awkward here to try and defend. As long as that backside space can get back under their control, Yampi still looking to force the issue and see if he can push the envelope out here. Chronicle has him covered. It's down to Yampi, couple of bullets, but the captain on the other side will claim, and Alluri extends Enterprise's advantage.
It's coming down to the individuals, it's coming down to the clutch. How many 1v1s are we going to see? I think really the important kill is Sayonara being found here, because it's like a pressure release valve. Enterprise now have space in which to work where they don't have to worry and can focus from onto the site. Vitality do well.
Sit down! Nice!
Enterprise still forced to pay the toll though. It was 4 ultimates in that round to get them here. Vitality, 4 of their own, dropped down to this eco.
Yeah, and that's the cost that they'll have to pay. This Enterprise continue that momentum in their favour.
Once again, early priority on taking some of the space just outside of blue room.
Chronicle now starting to impede.
Yeah, and there's no second layer to this either for Enterprise, so they have to be aware of the backline threat. And with Chronicle catching Magnum there, the wall goes down, there's no flank protection, and the map starts to shrink.
Yeah, Vitality have a lot of bodies towards A as well, and Enterprise look to accelerate into it.
This is where Kozzy, you're really anticipating him rerouting back through B main and just giving them a bit more of a split. Otherwise, as you say, it's a full blind commitment into a site which you expect to be stacked. This is Vitality's strong side.
If they go towards B, Durka is the one waiting, and he has his showstopper.
Playing off the shoulder here as well. Drops the nade in, here comes the ultimate. Is it going to find anything? No. Reposition, back towards Waterfall side. Sayonara here as well, trying to catch a player in transition, but the Bandit up empty-handed, upturned is the round. Patatek ulting his way through into C, and with the safety of a free site, Enterprise take an advantage into post.
Questions asked of Enterprise and one which they have had the answer to every time. Chronicle, though, with a rifle in his hands, now starts to make things a little bit more worrying. Has to win out against Slime, though.
Spot Slime, though, and that's the biggest thing. Can't move without taking damage. Double up in sand. Profek playing late through Waterfall. But Alluri on the line, this outlaw should be dealing big damage, but he hasn't managed to thread it through the eye of the needle. Not until his second bite of the cherry. Chronicle's still the biggest threat in this round with the Phantom, but he needed to find more than just the one. Enterprise have this all wrapped up. And a 3-round cushion now for them to play from.
Yeah, Enterprise continuing to extend forward, but I think the biggest point of call is the fact that Enterprise keep finding the answers that they need.
30 seconds left.
Something that we were talking about a lot really is just the mid-rounding for both of these in-game leaders. Yampi's so prolific himself, really earning his keep on BBL last year. And Alluri,
already a timeout? What's happening? Yo!
He's had to earn the right himself to now play in the VCT. So many years, challengers, campaigns, always able to make a quality roster. Often partnered up with Kundi, of course, current Mates head coach.
Yeah.
But this is the best that Enterprise can offer. And looking at this head-to-head, Cairo, where do you see this one going?
Yeah, I mean, you can already start to see the differences in terms of Alluri's a better defensive side caller to Yampi's attack side caller. And that's because Yampi, typically we would say, is a better mid-rounder compared to Alluri's set-piece oriented defenses.
Yeah. Feels like they're very trap-heavy at times, this Enterprise team. So, you know, to see them already succeeding in this first half bodes well for their chances. Of course, you looked at the map win percentage there. Certainly inflated by that play-ins run, but that's what this is all about, picking up where they left off. Vitality had the best start they could possibly have asked for, but after failing to convert on their own map pick in a narrow fashion, a 13-11, which we've seen many a time there, this is their next best opportunity.
Magnum, once again, left alone as we almost expect him to at times. Vitality really haven't managed to identify him on his lonesome, and well, Patitek has just managed to TP in towards the B site, up against Sayonara, who's well aware of the tricks.
Yumpy highlighting it, and now Vitality bringing bodies over to C. Enterprise cannot make a commitment this early. They are forced to respect the utility this time.
Yeah, Vitality's so reactive to how Enterprise move around the map.
Very quickly, the defense finding itself in a 2-2-1 from left to right. Profek that could be put in a stressful situation soon as he's got to guard the A lobby space. Enterprise making moves though, and the TP back to safety.
Profek having to deal with Lame, and well, almost does. Low on HP, awaiting the next player, but Dirk is there to deal with it. As Lame continues to accelerate, but it's into a brick wall. The captain of Alluri. Good shots, but he needs 5 more of those.
I mean, wants to get in a position maybe to even play from the Seekers here, but it's just too many targets. So Vitality back to winning ways. It's a first round for them in quite a while here. First rifle round in this game after the streak of 5 from Enterprise.
Yeah.
And it felt a lot looser from the attack in that round.
Yeah, it felt a lot looser from the defense as well in terms of how they were responding to how Enterprise were playing. I think for me, like, Sayonara is probably the big component of this round, and the fact that he's starting to show up is what's needed. Sure, he's 8-5 now, but he was finding key deaths that was allowing Enterprise into these rounds. But let's have a look into the Enterprise comms right now.
Spike down A.
Go tree, go fight. I'll cancel. Come on, cop it, boys. Okay.
Yeah.
Open.
Coming through.
Stairs, Viper. Wait, it's 3 on A. Go B. You want only one B right now.
One stairs.
He should be heaven already.
Yes. Walk here. I smoke heaven. Watch out, B main.
Buy someone.
I'm planting.
Yeah.
I'm only call
B main still.
B main should be. Okay, let's go contact heaven then. They could have ceiling, could have Hobbit. David, smoke Hobbit off.
Yeah, I smoke Hobbit now.
I have no util. I will white swing, okay?
Pushing full blind.
Then ceiling one. Two. That's one more.
Nice.
Under you.
Last player standing.
And
Nice try.
You were talking about a Sayonara step up, but in the 1v1, it's Magnum to eclipse him. Not for the first time. He is able to have huge impact in this map. And this proactive maneuvering post from Enterprise is what put them in such a devastating position.
I mean, Magnum's so aware of the flank.
Yo, you're so lost! You're so lost in the stalls! Nice! Let's fucking go, bro!
I'm up to 9 now. 9 rounds played. Oh, Lame looking to make this a 7 for Enterprise.
And Chronicles rolled over on this C-site a couple of times. Those jump peaks getting punished from him. Setup missing. Enterprise really should be looking to hit in towards this site, and they're going to make a quick move of it.
Yeah, with ultimates invested as well. Profek running for the hills. Lame, I mean, he struggled last time against Profek, but he has got the space as Vitality start to fill in towards Sand, in towards Mound, chasing Magnum all the way down, and they'll get the kill for it. A double, Yampi looking for one more, no, Derkun instead will get it. Vitality in the best position, up to Alluri, captain, unbelievable double! 1 versus 1 against Profek. This could put Enterprise in a brilliant position. As Profek goes all the way around the world, doesn't know which way to look. Alluri depending on his Guardian, depending on his skill, and depending on his Red Bull clutch to give Enterprise 7.
A cool clutch from Enterprise's Commander-in-Chief. Their savior once again. It's these micro moments that are making all of the difference. 3 versus 1.
Yo! Look at this guy! Look at him! 3rd clutch in a row, by the way! 3rd clutch!
And there's no other way to put it. You have to be winning those situations.
These clutches keep going Enterprise's way. And it feels like this is the run. This is the team. They were built for this, Azza. That's what we expect of them in a way. But not against Vitality, the team that were built to even win champions. Lime, the one to entry. Derka missing out. I mean, he gets the kill through the nade, but and still invest in ultimates.
Enterprise have to be careful the emotions don't override them here.
Oh, blue room.
Vitality thinking about fighting back through into this space behind the wall.
Derka steps forward and it's Lime to get that kill. Chronicle and Sayonara, the Stingers to find value. And well, Enterprise start to head towards C.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 2 situation. Timing on these vines, you can see Chronicle gets a little bit of extra damage out. And if you're Magnum, got to be searching for any extra space in this situation. He has the Steel Garden, of course, but first point of contact.
Players low on Vitality. Sayonara's got 5 HP, Chronicle 45. It's Profek that's full health. There's Alluri once again with this Guardian. Steps forward, gets 2! That's unbelievable! What is happening right now? The unthinkable, doable for Enterprise. And it's Magnum in a clutch. So easy for him. Every single time. He's in the best position for it. Knows that no one's defusing. And just waits for Chronicle to commit. Waits for him to make a mistake. Finally commits, and well, Magnum will get the round. Enterprise once again with another clutch.
And able to stoke the embers of these consecutive rounds. Vitality have had numbers in almost every situation, even the ones that don't suit them best. This is Alluri by himself, charging head on into 3 players and still walking away with a couple.
Chronicle! You have 5 times bigger salary than me, bro. You check side 10 times.
Don't let Enterprise upper management hear about that one.
Yeah.
But as unstable as these win conditions feel for Enterprise late round, if they can get a 9-3 half, there's almost no looking back.
Don't know about that. As we said, Vitality are better on the attack.
And yeah, they've won every pistol, but the most important one is going to be the next.
Very true. Derka looking to be the one to identify the push and does, but still at the same time it's Lime who once again finds kills. Another deathmatch to ensue on this B site, but Spike down. That's an issue for Enterprise. They have to retrieve it. It's mission critical should they want 9. 3-on-3 and Yampi holds on with a shorty. Close quarters, not given. Sayonara approaches from spawn, caught out. Enterprise in a brilliant spot. Just needs to convert like they always do from clutch points. Every single player standing up and being counted against the super team. Against a team built for a position like this. And Enterprise take away the time in their favor. 3 players strong. And well, at this point in time, it feels like Vitality have no chance. Enterprise with a massive lead.
6 rounds to take into the second half, and now it's imperative that Vitality do not mentally boom. We saw similar signs from that top 4 we were talking about against Lev, but it's a big task at hand against the Challengers side. An interview on the way for you all, though, an exciting one, as we've got Hero standing by in the audience.
That's right, I'm joined by Hero. Thank you very much for joining me. Give it up for Hero, everyone. Thank you, thank you. We might be on the verge of a pretty nutty upset happening here. Did you expect this when you see Vitality coming out against Enterprise?
I mean, after the first map, I was expecting a 2-0 to be fair. But, I mean, EP, they're looking real strong, I would say.
Yeah, I think these comps are really interesting too. The double duelist, I think most people tend towards Vitality's composition. On the defense side, what are you expecting from Lime and from Cozy?
I think like they need to be really aggressive. Like I don't think they can let Vitality do what they want to do and just like make sure they're always in their faces and like just aggressive.
Is there a chance for Vitality to still pull this one back? I mean, they're great players, they're very experienced, but it's a 9-3 half.
I mean, I think it's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got that belief in them? What are you looking at in terms of the defense side if this was to be a comeback?
Ooh, I mean, I would just say like them playing together as much as possible. Like I think that's like the most important part for them right now. Like just doing everything together, going execs together, and just doing everything together, kinda.
And I got a big question for you as well, Hero. If Enterprise win and Vitality are knocked down to the lower bracket, is EMEA cooked?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet, okay, brilliant. We've got the second half coming back. Are Vitality going to be able to pull this one through, or is Enterprise pulling off an upset? Let's head things over back to Hazard and Cairo.
The Hero not willing to concede that one, as in many senses he should be our regional hero, right? Someone who has so much talent, and hopefully more from him in the future. But for now, looking ahead from this one, the chance of a French derby between Vitality and KC feeling far-fetched as it stands.
Yeah. I mean, Saisho asked, is EMEA cooked? Yes, they're being cooked by challengers teams at this moment in time. A sixth name that could be added to the tally of Enterprise this year. This year, Hazard.
I mean, it's just audacious. But Enterprise all about this, and Vitality, it's got to start with something small. We'll head into their comms and see what they're planning in this pistol.
Okay, guys, are you one-way heaven?
They saw me. They know I was trying to
paranoia.
Go.
Paranoia.
Careful outstairs, wall down.
I don't see.
Close, Leo.
I'm pushing him.
I'm with you, Elias.
Nice. As I'm planting shit, okay, take heaven, yeah. I see heaven, just take it.
Flank. I mean, you can go up. I'm in heaven.
Hobbit and flank, boys. Hobbit and flank.
Two flank.
Two Hobbit and one flank.
I'm out of here.
Gonna push heaven, guys.
Yeah.
Listen, open the door and go back and we aim.
Yes. I'm holding left.
Holding right.
Come pick.
Not picking.
Nice.
Go. You're gonna be there alone. I'm coming with you on smoke. Go.
Backside.
Push. Let's go.
Push him.
Jumping.
Nice!
Nice, boys. First pistol, come on.
Yo, do you see this?
And what a way to win your first pistol round. It was 5 from 5 until this one, but Enterprise pushed themselves to double digits.
Almost fated that they find their first now. Just 1 from 6 in total, and this is the one which Vitality desperately needed. A decision to be made whether they want to force or not. And as I was saying, going into the halftime, shades of that Lev game, the top 4 finish, which makes them a proven quality in this region. From Masters, of course, but Enterprise passing every test as it stands.
Vitality onto the eco round on the attack, and as usual, not expecting much from this one. Enterprise, I mean, we've got to talk about them, Hazard. They have continuously found positions in which to show up. Experience against tier 1 opponents, and Cozy gets caught as well. This is not quite as winnable as I thought it would be until the rest of the reinforcements come in.
Now that's the thing, right? You're looking at Enterprise overloading this A space on a lot of rounds. The safety net comes up. That's what the double duelist is built to do. You got the neon wall, the sky flashes through it. So many tools that you can create initial pressure with. Not to mention the nade.
One enemy remains.
Honest work from Vitality, but Just lambs to the slaughter in face of those Spectres. So now, this is where every round has to count.
Need to make do. Need to show us what we expect of this Vitality roster. The expectations have always been to make champs, and I mean, they're in the best position for it after stage 1. There is a chance in which they do miss out, a slim one,
but it relies on teams like Enterprise performing, so most important test is the initial one, of course.
And how do you feel for Enterprise? Should they beat Vitality for the rest of these playoff games?
Just have to see how this bonus goes, but as it stands, they've got to be, you know, competing right at the top end. They said they wanted Shanghai. What a statement this would be. Another slab in the road, of course, and already as the round drags on and on, with no damage inflicted, Enterprise have got the gamble absolutely on the money.
Cozzy. Oh, he's went so wide. Magnum now, the next one, doesn't bite first, but Lime here to try and support him. The utility good and Vitality's execute looking pretty decent overall. Spike to go down. Enterprise should have next to no challenge here.
It's an uphill struggle for Vitality, but the hard graft is done on this attack side. And setting it up as so all day long. Luri's still alive here, though, with the Spectre. He's found the first.
Yeah, but, I mean, surely...
Attack's just so far away.
Yeah, I was going to say, just at close range, I'm not really expecting them to get more than one. Vitality should be playing together. It's a good flash, but as we said, playing together is key. That's what Hero said.
Here for Enterprise, it's all going to be about exits. Patitek needs one bullet to the head, and if he can deliver it, it's an extra rifle off the board and a dent in this follow-up buy. You're kidding. He's not just pinched that Phantom in the smoke. It's detected in the end by Vitality. And with the crowd rapturing behind them, they do have their first on this attack half.
EMEA fans trying to bring themselves back on side, and for Challengers fans, hoping it's the latter, hoping that it will be a win here. But it's just the first in many rounds that they need to win as Enterprise come back in with their buy, and they're set up for this A play.
When the barriers drop, it's an all-out brawl. Vitality committed to this one, no escape tools. TP across from Prophet to Rubble, Sayonara to open the scoring. Cozzy deafened, but lets off the showstopper. And with no trouble, Enterprise start to just take over this round in its entirety. Vitality have got to cut their losses. No further fights to be taken here. Not until the group back up, at least. Chronicle still trying to entertain this one, and that's where the follow-up comes.
Oh, Patitek trying to escape. Magnum's still here to support him as well, and gets the next kill! Enterprise has not just here to take over this round, they're here to take over VCT! This is map point, series point against Vitality!
A regional leader on the ropes as Enterprise are just hammering home. We were talking about this A play being the bread and butter of how the defense will operate, but it doesn't feel like Vitality have the set util, the set execution to get out. And it means absolutely everything on the other side for this team who have been through the ringer just to taste the blood of a god.
I mean, that's it, right? As we start to look at where Enterprise have actually placed this year, what they've actually done, and you look at this, right? Excluding one event, Challengers EMEA Stage 2, they have finished in the top 2. EMEA Clash, they basically won their side of the bracket. For those who don't know, there was no grand final. And it just shows you the quality that this roster has. When the going gets tough, they stand up to it.
And again, the other team in that Clash tournament was Vitality, with their own issues to figure out coming from kickoff. Both of these teams have had plenty of time to put their best foot forward in this Stage 2 playoff. But from perfect start to horror conclusion, Vitality staring down the barrel of the lower bracket. Enterprise with 8 opportunities now to move one series away from Barcelona.
Barcelona on the horizon. Vitality with 2 weeks off to prepare for this game, to get themselves into position. And Enterprise just showing that it's just the quality, the form that matters, not what you've done in the past. It's about the here and now.
The veto would have blindsided many, but it's in the back end with these proven maps like Lotus where it's made the difference so far. Vitality down to a broken buy. San control the first port of call, but no commitment as of just yet.
Enterprise moving into position. 3 bodies strong towards this C site. It's going to prove a difficult task for Vitality as they try and bleed this utility dry, not fully committing just yet. Causey wants this next fight. You can see it eager as ever. Lime close by. He's that second port of call, should have been needed. Causey takes the face and takes the kills. A scalp ready to be taken. Vitality look to fall. Enterprise have shown time and time again that they can do this. Time and time again. It doesn't matter what the name is at the top of the scoreboard. Doesn't matter what team you are, where you come from. It's about what you do in the server.
No better kind of result to usher in that next era of VCT. Time running out here for Yumpy. He'll get into the B site and make it an afterplant, but he's versus 4.
He gets the fast, but it won't be anymore. Enterprise, 1 game away from Barcelona. It doesn't matter who you are. It matters what's in the server, and they show up time and time and time again.
Not the first of these big names to be taken by Enterprise, but a real step up in quality for the playoff stage. Coming out of that first map, it was all about the reset. We posed the question to them, do you have it in you? And by God, they answered. It came down to the wire on Abyss, of course. Missed opportunities along the road for Vitality. They will be kicking themselves that this wasn't a 2-0, but a deserved victory from the best of challengers. And one of the greats in this region so far this year can't prove their consistency in our opener.
Yeah, it's a big one to win for Enterprise. Vitality, though, they now have that threat of the lower bracket. They now have that threat of other teams coming for their name as Enterprise show up and announce themselves in playoffs. Sure, play-ins certainly look decent. This is a different beast, a different name, and this is one we'll look forward to seeing tomorrow as Enterprise continue their playoff run.
A game against Carmine Court, teed up a familiar opponent. They took a win against them much earlier in the year, but a very different team in front of them now. Vitality cast down to the lowers with some scary teams hanging around at this business end of the season. Champs is far from a guarantee. You've got to work to try and get there, and Enterprise know it. They've ran the gauntlet, and the star boy is the one standing by for the interview. It's Causey on the stage.
Causey, thank you for joining me, man. What a series, what a win. You're now 1 win away from making it to Barcelona. Is that something that's in your head at all, or are you just going moment by moment?
I mean, I'm going moment by moment, and I'm just focusing on the next games.
Is there any hint of emotion within the team that seems heightened when you go up against big opposition like this? It seemed like early on in the match, there was a little bit of nerves. Ilori was talking about maybe the confidence took a while to get online, but by God, by the end, you guys are crushing.
I mean, I'll describe this game like the Fnatic game. It was first, we started rough, not doing everything confident, but like we won after.
Your performance on Abyss was incredibly important for your team to be able to pull through. I mean, you ended up dropping, I think it was over 30 kills by the end of it as well. Like a massive performance. What's going through your head in rounds like that where you're finding the moment? Do you try to put yourself in spots to get more and more when you realize that you're able to take over a game?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm just confident picking, I'm killing, and then we go back and play as a team. That's what is matter, just win the round. I don't need to kill everyone, just play as a team and win.
How are you finding the mechanical matchup when you play at a tier 1 level? Because you were crushing everyone at tier 2. I've seen your stats, they were through the roof. And then here, you've also been able to replicate a lot of that. Have you noticed that it's harder to do? Are there challenges? Are there things that are more difficult? Or is it just exactly the same?
Nah, it's same. I don't think too much about this. It's same. I'm just, yeah.
You're a cold killer, man. And you're so young as well. Well, thank you very much for talking to me, Kozzy. Really
no problem.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
We're going to hand things over to the desk where Magnum and Lime are sat down, ready to talk about Enterprise's victory.
Thank you so much for joining us live in Magnum. Congratulations on the win as well. 6 VCT teams, I believe, that you've taken down this year. Have any of them even been a challenge?
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of everyone has been challenged. It just, especially the expectations coming to the game. Like today was hard. I mean, for me especially, because I lost it mentally on the summit. After summit, I got really tilted. But like respect to the boys, especially Pate, because I think he brought us mentally back. But yeah, you know, like I'm super happy to prove that our budget in the team is probably like the salary from Vitality, one player. So like beating them feels great.
Money well spent, eh? I do want to come back to just again, the biggest challenge. I think earlier today you were saying like Vitality feels like the biggest challenge yet. Now, I guess, post-reflection, how are you kind of placing that in terms of your run so far?
I mean, as I said it, like previously on the couch, I think, because someone was asking me, like, do we prefer to play Liquid or Vitality?
Yes.
And for me, I said Liquid is way better team mentally, especially because of Nuts. And for me, like, I like the Vitality boys, but I think they just don't mesh with each other in my eyes. And I think this is why they lost today, to be honest. I think once you start standing up, I don't think they can handle it mentally because they see us clearly as underdogs. So yeah, I mean, it was for sure challenge in our eyes before, but now I think we opened the doors, the gates, and now like everything is within the reach.
The floodgates.
Yeah.
Actually, and I do want to just follow on from that as well, because I guess the energy, Illury kind of was hinting at this. I know Josh was just asking Kozzy as well. Kind of coming from map 1, which felt like, I mean, I'd say probably the most we've visually seen you guys struggle. Then to come into map 2, what was the change in terms of the energy, the dynamic within the team?
I mean, to be honest, we just had to stop being pussies. I think a lot of our post plants on the summit was just bad. I mean, I'll take some credit for that as well. I think we just weren't active enough in certain scenarios, and that was the biggest thing. And then we just, you know, we had a talk. I still think Abyss was a bit little similar on the defense on the first half of it. But we stepped up, we adapted, and we came around in the end to how we know we can be as a team. Fast reactions, adapting to the team, and just playing our game.
And I guess individually as well, just because Josh mentioned this in the interview as well, you obviously kind of got off to a flying start in map 1. Map 2, Kozzy was kind of single-handedly taken over. What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean for you guys internally in terms of like, you know, your confidence and, you know, not playing as scared and things you're talking about? Is that really a driving force for you guys to really stick to the game plan and execute more comfortably?
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the start of this year, we were probably more of a... We tried to play a bit more smart. We're a bit more, I don't know about set, but we tried to do things very like smartly.
Choreographed almost, yeah.
And towards the end of this year, I feel like we're just slowly becoming more like Paper X. We're just becoming individual and just running it down. Definitely not at the same level.
Not there yet.
But, yeah, nah. I think that's kind of what we are. And so yeah, if we're not showing us like confidence in ourselves, then we're going to have a rough game like in map 1.
I want to ask you guys, what are the kind of expectations for the rest of this event as well? Because of course, I feel as though you've already kind of defied the expectations, right? You make it to the playoffs, you're 1 game off Barcelona now, 2 games off Champs. Do you visualize yourselves being there on the Champs stage?
I was going to say, just quickly, you were saying neither of you, it hasn't really sunk in yet. You guys are 2 games away from Champs.
Yeah, that's insane.
Has that sunk in yet?
I mean, for me personally, because last year I had kind of bad moment happen to me, because in BBL we beat Liquid and Fnatic. Not Liquid, Heretics and Fnatic. And we went to the prac room and we are 99% in.
It was
and
pretty much guaranteed.
And everyone started celebrating and then it fell apart. This year, for me, like I was kind of in the talks on the start, and for me the goal was to make Champs. But now being here, 2 minutes, I do every day the same. I just play 15 rankeds a day. I don't do anything else. I don't think about the game, like what's next. I think we take it match by match, and it's cool to be 2 maps away, but until you are there, you are not there, you know, so it's not important to think about it.
And for you, Lime?
Yeah, same for me. I mean, like, it's 2 maps away, it's close, but like, it can also just be 2 maps away from leaving the tournament, so I'm kind of with Martin there. Like I don't expect anything. We just have to go game by game and yeah, focus on what's next.
And speaking of your next match specifically, Casey, there's a bit of history there. Are you excited to play against them?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like for me, these playoffs mean way more than the planes, because the planes was like, I know we can beat everyone. It just we are our own enemies, you know. We prove we can overcome. And now for me, it's like these opponents are super strong, like all of them in this playoffs. So I have like a lot of respect for them. So to be honest, I think we can beat them. In my eyes, it's still 50-50. But again, until you are on the day, sitting there, feeling the game, you don't know how it will go. But I'm super excited to play them.
Well, congratulations again on the win, guys. And we'll see you the next time you play as well. Thank you as well to Enterprise fans that have come out to the arena today. It's been really nice to see them. We're going to go to a quick break, though. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back after this.
No! Stay down! No! They want to fight! Sit down! Down! Yo, look at him! Look at him! He cheats on you! Oh my god! I'm Magnum! I'm Magnum! I'm stupido, bro! Stay down, what? What? I don't speak English! I don't hear him, bro! Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you deserve to be in this team? No!
Chronicle! You're 5 times bigger salary than me, bro! You check side 10 times!
Take me down.
And the winners.
4 years of history.
VCT EMEA Team Liquid. That trophy has never been done before.
No team has ever lifted our trophy outside of Berlin. But that's about to change. VCT EMEA goes on its first ever roadshow. And it's coming to Barcelona. Our biggest crowd, our biggest stage, and a trophy lift under Spanish skies. We will be there. Will you?
Women will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
VCT EMEA fans, the Stage 2 finals are hitting Barcelona from the 28th to the 30th of August. But trust me, the party starts way before the pros hit the stage. We're talking about a massive community festival at the Olympic Arena. Best part, it's completely free. We're showcasing local artists in the Artist Alley and hosting different areas where you can meet your favorite content creators and gather with the community. Or crush the gaming area with 1v1 both console and PC. Our valued partners and VCT EMEA teams delivering fans an unforgettable final weekend, both inside and outside the arena. Don't wait for the finals to start the hype. Come soak up the atmosphere and join us in Barcelona. See you there.
Welcome back to the VCT EMEA Amoda playoffs. This is the trophy that they're fighting for. The trip to Barcelona, now only one win away for a challengers team. I mean, that is pretty
I said
nuts.
I beat you to it. We are the most challenged region.
Yes, yes. EMEA truly the most challenged region out there. Absolutely. But I mean, we are about to witness 2 Tier 1 squads go up against each other. So it's not even possible for a challengers team to win this one.
Thank God. We removed the challengers team and finally there's no more. There's no more disappointment.
I wish we did predictions again, low-key, so I could be top of the predictions standings.
I mean, this, you also get Magnum playing up against KC. That'll be sick in the upper bracket.
Series,
Absolute banger. But let's focus in a little bit on what's happening in this next match coming up. You've got Team Liquid playing against Foot. Foot dodged all of the Tier 2 teams heading in through play-ins. They dodged Vitality as well, and now they're playing against Team Liquid. But these two teams, actually, the way that they interact matters so much for their Champs qualification experience. Team Liquid directly want to end up above Foot in order to be able to get there, and they've got a chance right here in this game.
Yeah, I think that would definitely make their Champs campaign going good, unless Foot were obviously to have an insane lower bracket.
That's a gift right there. Go good. Yeah.
But yeah, they can assert that dominance today.
So you can see here the path to champions. They have to finish top 3 and that would be fine, or they get to finish 4th and be ahead of, you know, Foot, BBL by a bit of a margin. They need Foot and BBL to not place 3rd or above and get those champs points. So in the end, that would come down to the champs points battle. Foot and BBL though, I mean, that's going to be difficult.
These are just terrifying teams to be in close contention to. Again, such form-driven teams. Certainly here as well with BBL, Benefit, you could argue, they've had some time off, which again, I think is going to be a huge positive for them coming into this equation.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like, I mean, we'll get to the BBL path when we get to that, but it feels like, yeah, they've definitely been able to turn their year around, I think is fair to say, when you consider the start of this year. But for Team Liquid specifically, somehow they always find a way to make it to champs.
They always do.
They always find a way.
The 1 and 2, it's got to happen.
Yes.
It has to happen. Talk me through Team Liquid, though, this season, because they're a team that I had almost written off a bit earlier on. I mean, I shouldn't have done.
Well, I just want to lead off again. The week 1 discussion was around, oh my God, yeah, Lohan's playing, but what the hell? The rest of the team looked awful in that week 1 appearance. They come back out week 2. It's like, it was almost like, okay, balls to the wall. We don't care what we have to do. They played the fastest and loosest I think we've seen. They've actually started to tap into that now, and it feels like we're back to those identity discussions with Liquid, which, my God, we went through weeks of that. I finally feel like now we're getting to that point.
I think to touch on that, they were definitely the kind of surprise of this stage for me so far. When you consider the roster changes that they made, let's not forget Kix and Trex had come in for this stage. They'd lost Glyph, I believe it was, and Miniboo as well. Obviously, kind of big losses on this Team Liquid side. So having to replace those players, you could argue it's like a honeymoon phase type thing, but it's like you're saying, it kind of leans into the identity. You could also argue maybe KC are the surprise of this stage, but I think for Team Liquid, definitely for me, and the identity, like you're mentioning, leaning into this double duelist.
And for you, that is the identity, double duelist, because I think that they are one of the most aggressive teams that are in EMEA. They're running it down on defense almost every round.
It was Purpo being the outlier to this equation, right? And that's where I talk about stabilizing. They were dipping their toes with Purpo kind of flexing out a little bit, and it didn't look great. I think now having Trex come in and be the one that you're never going to take him off that role. You just aren't. Big questions about, obviously, the personality fit and bringing him back into this roster, but I think where Trex has really, really excelled here has allowed Camo and Purpo to become those guys for Liquid.
I think Purpo's a nutcase, man. I'm
A
watching
lunatic.
him choose. He really is a lunatic player.
So we've had this discussion about Purple in the past, though, because obviously they trialed him on Jet, I think on Breeze, when I think back to Kickoff. Like, they did trial this double duelist initially, and Purple was that secondary duelist. But when he was in Challengers last year, he was farming on the Jet. Like, he was absolutely incredible. So I'm really happy to see him finally deliver at this Tier 1 level by being that secondary duelist. On the other side, though, Sop and Zeus have shown it at a global level. They are a scary double duelist pairing to go up against.
Zeus is one that continues for me again. Sometimes you look at the numbers and you think, oh, he's barely going even, but then you watch the games and it's like he is happy to be, they're both happy to be casualties in the bigger equation for Foot time and time again. But Zeus at the minute, I think he's fragging.
He's been
so
dropping
hard.
bombs.
Yes.
And he's been playing the Waylay, which I think a lot of teams have been. There's been quite a few teams who've been trying Waylay, but they haven't really got much value out of it. Zeus has been nuts.
I think where Foot have strayed away from Neon, they've just looked way more comfortable about the approach overall on both defense and
They
attack.
went back to Neon on the Haven, though, as well.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, I mean, the map pool is going to be interesting here because I think Haven is, to me, the standout map that Foot have got to be going towards. They're on a 7-map win streak when it comes to Haven, though that last time they played it was tight. It was a squeaky win that they got where, you know, maybe the map win streak is about to disappear.
They're the best Haven team in the world.
Okay.
Foot are the best Haven team in the world.
Yeah.
They are. They've shown it in London.
Clip that later when they lose on Haven.
No, but that's a great place to start, I think. For them getting to start Haven here, that's really good. I think Team Liquid selecting the Summit, we've not seen that from Foot just yet, though. So I'm intrigued to see what they pull out there.
Well, we saw earlier in the day that a team that you haven't tested on Summit yet actually looked really good. Are you thinking the same for Foot, or was it because Vitality had time off?
I mean, yes, there's probably an argument to be made there. I think as well with Liquid, especially the wider discussion around map pool and where they actually lean towards not just kind of counter-picking opponents and kind of spreading most of stage 2, to be honest, across not really having set choices. Here, Summit is a good opportunity to come back in from some time off and say, actually, yeah, fresh approach, lean heavier into, obviously, Camo being the driving force here. I think this could be a good pick for Liquid.
I want to quickly pick your brains on this. Foot were the team that had to go through play-ins, but they got a little bit unlucky to have to because they looked really good in the group stage.
Yep.
Is there a clear favorite in this game? Is it even? Are Foot even the favorites despite going through play-ins? Where's your head at?
I think this is evenly contested, personally.
Yeah, I don't think there's a favorite. I think the Foot getting the reps in and play-ins, you know, Bambino openly said, I think that was really good for us to get that extra practice in. And then for Team Liquid, well, I want to see what they've been doing with all of this time off.
Yeah, they've had the time off. Let's take a look. Team Liquid are going to be playing against Foot. Let's bring out the teams for our second match of the EMEA playoffs. Team Liquid versus Foot for a chance to play against BBL. A high-tempo match. It promises to be explosive. Who's going to hold on? Who's going to make the difference?
Yeah, for me, it comes back to map 1 here. I think we need to see a massive improvement versus KC. Liquid struggled massively to get the double duelist, which is obviously the cornerstone of their ethos currently, to really get the ball rolling versus KC. Here, they have to button that up. There's no two ways about it.
KC were probably a good opponent to play against Haven, though. When we think about KC being one of the first teams in EMEA to start trailblazing that Phoenix on that map pick, so it would have been nice for them to be tested on that one.
If you notice the Bambino's by himself, that's because Riot Games have determined Foot's coach Vlad breached the Riot Games esports global code of conduct due to some inappropriate statements made online. And following that investigation, Vlad's been issued a 1-game suspension effective for today's match. Take me through the map vetoes, though, because you've got some interesting areas to go. Foot very clearly wanting to go in a certain direction there with Haven early.
Yeah, I think as well, this is one that overall, I think this leans slightly in Foot's favor, right? To look at the decider, obviously, on top of that, for me, I think the hope would be that Liquid have something really well drilled to bring out on map 2, because I feel like map 1 just leans too heavily towards Foot.
Yeah, 100%. I think that as much as we've seen Team Liquid win out on Summit a couple of times this split, that was against, what, Fnatic and KC?
Well, yeah, Fnatic and KC, and like,
yeah,
KC just wasn't
it's not
convincing.
Really been, yeah, exactly. Convincing, I think, is the word I was looking for there. So yeah, I think I'm intrigued to see what they bring out on that map, if they stick with the identity that they had shown previously, or if they move away to something new, because I feel like this Team Liquid in the past has been innovative with compositions, have changed things from week to week. It's just a question of, do they feel like now is the right time to be able to do that?
Did you like the Neon swap for Foot to go back in that direction?
Yes and no. I think, honestly, where Foot, well, we're seeing it again. For me, I think Foot have looked strongest with Waylay and Jet.
Yeah.
Pretty much unanimously across the map pool here. This is one that is still, again, you lean into Haven. If it's working for them, if it's a comfort pick, they're still feeling good about it, by all means.
Both of these teams are incredibly aggressive. Who do you think is actually going to grab hold of the tempo of the game? Who's going to be pushing and who's going to be reacting, Billy?
That's a good question. I think Team Liquid starting on this defense, we've seen how aggressive they can be on that, and I think that that would definitely put Foot on their back foot. It's just in terms of like, how do they react to those moments? You know, I'm looking at Sociable as the IGL. Let's not forget, he is also relatively new to that IGL role, so how quick is he able to have these reactions based off of what Team Liquid are showing you initially on this defense?
Outside of that, Yesterday has been insane for Foot, so they've got to keep in check here if they're going to go hyper-aggressive, especially on Haven. There's so much of the map that Yesterday's able to exploit, and he demonstrates that time and time again.
Well, Foot are on that 7-map win streak on Haven. Could Liquid be the team to crack it? To take us through our second match of EMEA playoffs, we'll hand things over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Sideshow. Yes, it's going to be quite a challenge down on that stage for Team Liquid, starting up against Foot on Haven. Are you looking for a close matchup here, or is it all about map 2 and 3?
All of their maps have been close recently. That's the thing. Their Haven has been, safe haven, excuse the pun, but they have had so many different overtimes versus so many different teams, even ones that I feel like maybe you'd expect them to be a little bit more dominant against. So I don't think this is going to be easy. And I kind of like the conversation that was had on the desk. I think both teams have had what they needed. Foot, they need reps. Get into the game, play as many as they can, feel that confidence, feel the rhythm, you could say. On the other side, they like that heavy prep. We look at their coaching staff regularly as the likes of Yautzin sits there in his dungeon and figures out how to break apart these different teams. So they've both got exactly what they needed to play their best Valorant. So I think it's going to be one hell of a game.
Some of the most cerebral Valorant we've seen this stage has been on the back of Team Liquid's calls, and now they face a Foot that looks very strong on this map, but has plenty of tape. A new challenge for the attackers already. A man down, Sop and Zeus clinging on for dear life. And Team Liquid burning up very little in that initial fight. And plenty for the retake if it even gets to that stage. Kicks is holding the line for the first double. And now the two-man advantage and all the info to play with. They pounce to close it 1-0.
Yeah, squeaky clean start for Team Liquid, and I think an important one of that. We mentioned it already. I think especially going into those attack sides, Foot can be devastating. You let the likes of Zeus especially get rolling, and they can be very difficult to stop. But for now, at least, having the trap set up in play, being well prepared, and I think that is always going to be the difference when you look at the likes of a Team Liquid. Their preparation is normally second to none in EMEA.
Well, now, the hard work done in the pistol, and the easy round follows up. It's classics across the board. A lot of teams this stage been struggling, especially in those play-ins, to deal with these lower buys. They've been giving away a lot of weapons, losing rounds. If not in the second, it's the first anti-ecos that come up a little bit later on. For Liquid, keeping this clean is important. They've got one pistol to play with, so a loss won't be the end of the world, but after that first, it's all going to start adding up. The other thing is, for Foot, they're walking into the heavier site. Liquid have got 3 players here, primed and ready for the fight. Camel's going to start with his flash. It's caught a lot, a little slow to follow up on it, but Kix is there, picking up 2 kills and making this a nice, easy closer. Indeed, just a one-man loss, no weapons given away, and a very nice second round for Liquid.
Yeah, again, the right read, right place, right time. Maybe happy to play retake on some other parts of the map. You may have always also hoped a little bit that maybe Camo would have got an extra kill or two just to go towards that, run it back. Obviously a little bit more expensive than it once was, but ultimately ending up quite comfortable. But this is where things should get a little bit more interesting. For purchasing up with the rifles across the board, not too many orbs earned up, but Cristalli is a little bit closer to his ult than anything else. By the looks of it, the defense aren't just going to sit back on this one.
It's that same information for Liquid. They played 3 players on A, 1 on B, and then Cypher, Nats covering all the information on this left side of the map. Same trips we've seen. The most important thing, though, is the camera. It being all the way down on C-Long cannot be allowed from that attacking side, and Yedijay's just destroyed it. So removed a little bit of information that you'd hope it's going to make them look back towards the C site. Liquid now, it's been, what, 30, 40 seconds since they've seen anyone, had any info on that side of the map. Instead, they stack up as 5, put the drone out on A. It sees no one, but that's put from so far back. That was only going to tell them if there was a push imminently coming in. And now this very slow push-up, well, if they continued with the 3, it would be dangerous. Instead, Cristalli's only got 1 man pushing him, so not as much danger.
Yeah, so the only danger was that if Nat somehow won that, it would have been the spike on the ground. But him finding information, what's a route back in the other direction? Instead, though, early pressure is going to deny the fall back towards the B site. And Foot taking a long time here. That's the thing that's starting to worry me. 30 seconds available. Sociable, however, has already found the opener. Trades back thick and fast. And now the spike has to reroute again.
Back to this Cypher setup. They knew he started here. Nats only looking to do damage, hoping Trex can trade. And that's exactly what my man does. Liquid looking for a 3rd round, and it's locked in. Spike on the ground. Zeus can do nothing to contest this. What a strong start. And you got to look at Foot in that round. Slow to react when they saw the Cypher cam popped up deep on C-Long, right? There's nowhere else that guy can be but C. And 40 seconds later, they saw Cypher pushing A short. They got told that the rotations had happened. A little bit slow to react to it, and the punish, well, it was definitely there.
Well, yeah, I also do want to give credit on the other side, though. Like, it was constant rotations coming through from Liquid. There were points there was a 5-man stack. Then they had 2 players within B, and by the time that the rotation came into C, they had 2 players there as well. They were always in the right place at the right time, reacting to the moves that Foot were making. Zeus, though, is going to keep that as a hero rifle. And normally in these sort of rounds is where you will see Foot be a little bit more direct with their play.
Zeus able to prod at the front of the group, but still take that TP back. No contact seen. Flash. Oh, it works as a distraction. That was not intended. Not in that manner, but Nats ends up with 1. Walks up through the smoke. Hey, it's an ambitious play against a low buy. A costly one now with the rifle recovered. Sociable looking to do some damage. And I think there's another to be picked up as well. Indeed, it's in Cristalli now.
This is a bit more problematic. Camo's still in position. Taking quite a lot of damage, but has cover from Purpo as well. And Camo going to make sure this doesn't get too far out of control. At least it seems there's still another player to wrap around, but no longer having any of that weaponry, any of those upgrades in hand. It is going to make it much tougher.
Nice.
Good recovery from Liquid to make that 4-0. The credits will still build, and Foot, they need to get on the board and fast.
No, they just do an excellent job there, waiting for Trex. You can see the patience. These rounds often get out of control because the attackers are able to snowball that first engagement. In this case, second engagement, because I don't know what Nats was thinking. Like, with the Spectre last round, he was the guy to get aggressive, sure. This round, he's lost the plot completely. But hey, it's 4-0 anyways. The rest of the team played it tight, and probably now Nats has a little bit of a leash on him. They're going to have to control him slightly.
Maybe someone gave him a bad call. Who knows?
Yes. Yeah, who's the IGL of this team again? The rascal.
Oh, in with the Odin. An upgrade or 2 of their own. Even still, Zeus is going to be left on just an SMG. A 4-0 start on Haven. Like we've said, these games have always been close, but a lot of the time Foot have been building up rounds on that attack. So it's a fantastic start for Liquid. It's how far forward they can go with it. And well, for Purpo, that means literally.
Yeah, he'll back off eventually. And for Foot, well, they spotted the aggression on A. It's not too late to get back into this game, but losing this round here, that's going to steepen the slope to an uncomfortable degree. Camo's moved to the left side now, ready to combine with kicks, keep that control, and they're not even looking on the way through. It looks free as can be for Camo because Nats is laying down lead. 5-0 now for Foot, or for Team Liquid. For Foot, it's a disaster.
Yeah, this is another case of, look how many players were on that B side by the time they made the move. It was 4 in a crossfire. They don't even clear Camo in the close corner because they're so focused on everything else that is going on. Liquid right now are calling.
Hey, there was spray control involved in that. I saw that. A reveal had to go through.
Oh, yes.
I'm liking him more and more by the day, let me tell you. Let me tell you, he's speaking to me.
Oh, Foot. One coach down, one has to step up. It's going to be Bambino in the booth. And wow, it feels like there's a lot that needs to be fixed so far. A lot of it is they're taking their time with these pushes, burning down that clock, and it seems like whatever they're doing is clearly very telegraphed by their opponents. 4 players on that site once again as they walk in. Normally a team in Foot that we talk about being so pacey at times. Like, sure, they are going to layer those rounds in, but we haven't seen one yet where they just run at them, they just hit them at pace. Maybe now coming in with the Hunter's Fury, that might change things. But do you want to use that in a round where you don't have much to play with?
Wouldn't be the strangest thing we've seen them do, but I really think this is a moment to take stock of everything you've got on that attack side. Every round has its value now. 5-0 down. Liquid with a lot of credits in the bank, with ultis coming online. The run it back for Camo there, even if you do manage to put a dent in this squad.
Well, they've not killed 3 of the players.
Exactly.
It's not that much of a dent.
For Foot. I don't think we'll see an ult thrown into this one. As we see an ult get thrown into this one, but it is only from the shadows. A recon drone of sorts. I'm not sure what you could do, even if they spotted Purpo. He's taking a double. Camo's followed him, and 6-0 moments later, they're making it look so easy.
Well, yeah, I guess Foot have at least managed to kill Camo, but Purpo playing that aggressively is still yet to die. And you could just see the confidence that they're coming into this match with.
Spike down.
Believing that they are the better side. We've said it time and time again. This squad coming in with preparation are a different beast to some of the week-to-week games, but I don't think anybody expected to see this level on Haven. 6-0 up. The next map coming up as well is one where they may arguably be the best within the region. And Foot, they get to show us anything, even on this map as well. Sop's dead again.
Camo's running it down almost as a distraction. He leaves that space open for Kicks to walk right into. He doesn't know where to look, though. Yedajay wasn't spotted. And that late re-clear from the attacker as well, it's actually working to catch Kicks on the way back, just to confirm that space has been given up. I love that from Kicks. I mean, they're in a position with a man advantage. Even him sitting in window and just waiting is a risk. And why take that risk?
Yeah.
They tighten this ship up here on Team Liquid. And a lot of presence on the A site, right? Again, we see this early stack towards the site because look at the setup towards C. They've got everything to work with there. Most importantly, the camera for the information, the only gap being Garage, but as Camo started the round by running through Garage, they know they've got it for a while. And then when they don't anymore, well, he's here to watch it. And Yedajay's found that out the hard way.
And now a 2-man disadvantage, time ticking down, more passive angles being held. Kicks not wanting to give up some of those positions. And again, now they have the full force of the squad ready and raring to go. They have a couple of ultimates to play with if they want to, but they're almost just looking at this from a perspective of, okay, you're boxed in now. We know that each of these players is within the site. How are you going to try and fight out of this? And there's one at least. That's a decent start. Trex going down, removes a little bit of the utility. The TP across is bold from Sociable and not expected. He's managed to escape, and at least Zeus manages one. Sociable's position should be known, or at least a rough idea of where he is. The problem, though, is he could just spam from this position. A third already. A chance for them to get this onto the board, and Kicks is just trying to stick it, waiting to bait him in, and he will land the shot in the end as well. It looked like Sociable might be able to give Foot their first round, but the fact is, Kicks stood in his way.
The TP to catch him off guard, to catch Camo in the garage, the spam early to pick up the diffuser. And a nice reposition inside his smoke. It looked like Sociable had done everything right. What a heartbreaking round for Foot. They saw the first round on the board and it slipped away moments later. 7-0, trailing by a mile. And that distance growing greater and greater by the second. This one not looking too comfortable. Foot of a lot of ultimates at least. Definitely still posing some danger, some threat to be given. look at how Liquid are approaching it. They're on a low buy with ultis. It's dangerous. It's an unpredictable round. And they've sent 3 players into the spawn early. They had to run it back to push spawn last round, and there were less players there than there were to start this anti-eco.
It's going to put a lot of doubt, and even maybe force Foot into a fight towards that A site, which is exactly what Liquid want. They've rotated a third player into position. Still, none of that has been spotted. Now there's 4 players here. Genuinely, they are calling a perfect game. They are forcing Foot into the positions exactly where they want them to be. And now they look to swing. Trex picks off one, and every single time. Foot have got to be sat there like, are they in our comms? Are they watching like on some sort of radar hack? They're there every time.
No, they should have known though. From the second that we saw Nats push C long, 40 seconds later push A short, and then be there ready for them in the late fight. Couple rounds in, it looked like they were calling a beautiful game, and it hasn't changed. 8-0 for Liquid, the perfect calls every time. The stacks are there. This time, their A stack even had a Cypher trip on it. They're getting bolder and bolder, leaving more control, gambling more. At least they were. That was because they were 3-man pushed down mid to start that round. Now, we're back to normal play, but Foot want to accelerate. This is where they've stood the best chance. Both players trapped in short. The first is found, the second spotted. Beautiful work. It shouldn't go wrong from here.
Oh, but that's Odin. Has at least managed to bring back one. Even still, though, 3 ults down for Foot to get into this site and having an advantage. It's not going to be a round to remember necessarily, but maybe it will be a round. I think that's the most important thing at this point, getting something onto the board. Even still, Camo looking to swing through, has an isolated fight, but he needs to take out everybody else. And it's a lot of commitment from Foot into this round, but honestly, to get one on the board, I think it was worth it.
Oh, they needed something like this. A moment where they can all agree to put it all on the table. As you said, a lot committed. And a lost round here probably does send the map spiraling. But after that double opening, it was very much a formality.
He's had 8 rounds to warm his vocals up. That's rare.
Oh, yeah. I'll find well, we don't know. Maybe we just didn't see the replay, you know?
I think if he's shouting like that after losing 8 rounds in a row.
I'm saying, like, maybe they get a kill, you know? A little opening duel. Hit that energy.
That's not clean comms.
No. Well, Yedajay's caught Kicks, and that cam all the way down on C has been heard. Footer just waiting on the other side. And they might even have heard some of the steps running away. They definitely sense this is going to be the freer site, and the read is spot on.
Look where Kicks died. You can see how aggressive this defensive side has become. Camo going to reclaim some space, and he's managed to get his ultimate online, but immediately traded. It won't play a part in this round, and Foot, again, with a more direct take, an opportunity for Trex to maybe even things up, but he hasn't connected onto anybody just yet. It's delayed the plant, allowed for a rotation to come in, and I feel like he's been sleeping at the wheel so far this game, and up against a player like Nats, you can't afford to be asleep.
I thought we'd be talking about Purpo, Camo, but it's Nats to take him down. It's messy from Cristalli, but the cage being up, it's actually bought him just enough time. They emerge from it. A man down, the advantage no longer in their hands, and Sociable locks it in for Foot, it seems. Nats needing another big play. The spam to threaten him into the open. He's got the fight he wanted, and an idea of where Cristalli might be. they'll even catch him for the fourth! Nats delivering another big round to Team Liquid. 9-1 in the lead, and it looks like that last one was just a bump in the road.
Genuinely, some of these rounds have looked unlosable for Foot. Like that one was a 4v3 scenario in a post plant. And Sop has just not been hitting today, and you see him playing these aggressive positions. Normally, he at least gets one, or at least gets something from that fight. And then in the 2v1, I feel like it was hesitant. I think it was Crystali was the remaining player alive. It's like, if your teammate's being spammed, I think you need to help him. You need to play that together. Instead, he played the time, and he lost versus Nats. Another big round for the IGL. Having a lights-out performance, the dad buff in full effect, and for the attack at this stage, they're clutching at straws.
So, Foot fans in the production, they've hit the score. They don't want to believe it.
Yeah, I can understand why.
The VAR's checking the score. We might rescind a round. No, I'm kidding, of course. Kicks, that paranoia has just saved his life. He was about to have 4 players swinging on him, but he's made it out. Now the refight comes in. Kicks claims his in the end, and it's a man advantage with Trex down. We're into the 4v3. The reposition, nasty by Kicks. He's got backup as well. Camo's now the man holding that line in the walkout. Giving the game away a little bit by failing to shoot the reveal, and Yedej's picked up Kicks. The ult is awful! It's a dreadful display! And Team Liquid stumbling, faltering for what feels like the first time. They've let the round go.
Oh, Purpo. This should be impossible. Like, look at the crossfire that's currently in play. It would have to be the mistake of the day, and I don't think it's going to be coming. At least another round will go onto the board for the side of Foot.
Last round in the half.
Good escape antics by Kicks. They were set up early. That's the thing, you know, if Foot went on all-out aggression, that's one thing. But they lost the early fight, and in resetting, they moved back.
I'll be honest, it looked like Camo played that round on trackpad. Like, it was just really weird. It was like, he's been so crispy with it, then just missed the dart, missed everything. Everybody gets one. That's whether or not this is the beginning of something for Foot. Or if Liquid are just going to strike straight back, put their 10th onto the board. We said that normally Foot are an attack-sided team on this map. And they normally win this map. A lot of games in a row, in fact. But from only 2 on the attack side, I have to think this is already over.
It's the thing we said coming into the game as well, though. Liquid are a terrifying opponent. It feels like from barrier up, they have a read on how you play. And that's Liquid in general. Liquid, when you've got this much tape on how you play. Oh, they know. They know what you're doing. But Purpo's being caught off here. Camo only good for the 1. And with that Foot, and with a real chance to put 3 on the board before this half is done. Certainly doesn't shine a light on their previous attack side performances, but it's a damn sight better than 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Hello.
Pistol round will put them back into contention. Hunter's Fury being utilized a little early, trying to disrupt.
No one's looking.
But even still, from behind, Kicks isn't going to get anything. And for Nat, 17 HP. I don't know where Sociable's going. But even getting out of heaven, there should be no way that Nats can get anything from this position. The 3rd round feeling cemented, and Yedeje will make sure that it is anything but comfort for Foot on a map that they have won 7 times in a row. They're going to need one hell of a comeback, Mitch.
Oh, yeah. That's a solid first half if ever we've seen one from Team Liquid. And let me tell you, we have seen some solid halves from this team. They've got to feel happy about how this one's gone. Nats calling a beautiful game, and the man himself was sat down for an interview before this matchup. Take a listen during the halftime to what Nats had to say.
Nats, your team, I think, was one of the biggest surprises to me of EMEA. You'd made a ton of changes, and yet still your team found a huge amount of success. Can you talk me through a little bit about what it's like as a team leader to make all of these changes and find an identity for a team that works?
I don't know. I think it's cool because that shows that what we do works and we just believe in it. And I think the most important for me from all of that rosters that I've been to and all of the changes is finding the way to make the stuff work in a short amount of time. I think that's what I learned the most, and I believe and I hope it's going to work for the players also. And the most important that the whole team believes, and I think that sometimes is very hard, especially in the long-term projects. And I'm glad that in short amount of time we managed to believe in something as a whole team.
You've created a very aggressive version of Team Liquid. I mean, you guys are running at people a lot of the time. What made you feel like, is it to do with the meta? Is it to do with the people that are on your team? Why was this the right play for Team Liquid?
I think it's just the most important was to create something more unique because I'm a little bit sad that our region is copying a lot what the other teams does and not trying to create something more unique. And I think the most important was for us just to create something new, not to copy someone, just actually bring something new. And it doesn't matter is it going to work or not, but at least at the end of the day, we will know why it didn't work or not. Because if you just copy someone, you still don't know what exactly went wrong.
Are these your ideas, or is it a team project? Like, who's coming up with these kind of stuff?
I think me, Ivo, and Daniel, we are just overall as free speaking a lot about that and like in what direction we want to move the team. Because at the end of the day, the most important for us is to learn something from what we did. Yes, of course, all of us wants to have results, but sometimes you have to learn to be better for the future.
Okay, thank you very much, Nat.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know how much they have to learn from that first half. 3 rounds, 3 mistakes, perhaps. Nats might not walk through smoke against an anti-eco. That was a big one. And,
they won that round.
They did, yeah. They ended up winning. 4 players alive, actually. Pretty sure he was the only one to die.
I don't think he's going to care about that round at all.
No, not much to VOD review in the negative light for them. A solid display. Now moving to the attack, Team Liquid should have a much easier time than expected taking this map. And with Summit up next, well, I think Foot have got to be terrified for what's to come. Or perhaps they're confident that this second half will see a return to form. They couldn't find a way in. Now they just need to keep Team Liquid out. Sociable left with that task and left the round. Seconds later, Crystalli's on fire, but not in a good way. The wall, the hot hands, everything at his feet. And he couldn't make it out. He couldn't find a safe spot. And with that, the man advantage locked in. Nats covering the flank. Sop will be taken down with ease again. Nat seems to be his kryptonite. Perhaps just the kryptonite of Foot in general as he strikes again. Leaving this one to Purpo for the orbs.
A little bit of irony in that round. Cristalli thought he was hidden, but he was revealed by Camo. There you go. But no, I genuinely, Nats has been having a fantastic performance, and I think this may be the worst performance I've ever seen Sop have. Like, normally he is the guy that we're hyping up as this superstar Turkish talent, a guy that can just obliterate anybody. Every time I feel like it's him versus Nats, whether he's holding the angle, whether Nats holding the angle, whether he's running, whether he's I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that.
What? I don't know how I didn't see that either.
I think because we were watching Nats not hit the shots and look at the floor.
Like, as soon as the replay slowed at the up jab, I was like, hold on, he's going to do something. That's crazy. Well, yeah, look, if you're already getting bodied on a map that you're very comfortable on, that you feel like no one can dare challenge you on, they leave it open for you, you pick it, and then at 9-3 down, someone does that to you. I think you might just, I would have thrown my mouse out the window if I was at home.
Luckily, I think all the windows are very far away for the players.
That's true.
But
Keep your head down in the
I
audience.
can understand what you mean. Like, this must be an incredibly frustrating game for Foot and for Team Liquid. Yeah, if you're Purpo, we've seen him pretty much do all of the things where you go like, well, that's insane. Like, you should get killed for doing that. He's been running up middle. He's been super aggressive.
We're so back. I just want to say, on record, the other game's tech pause doesn't look nearly as good on that stage. We should have it. Should be ours. It fits like a glove.
Wow. It is an audio issue, which hopefully will be fixed very soon. But yeah, for Team Liquid in a fantastic spot, their opponent's map choice. The only real thing that can come up for Foot is that their summit is going to be an element of surprise, so they can't have been prepped for, I guess. It's the smallest silver lining of all time when you're getting bodied on a map that you've won 7 times in a row versus all types of opposition. But it's whether or not, I think they need to just find a bit of momentum. Even just on an individual basis, see a little bit more from
From these compositions, perhaps?
From the Fnatic comms versus EP. Yep. We need to see a little bit more of those.
Who are we? Sorry, too soon. Well, production knows how foot feel.
I was about to say,
it's a disaster of a day for the defensive side. They're not having a good time, are they? Nothing they want to do is working. And for a defense now that starts out with what I presume is quite a weak buy, can't imagine it's going to get a whole lot better anytime soon.
Does he go into the next one? Because it's back-to-back trips.
He might. The problem is, without that second trip being broken, and with Yedajay stood on top of a box, the ruse is not working. Nobody thinks it's an A hit. So why would they leave? They'll just leave Yedajay here on his own to confirm that no one's coming his way. And now, if we switch to Yedajay's perspective, you're about to see a man have just the worst day when everybody rounds that corner. There's a first at least.
That's not bad.
Strong
and
start.
they have bought into this round. They've gambled in to try and make this work. And whoa, it doesn't look like Yedajay's having a bad day at all. He is surviving on the back of that side. In fact, he will survive the entire round. They needed something, some sort of miracle to bring them back from the depths. And I'll be with you, I did not think it would be that.
I think Purple got a little too locked in on breaking that trap. He was going to do it. He was going to do it now. And no one else was there to help out. Yeah, I really thought that was going to be an uncomfortable time for Yedajay, but it appears he's made the best of what should have been a bad situation. Fast rotations, first of all, coming in from Sop and Zeus. Not that Sop did much, but man, he's having a tough game. And my man Yedajay, he's earned a scream. He's earned a belter. It's a fourth for Foot. And most importantly, putting a little bit of distance between Team Liquid and that round 13.
Stop getting scanned twice. It's just not his map, you know.
Yeah, let's hope it's not his map and not his day.
Maybe it's not his half.
Cage triggered.
Probably not his map.
No, I think today.
Purpo has thread the needle. Oh, no, he hasn't thread the needle. Sociable somehow knew, had the information. And for Sop, okay, I thought he got both. He got one. He's at least warming up a little bit, a chance to farm up an eco kill or two. It doesn't seem like Liquid have put much into this round whatsoever. The Nats still having a rifle available to him, but it will end up being an in-zone flawless round coming out for Foot. An important recovery if they're going to have any chance of bringing this back. But as said, I just want to see some of that confidence back.
I thought you were going to say comps, the ones from earlier. I thought you'd prime that. Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to see some of those.
Put them up now.
And cut to those. Now, 10-5. Yeah, it's still definitely not a healthy position for Foot, but a real confidence builder indeed. Finding those two rounds. Yedajay being able to hold his own in the one before.
Sop is back.
And now Sop returning to the stage. Let's see if they can build up a couple more. It starts at least with what looks like a C split. And Foot having a lot of presence on the C side. It certainly spells success for the defense if Sop can hold that corner. In fact, he swings in the spams. Not kind to anyone.
No, they like to do that. They drop the smoke from a high, give him a chance to fight. Camo with his ult is trying to fight through, but it's also a distraction. Again, using his ultimate to distract away from Nat swinging in, but they deal with him on a one-for-one trade, which so far has been pretty good. Sociable from the backside as well has managed a triple kill. And Foot from afar are starting to climb back into this. 4 rounds the difference at this stage. I don't know, still got a smile on their face.
Well, yeah, I gotta say, after that first half, the attack side being so abysmal, not sure what that first cage was. After that first half, I really didn't believe in them bouncing back, but they're starting to find their rhythm indeed. Like you said, Sociable, a triple kill here. We had Yedajay with a triple not long ago. We had Sop find 2 kills, which, if you look at where he's at now, that's a big step for him. And the gap's starting to close in. Liquid even going to call a timeout now, feeling the pressure as Foot's momentum starts to
zoom in on the pen flick.
Build up some speed.
They messed it up. Can we get the camera a little bit low? I just want to see him flicking the pen around.
He's not going to be happy that we've shown the whiff, the fumble.
Anyway, Bambino definitely getting into it.
He recovered it at the end. That just like foot in this map so far. Started a bit shaky, but now they're really swinging.
I don't know. I still think like starting a bit shaky, being 8-0 down are two different things in my mind. I don't know. I don't know how your rank games are going at the moment. Maybe that you just false positivity. But yeah, the 3-round streak. I think the second round victory, Yedajay having a couple of big rounds. You're to see why we enjoy them on this map, but it is a very, very long way to go still. And I'm still looking at SOP. It's 4-14. Normally one of the standouts on this map alongside Zeus. It's normally a 1-2 punch, but they've almost been knocked out in that first half. He's still playing with the same level of confidence, though. I wonder if he's just got the wrong sense on or something. I think it was him that did happen once.
Oh, really? That's one of the more concerning things that I hear. Zeus down below has no real way out of here, and the trades are pretty good for the side that didn't have a lot to work with. Now with Kicks on a sliver of HP, it's the manpower that's the real problem, and it's only Kicks. And his 20 health remaining. The Stinger picked up. Not going to help him on this range. And perhaps a chance for SOP to build up that little bit more confidence. So he said it has been abysmal. As long as he doesn't go down to a quick one-tap from the Sheriff, all's well. And in fact, he's just going to give up the space.
Yeah, I think at this stage, I don't think they care about Kicks getting an ultimate orb. He's not particularly close, and the From the Shadows isn't really one of those high-impact ults. Also, credits-wise, it's not even that much of a worry for them in that regard.
Spike planted.
Already trying to slow his move out of there. And actually, SOP's just going alone. As said, sometimes you question if players lose confidence. He doesn't. Maybe he's not hitting the shots, but definitely the confidence is still there. A 7th round now for Foot, straight after the pause, but that was just a weak buy. This is the round coming up that Liquid paused the game for. So expectations that if they are going to break the deadlock, this will be it.
Yeah, it's weird to say considering how dominant of a start to this map they had, but it does feel like they have to win this one.
Yeah, I think if Foot win this round, game on.
Like even this round itself, it didn't start out that well for Foot. Like those early trades are great for Team Liquid, but it's recovered nicely. Ends up with 3 players alive. There's really no fear. And now SOP, well, evidently enough confidence is being built back up, or indeed no confidence was lost in the first place. The ops coming out right off rip. Purpo's got it towards the boxes, but inside Garage on a pixel line lies SOP, lying in wait for one misstep, one overextension, and it is just a pixel away, but they've avoided his ire, at least for now, but sooner or later they'll step into it. And there's an opening duel for SOP.
A good start to the round and an immediate fade away to reclaim some position for Liquid. Going into their big buy round, it is not the start they were looking for. And the funny thing is, elsewhere on the map, there's not a lot of aggression from Foot at all. You expect this team to be pushing the boundaries, to taking A control, to pressuring outside. They are completely passive. They are waiting for Liquid to try and make a move. And any level of aggression would have its risks about it. Now, does Yedajay check? He looks like he half-checked it. And that's enough to clear out at least some of the utility, but more importantly, get the information available. Liquid look to hightail towards that C-side of the map where there is currently an opening. Although you can see in it, I thought for a second it was about to be SOP running in, but no, he decides to stay passive.
It's that timing from Nats that terrifies me, but he might be forced to make a move sooner rather than later. They didn't check camo!
One enemy
he evidently had camouflage. They went right past him. Time though. The problem is Nats is left alone, taps the spike to draw the fight, but the wraparound is on. Get it in the end. Cristalli can't quite get close enough, but he's evaded the trip. He made it past Nats' setup. And another round for Foot locked in. The comeback, the climb continues. 8-10, 2 rounds behind thanks to this Red Bull clutch.
Nah, I'm surprised. I saw the trip and I was like, okay, that must be in a position where Nats is so confident in it, he's not even going to turn around. He didn't look at that direction whatsoever. this was also just manic. The fact that Camo is able to stay alive in that corner. But Kostali, again, we talk about this, these clutch moments. A 1v3 with Nats having absolutely no idea. And we heard it from the beginning when he joined this team, from players like Yedege, the level that he could bring, that you hadn't seen the best of Kostali, that sometimes he was overshadowed. Well, I think as of recent, he has really started to shine.
Okay, just giving it away. They know that Nats is here, and they are hunting him down. Everything thrown at him. 3 players in a Hunter's Fury. They'll catch him in the end. Sup, emerging from a smoke, catches, treks, and kicks, is all alone. We talked about this, even in the interview at Nats before the game, how they like to play this aggressive style. They like to come right out the gates and flood into that space, challenge you. From the get-go, well, Foot have done the same here on the defense, and it's worked wonderfully. A clean round puts them 10-9.
Yeah, they are just dominating at this point. We spoke about the 8 rounds in a row that came in for Team Liquid, and now 6 in a row of their own after winning a second round. Genuinely, if they convert round number 2, Liquid could be, well, either in the break or already in the next map of Summit. And now they're probably living to regret that round, a Yedege individual to take that home. But now everybody's waking up. Sop's waking up. And you can see the buy that's in for the attack side. A Bladestorm is the main piece. Run it back available, but will it be used?
Sociable's here early. Foot have got reinforcements on the A site. Now a 4th of Yedege making his way in. They're taking on the first wave with ease, and the second is so far behind. The spike dropped, and Team Liquid no longer look like that well-oiled machine. Look at them fall to the man who was basically killless. A pacifist in the first half, and now an in-zone flawless with a 4K from Sup. Foot are back in the game, neck and neck, 10-10.
He was 2-11 in the first half. He is now 12-15. They gave him a little bit of time to warm up, and that is a problem. As you said, another in-zone flawless. The credits are through the roof. They can afford to invest into extra operators. They can throw money at this as long as they want. And for Liquid, they had everything in the palm of their hand. It seemed like this map was sealed after the first 8 rounds. And now, well, it looks like it's going the other way.
Well, the blunted blade of Sup seems sharp again, and Team Liquid are being cut down to size. 10 rounds of the board for so long now, but the streak from Foot has brought them back to even. Big stack up on A man lost, and Yedege, the walking wounded. It's confusing for Foot to see nothing on the other side. Zeus with space towards seeing, no steps heard. The freeze from Liquid, will it get a reaction out of the defenders? Will someone get curious and give another pick away?
No way, the smoke. Oh, I thought that was going to work in Sociable's favor. Nats' position still not revealed. You said it, Yedege is desperately low. It's looking set for Liquid to reclaim their lead. But Sop, the human turret from above, the re-aggression. Camo's winning all of those fights. The whole point is he's meant to almost be baiting for Nats to give his IGL positioning, but
30 seconds.
instead, he's done the hard work. And now for Foot, not really any value in saving. As said, they've got credits galore. It's how much they think they can realistically do from this scenario. Sop believes, which, considering how far away his teammate is a little surprising.
Getting out of there seemed impossible and proved to be. Said the confidence didn't go anywhere. Maybe it should after that play.
They're giving Camo the ace. Or trying to, and he's going to close it as well. Well, I guess that's the way you wake up Team Liquid. You lose that many, and then Camo with his run it back. And then just fight on fight on fight. As said, his goal this round was to almost bait to give Nat space, and instead he killed everybody.
An ace found, 2 away from a run it back. That's the only thing you said. Foot have a lot of credits. They don't really need to save those weapons. Well, now they've given options to the other side. An op if they wanted it, but more importantly, coming into the next round, a run it back should they desire.
after using it. That's the crazy thing. If this had been old, he would just be able to claim this orb, and he would already have the ult back at the beginning of the next round. I think that's why we saw the change. At the same time, he goes for the plant. Never mind the plant. Soft almost losing his life, but instead it's the spam of Sociable. He expected them to fight for that orb, and he didn't even kill the players that went to get it.
A fish in a thin barrel. An easy spam, easy connection. Sup on the off finds another, and the swing just gives Sup the trade. The pieces put right back together from Foot.
Also, just look at where Zeus is.
Yeah, unless Drex can find the play of the tournament, perhaps. 3 in front and 1 behind. That's not a bad start, but...
Well, it's the one you know you're getting for free. Let's put it that way. You know Sop's going to peak, so you might as well wait. The other 3 players, he says, holding his breath, are not going to give anything over. Although saying that, Zeus is now closing the distance. He had him boxed in.
He's gone back. He's gone back. It was just because he saw him move on the drone. Then he said, oh, he's coming back. I'll retreat. Reveal still online. Hal Yedije could take his hat off if he wants. There's no reason for a mistake to be made. This is a simple trade. Yedije either takes the kill or causes it in the aftermath. It's a fancy dart. It's got the reveal, but nothing more to be done. 11-11. 2 one-sided halves have brought us here. Someone's hitting 12 at long last.
Oh yeah, it's just whether it ends there is the real question. Sociable has been climbing that board for quite a while now, sits at the top of the pile. But there is a genuine chance that by the end of this half, Sop has overtaken him. Now up to 14 kills, and he has been a real problem for Team Liquid. The good thing is the one round they won was off camo, and he's got his run it back again. It's just to be confined a place to use it, and he's going to use it immediately in towards C, which is a complete misread. The opponent's on the other side of the map. He'll gain all of the space, and this is going to have to be a full retake from Foot.
Yeah, but that's the main thing. You know, you use that ult for free space. Very little utility used in the way through. A flash, I think, is all it amounts to on his side. Of course, a clearance is C-long necessary, but it leaves them with quite a bit. Still the paranoia. Well, never mind. That paranoia is gone. Cakes has been shot in the head on backside. With him down, we lose one of the slowing mechanics. Foot might be able to fill in that little bit easier. Purpo, though, stands in their way. Only the one found behind the wall. Camo looks to emerge, but it's Sociable catching him off guard, leaving Nats alone. And with the defuse underway, that
he can't do anything.
I'm not sure is going to help for Foot. A long road back, one that looked full of peril, but they have navigated it back into the lead. 1 round now. Could still see this map fall into their pocket and completely change the narrative. An attack-sided team, a defense-sided team, just a Haven team.
Yeah, no, this is mental. Like, even if they've had like victories on the defense, it was a 7-5 defensive victory versus Vitality, then 8-4 attack, 10-2 attack, 7-5 attack, 10-2 attack, all in a row. This, they've had the worst attack maybe ever, and now they're showing...
And lost the pistol.
Yep, and lost the pistol in the next half. And they're running it all the way back, fighting from disadvantages at times. And why I can understand the pause coming out from Liquid, because if you're not mentally boomed at this stage, I don't know what would do it to you. Like, this is brutal.
Again, they had the Enigma code. They knew what Foot were doing. I don't know how. But things have changed this second half. Now, how do you get back to that form where you're 1 step ahead of an opponent that seems to have outran you? Foot are miles ahead. Team Liquid, after a 10-3 lead, the 10th coming with the pistol, they're now sat 12-11 down. Foot, who I saw that man there bang his head against that chair at a speed that made me worried. It's a good thing those Razor chairs are so cushiony and comfy. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. But, well, now he's sitting much more comfortably down there. 13-11 on the horizon. And somehow we're sat here asking if Team Liquid are the ones that can stop this train.
I said we'd probably be halfway through map 2 at this point if they were able to keep up their momentum. Now they need to find it once again and then find the clues to breaking the momentum of one side. Maybe one coach did one side of the map.
They found my
Someone did an excellent job.
One of you's in big trouble.
Yeah,
is what
one of
I'm
you's in big
hearing.
trouble. No, obviously not. But either way, 12 to 11. Look at the positions from Foot. They are ready for this. They are waiting for this. Yetajay already going to close out one, but the swing from Zeus hasn't worked out. Yetajay doesn't care, though. He's going to swing alone. And Crostali is so aware of the position of kicks. They were ready. The remaining two having to clutch this back. They were moments away from victory, and instead they'll taste defeat. The comeback of dreams from Foot. And maybe a nightmare just beginning for Team Liquid. They'll lose 13-11 from 8-0 up.
Yetajay kick-started this with a 3K, closes it with the two-piece, opening up that last round and closing the book on Haven. For Foot, it remains that safe spot at Battleground that they can best anybody on. Even though they started on their knees, they finish on their feet. Now down to the sideline with Sup.
Sop, you are undefeatable on Haven, man. Even when it looks like you're going to lose, you're down 10-3. You just can't lose on this map. What made the difference for you specifically? Because you came alive in the second half.
I mean, I don't know, bro. I thought we were going to get like 13 though, but I think the force wise saved us, and I was so happy.
Dude, you did fantastic. Good luck in the second map. For everybody at home, you can catch that one after the break. See you then.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best experiences that our region has to offer alongside the best teams in EMEA. Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been fighting for all year around.
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
Yeah.
was an unreal comeback. What sparked it? I mean, the force buy helped a lot. I think if we don't force, maybe we don't get back into this game. Also, just some really nice CT side calling by Sociable. He had some really nice reads on them. I feel like we were pretty on top of them. And just some momentum, some snowball, things like this. You know, it's Valorant at the end of the day, but yeah. Full credit to Sociable for this one, I think. And I think the force helped us out a lot.
What a comeback. Genuinely incredible. You could feel the energy in there from Bambino when he was discussing it as well, Mike. Just giving a lot of credit to Sociable, but also kind of infectious when your team goes on a comeback down from 10-3.
Yeah,
What's that
definitely.
about?
I think Foot are just one of those teams that epitomizes snowball. Once they get going, wind in their sails, there's very little any opponent can do to really topple that sort of tempo. And I mean, that's not even to take away from this was so one-sided in the first half. Like, Liquid were calling a phenomenal game. Again, just gaining passive. Again, Foot's win condition, particularly in Haven, revolves around this push and pull in the early round. Liquid leaned into that perfectly. Passive info from the Cypher setup, and they usually stacked up like 3 strong to greet some of these hits.
100%. I think that kudos definitely need to go towards Team Liquid's coaching staff, because this round in particular, round 5, we do see Purple propped up A, being able to collect that information. And because Foot are making no noise at this point, you've obviously got that passive information as well from the Cypher, as you're mentioning, Mike. It just allows all of these Team Liquid players to re-drone and clear mid, and then they can stack towards this B site. You can see the positions that Purple has on the map. You can see the Cypher utility on C, and it just means that every single time these attacks were coming in from Foot, these site executes, Team Liquid were just ready to face it head on, and they had the crossfires in place. Everything was so synchronized and cohesive between them, and it's just the preparation, I think. Kudos to the coaches for that.
It's so rare to see Foot be the ones to walk into a blender, right? Usually they mop up this sort of approach to a site. But even having a third, even in some situations, a 4th player there, they were really struggling.
Anytime you run into a 4-player stack on a site, you know something's gone wrong with your macro, or they've got an insane read on you. And yet still with all of that, still with the ante, with the prep, with the good performances, with the 10-3 up, Liquid didn't win.
No.
It was Foot who managed to come back, and a big wake-up from the duelists too. They were a big part of that, as much as Bambino's giving credit to Sociable.
Definitely, yeah. You can talk about some of the reads there. You feel like they were on the ball, but Sopman, just night and day. First half to second half. I mean, again, you give him a couple of rounds, maybe the energy starts building a little bit, and he just runs away. Like I said, Foot, for me, one of the best snowballing teams in terms of stringing rounds together and just basically suffocating their opponent.
Give him a sniper on defense, mate. Just give him a sniper on defense, and he's going to run circles around you. I mean, yeah, kudos to them for being able to close that one out. Foot clearly still the best Haven team in the world.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You were
Liquid was so close to becoming the best.
Yeah. No, you can't argue with it at this point, man.
No.
I mean, you can't argue with the fact that they are
Look at
undefeatable
that.
here.
67 ACS.
Look at that.
Oh.
That's worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, 2 and 11 is one thing, but it just getting no damage, no impact. Running into stacks all the time as well as the entry player, that's got to feel brutal. And then he just stretches his wings in the second half and takes off. Ridiculous performance. And also, how do you recover if you're Team Liquid there? Because everything went well. Your time off worked. Your strats worked. Your defense half, perfect. And then
none of this takes away from the fact that I don't think Liquid were making massive mistakes in the second half.
Right.
Like they were just being simply outclassed.
Yeah,
well,
I think that's a fair take.
And is that going to happen moving forwards as well? We saw mentality play a big part in match one.
Yeah, I do have a concern because, I mean, what was the word I used coming in when we saw the veto? It's like, I was unconvinced on Summit for Liquid. So now it's like, again, you think back to Carmine Core, they struggled massively. I think what Camo was dropping similar to what we just saw from Sop there in the first half. It was like 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah.
And Purpo and Camo have been the driving force here for Liquid. Certainly now getting flipped in map 1 like that, I'm massively concerned.
And Purple and Camel were the kind of main characters of the first half as well. I think after the first few rounds, they were like 6-0, 4-0, like that double buddy system was really good with them. But I do get concerned when we look ahead towards Summit, because I've just praised about how incredible Team Liquid's preparation was to anti-Foot directly on that map. They're walking into something unknown now when we look ahead to Summit.
I mean, it is a complete unknown, and there is so much danger when it comes to that. And I feel like the one strength that we saw from Team Liquid here was the prep. And that means that you need VODs.
Yes.
And there are no VODs of this coming up. So it's going to be a very different game this second map.
This is something I think that catches a lot of teams off guard when they play against Foot. They think they're one-dimensional. They think they're very, you know, all in terms of Zeus and Sop, but time and time again, Foot show us how they can actually call good games, right? It's the mid-round that becomes important. Again, Sop alluding to this. Also hearing obviously the coaching side as well about how crucial he is. I think that's going to pay off massively for Foot here in the second map.
What do you think the approach is going to be, Billy, in terms of these teams? Because I was thinking about Team Liquid being extremely aggressive on their defense sides. In reality, what I think we saw in Haven was a bit of aggression from people like Purpo pushing up, but actually it was a lot of following the noise, rotating, getting the stacks in the right places rather than just running at Foot. Is this a run at people kind of map?
I don't think that Foot is the type of team that you can run at, because I think that they've always got that overwhelming amount of firepower. I had said that my concern for Team Liquid and Foot on that first map was Foot need to be able to react in a quick enough way based on how Team Liquid are pushing out at them on the defense. And I think that this could be a similar approach here on Summit as well. Obviously, as we've mentioned, it's an unknown for Foot. It's just a question of, like I mentioned, Team Liquid to me, in my mind, have been such an innovative and creative team in the past. Have they changed things between that regular season, or do we see the same, which it looks as though we are seeing much of the same from Liquid, but Foot Esports, Sociable on Breach, that
Sociable
has
on
to be a first.
Breach. Well, that's different.
Well, then.
What is the theory with this? Lots of trap setups on defense?
Yeah, I'm thinking back to a conversation I had a couple of weeks ago with Bambino and Vlad talking about how they were playing with comps.
Right.
This might feel like one of them.
Okay.
They said that about Lotus, though.
Yeah,
they
did. Yeah.
I think this is a very anchorable map where you have your Sentinel and they can shut things down. Me looking for a Sentinel on the Foot comp?
Yeah, I mean, this plays into the kind of just fighting Foot forwards. The breach here has to pay off massively in terms of proactivity on the defense here for it to really be a worthwhile pick.
I mean, if you're Nats, you're looking at this composition and knowing exactly what you need to do when you get into that server. It's like you mentioned, these trap plays that I'm looking for off the back of the breach and the Astra utility, and Sop and Zeus, I mean, they need to go insane.
Well, Nats knows what his job is. Mitch and Tom are going to guide you through this. It's Summit coming up between Foot and Liquid.
Just going to hope you're going to tell me what my job is, but I'll try to figure that out as we go through. Nats, well, he certainly knew what he was doing in that first half over on Haven. Recapturing that energy is what we're looking for here on Summit, but somewhere that they have not had trouble replicating that for Foot. Quite a composition. Quite a composition indeed. A lot of eyes on Sociable on the breach. I mean, he's played it a bit before, but certainly not towards the top of his agent pool. And all in all, I'm very excited to see what ideas Foot have on this map because, well, now the shoe's on the other foot. Team Liquid have got tape out there, but it's a tough code to crack.
Yeah, I'm kind of... I don't think Foot are going to be looking too much at the tape. I feel like they normally focus inwards. I think they're a team that comes up with their own thing and tries to do it in a weird way. But I'm excited to see what they're going to do. Because again, you're starting on that defense. You've got a breach. You've got some of the most aggressive players on Earth. I can only assume that there's going to be some combos to try and catch people off guard. And I'm guessing they thought they'd lost a bit more control than they had, because full stun, everybody running to the B site, and there is nobody there.
Yeah, they were rushing to the wall to defend the breach, but the cracks were elsewhere as Yedijay's found out, paying his life for that information. And a lurk from Camo that is far behind the pack. I'll struggle to anticipate this one as the A site's been lost. The spike trailing a little bit worryingly. And all's well and good as Camo catches the double on the lurk, the triple evading him, Sociable at least, giving Foot a chance, but a slim one.
There's another layer to this as well. Like, there's so many players just left entrapped in different positions. It's something that Liquid did fantastically well, especially in their opening game, was just finding that space and then exploiting it when players tried to rotate. Nats might be the master of it, but we've got a lot of intelligent players over on that Liquid roster, and we've said it before, a Crystali clutch is not that rare anymore. It's something he does regularly, but this one, with 3 players lined up, I think he's almost questioning whether he wants to give the orb over.
Well, the choice might not be his. Nats has a sneaking suspicion that he knows where this man might be, and, well, he looked the wrong way. Crystali finding one before going down, but an opening for Team Liquid that I think is very welcome after the stall out in the second half of Haven.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a bit to sort of reset after that one. Really sort of gain that confidence back. But I also think going into this map, even if they had the sort of like loss on Haven, they would have gone, okay, but we're going to win Summit. Like, I think they're going to have to have really spent a lot of time reinventing the wheel while also playing planes at the same time and not playing this map. So, for I think it's going to take some proving that they have some legs on this map. And I do kind of have the expectation, as always, that they'll be better on the attack. But you know what happened in the last map.
Yeah, I was there. It was that's one that Liquid will be quick to forget.
Oh, no.
Although the good thing is, you know, we said after that first half they didn't have a lot to learn from, and Nats was talking about how important that is. Well, look, lots of tape there to go back over. So always look on the bright side. You win or you learn. Liquid not looking to learn the hard way here on map number 2. Should be a clean follow-up. A risk taken by Nats, the man with the Spectre. Usually you'd see the pistol, and possibly the pistol who's one away from having the orb that you really like, but instead, no one's getting an orb. It's denied. This is disgusting. It's disrespectful to the game, to the opposition. Frankly, league officials have to do something about that. No, it's a wise way to close out the round. And you know what, we asked for a while, you know, would we see anyone go down to the door? Well, there's a crafty little usage of it. Deny orbs
I like
on the other
how
side.
Richie, like, Sop's like, move over. I'm not gonna get crushed by the door. 2-0. No orbs gained, and I think especially with Camo looking to get towards that run it back, it was one of the few attack side rounds that they managed to get over the line. Either way. The defense are already getting aggressive. A contact made. But there's a second layer to this. Sop also pressuring, but that's an upgraded weapon for Nats. In these sort of rounds, that's absolutely fine. It puts them up to rifles across the board. But clearly the plan was to throw out a wide net in this round because the spike was all the way back in the spawn. Now being retrieved, but the defense are not just sitting pretty. They're looking to clear some of these closer angles. Zeus not ready for kicks, and Yenerge had already gone back to the A site.
Kicks has gone back to clear Cristalli, but Foot are the ones to come out ahead in that fight. An even playing field now. The numbers not there to defend. Sociable a little off the angle, and Purpo, the beautiful little one-way thrown up. A cloudburst to set himself up for success. A door he closed himself. There's no other angle to worry about. And with Trex closing it out, 3-0. Well, reminiscent of Haven, a strong start indeed.
Yeah, this round looked incredibly comfortable for them. They had the expectation of aggression, but then they just pause for a little bit. They wait patiently for the defensive side to try and make a move, try and get aggressive. And other than Purpo entering into the site, the remaining kills of the rounds were pretty much just all them waiting for players to walk into the angles. It's definitely something the Foot are going to have to consider in future rounds. And on this one, it seems like Sop just wants to deny that orb control. Even still, though, for Liquid. A group up of 4, a lurker of Nats. This is kind of what you expect to be the norm.
Well, I won't make any statements about the difficulty of Yenerge's day, but he does have a lot of opponents on the other side of that smoke. As it fades, he drops back to the A site, but he might have given himself a corner to fight from, but that fight will not be easy. Sop trying to spot them on the way out, do some damage. Mission failed, and it's on to Yenerge to hold the line. One, really more than you could even expect from him. It's not enough for Foot to have a chance. Weak weapons across the board, now facing into a plant and a run it back for Camo. Hell, if they get the run it back out of him, that's great.
Yeah, there's no way.
You want to make this as costly as possible for a Liquid 3-0 up that has a ton of credits in the bank. And with only one player rebuying, like it's a utility, it's not enough to keep that economy modest. Camo!
Okay.
Like I got lost.
He's asleep at the wheel. The ultimate can't be pulled out. It doesn't matter though. Trex with the pre-fire. Honestly, I've seen people with walls that have less read on the game than he does in those moments.
Camo's still the highlight for me. He's just walked in backwards. just fully.
Well, you know, you'd never shoot a guy in the back, right?
He just stuck his cheeks through, man. I'm not like, what is that? Taking the term of cheeks pink to a whole nother level. That's crazy. Well, oh yeah, weapon thrown away. He did it for the orb, of course, yes.
He already had his
No,
orb.
no. He did that. He wanted the orb, so.
Yeah. He
Mission
wanted them to have an orb. Ultimate online. Early fault line. Didn't really manage to find anything off the back of it. The breach thus far hasn't shown its value, but this is where they look to pressure into their site. The Gravwell comboed with it, but even still, it's only Camo's ultimate that is lost. They've delayed them quite a bit, but at the expense of a fair amount of utility. In fact, the entire breach utility belt has been thrown in. Even a few of the stars have gone as well. And Liquid still have a full minute to play with.
Yeah, they ran back early from B main. It looks like they expect some sort of a crunch to come their way. Very hesitant in that early fight. That sense of trepidation replaced by patience on mid. Zeus caught on the walkout. An opening pick as the op now goes to search. Sop going to find himself with a few targets coming his way. The first locked in with ease. He's managed to backpedal his way to the B site.
30 seconds left.
Only gap really, though, is Purpo. Even if he doesn't catch Yedege here, it's about him sneaking through. They've left the door open and only now go to check it. Luckily, Kicks is caught. Foot still standing just about in this round with an advantage.
God, they still need something from Yedege. Either just survival or
Stun?
at least getting one.
left.
They're going to slow them down. The spike has been caught, but never mind. Yedege doesn't expect Camo to be there. So even though it's going to be a late plant, it is going to be a plant nonetheless. Back into a 3v3 scenario. Operator given over to Sociable because he's low on HP. They're going to have to try and clear this back corner, and Purpo hasn't really been missing today. Sop at least waking up, but also you got that crossfire held by Camo, and Trex is also watching his buddy. Sop at least managing to get one onto the site, but the patience of Camo is rewarded. A chance for a lineup. And Sop knows that time is ticking away. They need him to pull off the 4K, and in this occasion, he will.
Well, think back to Haven, the 3K from Yedege. They even attributed it to that moment, to the Force by success that they found. That's what got Foot back into the game. Now, early on, it's a round from Sop, a man who went through that first half with 2 kills.
Yeah.
I mean, and he might as well have had 0. It looked like he had the most uncomfortable half that I've seen from him down on that stage, even on the other stage. But here we go. Foot on the board now with 1. The gap not quite as big as it was before, and Sop online early.
Liquid looking to try and find a recovery. Let's listen in to their team comms to see if they have the answer.
It's gonna over, Kimmy.
Don't say anyone.
They smoke. Just walk side together.
80 on him.
Can you close door, Nikita?
I will try.
Behind the box, guys. It's going to be hard for me to help you.
Hard for you?
Can you close the door?
Wait, I have. You didn't see anyone here, yeah? They only walked up. Yeah.
Spike down.
Apples, city.
Nice try. So he has this bunker.
What a round from Yedege. You're asking about it in the last one, but the reason for the Enzo flawless in this one is his just mastery of positioning. Constant moving around that site. The early fight, I think you even hear someone, I don't see anyone, and then TP's into the smoke, and he's able to find multiple players caught off guard. Like, look at the amount of times people are just looking the wrong way with Yedege walking around the corner. This is a nigh on perfect round from him as a site anchor, and it's something that you always worry about when you see a Sentinel player switch over to a smoke. Like, can they still hold the site as well as that? Well, in this case, he can.
A masterclass. A masterclass. And building on the work that Sop did in the previous. Another big play for Foot, 2 in a row. That should be the confidence sky high yet again. And Yedege with another block built on top. Success after success. These rounds have taken a turn for the better. the triple flank on the way. I don't think Trex is ready for what's coming around that corner, and Crystalli, the first man, was more than enough.
Well, this is tough now, because you got that pit on the site, but you're going to lose a lot of the control behind. It doesn't really block off players from making out of spawn, so even though you have the pit, you are ultimately surrounded. The flash leaves Purpo completely blind. Into the site goes one, and already they are getting wiped out. That Viper's pit barely lasted a second on the retake. And from what was an early streak of rounds from Liquid, looking reminiscent of the last map, is now back-to-back in the in-zone flawless. Is the credits flying for the side of Foot and their streak of rounds of their own.
It is starting to feel exactly like Haven, but a little bit sped up. Liquid not making it as far into the lead as Foot. Again, on the back, it plays from Yedege. This time with Sop. They fight their way not just through this.
How is that not a kill?
Not just the attack inside, but the pit to get back in like that.
Wait, listen to me sometimes. I love it.
The flanks are one thing.
Come on.
Okay. It's got a celebratory Kit Kat. That's how you know it's a good day. And a timeout from Team Liquid, as they have seen those last 3 rounds fly right by. They don't want to let any more slip. But it's going to be difficult now to break Foot. This is now a team that has solutions. The flank worked, the initial fight worked, and the way they got back into that pit looked like a miracle.
I think a lot of the early rounds as well from Foot that I did find very frustrating is just, you know how much Liquid are focusing on middle control, and we saw Zeus dry peek it, we saw, I think, Sop at one point dry peek it, like, and not even like, they didn't even look like they were expecting anybody to be there. They were just like, oh, I'm dead.
They were peeking like deep, like close mid, while the guys just sat back and spawn holding.
It's just like silly aggressive peaks, and now we're seeing them play into the retake. Okay, one of those rounds is Sop running around with an operator, another round is Yedege just basically dominating the site. Like, maybe not the most recreatable in the world, but I think now we look to Liquid and see, okay, what have you picked up from this? And it might be to try and put a little bit more pressure on that B site. They've been leaning towards A in a lot of these rounds, and when you're able to pick off Yedege, I think that works, but now he's causing the problems, and while speaking of problems, they stunned up the player with the drone. Trex had no way of surviving that, and they've even thrown the showstopper in. That was almost round over. It may still be.
The timing there as well. Sop has slipped the gaze of kicks. That could work out in favor for Liquid. A man behind enemy lines. But Yedege caught. In fact, that's all the players almost surrounded. Camo running forward, making noise, drawing their eye. The molly to slow them down, but they ran through it. Zeus gave his life for the play, but kicks strikes for only one. An advantage that could have been greater, but he's willing to capitalize early as the second layer of the flank comes through. If the second isn't enough, the third would be. Purpo joining him now. They've got the spike on lockdown and only Sop to deal with. But this isn't that half one Sop of before. This is one who's confident. Look at the aggression. Walking out into mid with an op. And if he keeps going, he might just cut them off.
Oh, it's all down to timing. If any of them step,
30 seconds left.
it's game over. Does he's watching. He's watching. He's looking in the right direction. I don't know how he knows, but he does. He's seen him reading off where they go, and he's trying to get round the corner with a shorty. I don't know if he expected kicks to be low. I feel like he should have an idea that he's not. Either way, he's made it back to the site.
10 seconds
Only
left.
one bullet left.
Spike planted.
In this shorty, it needs to be dead accurate, and it is! I said at the beginning the confidence has gone nowhere, but I feel like it's elevated to a new level at this point.
Yeah, that blunted blade from half one of Haven will now, it's making the rivers run red.
He's flexing on him.
Incredible work from Sop. The push on mid, catching them in spawn. I was worried as well. Will he think they're already on A? Will he look towards long? But no. He had it locked down, and a Red Bull clutch puts Foot onto 4-4. This map is somewhere that Liquid have shown. Even some of who are often regarded as the best of our region have been embarrassed at their hands when it comes to Summit. But right now, Foot are on 4 in a row. They're matching everything that Liquid are putting down. And soon, they'll be looking like the better squad here if Liquid can't pick up the pace.
Yeah, they're doing it in their own way. There's no doubt about it. individual brilliance. Burbo's like, yeah, I'm going to try and displace his aim by flying up in the air at rapid speed. Not quick enough. Double it, give it to the next person. You're not getting past Sop with that. And again, they look to play into the retake, giving up that A-site control. We've seen post plants from Liquid in this position before, but let's be real, they have a lot less to play with here.
Now, of course, he's up against the low buy, and he shows no fear! Sop, perhaps a man who needs to cool down. It looks like he's overheating, but it doesn't have any effect.
He's been killed by Sociable.
No man on the other side can kill him, so Sociable does it himself.
I will say, not Sociable's fault. That is just Sop dives straight into that aftershock.
That man was not going to stop unless someone stopped him. Not sure Sociable intended to be that man, but, well.
He makes things look
What a
so
round.
easy. Sure, it's a weak buy, but
look at him
like,
just
there we go.
baiting his way
Look,
off the
that's
end.
where the aftershock went through, and he dives directly into it.
He looks genuinely mad.
Yeah,
with
so
Sociable
what are
there
you
as well.
doing? It's like, that was there before you moved.
Come on.
And you have to laugh at it from the foot coaching booth.
It's like when a kid runs into a table. That's what it is when Sop gets killed by a utility that was there before he ran into it.
If they weren't 4-0 down and now into 5-4, they might be a little bit more worried. There might be a bit more of a serious tone there. Like, all right, mate, you got 3 in an anti-eco. Slow it down, please. But they are 5-4 up. And if you do anything to kill Sop's confidence right now, you're making the wrong play. The guy is feeling it. And for Team Liquid, they have to find a way to cancel him out. All thrown towards the B site. It does get Sop to rotate. And they picked off Zeus. Nats is the one taking the double. The whole idea here was to get the A site in a much more vulnerable position. And they've done that now.
Yeah, Dejay left on an island once again. There is a rotation. And actually, he's just eliminated kicks like it was nothing.
Sop's coming to watch his back.
That was almost meant to be the surprise factor, but yeah, he's taken the angle. This was the
anymore.
one position that could be the fly through, and instead, Popo's got to think, well, for a second ago I had a gap. But that gap dissipated. Trex is in a good spot. Yedajay going through, it's a little bit too much. Even still, though, it puts it down to a 2 versus 1, and this time, Sop, I was going to say not going to be overconfident, but he is. He's running it down. He's running straight into his opponent. Cristalli has revealed exactly where he is, and why not at this point? Sop is dominating from 2 kills in the first half of the first map to already 13 in the first half of this one.
Yeah, he kick-started this comeback just like Yedajay on Haven. Much earlier arriving to the party. What a start for Liquid as well. Like, the run it back is used, so that's not a kill. Nats being traded out 2 for 1, but they are so painfully slow in going into A. Even after that first fight, Yedajay spots one creeping up on main, and he's given a ton of time. Sop is allowed to go from spawn all the way to cave to watch the gap they just created.
Where's
and
he
that's
going?
Liquid with a misread on timing. We don't normally see
where
that.
is he going?
Okay, Sop. Now we can say he's overheated, and that flame has been snuffed out.
Yeah, they wanted to crush them in this round. An attempted pincer from the B side and crossing into mid. I don't mind the idea, but it has failed miserably, and Yedajay is called upon again, and well, this time he's baited by the spike. Tries to turn around, and Sociable. A breach 1v5 clutch. The agent not really necessary, and you know, that's, you had it for free. There you go. I think maybe thought about the knife.
Can we get a replay of Sociable spinning around and looking directly at Nats before walking away? I swear to God, he looked at him. It must have come up on the radar.
Oh, 6 rounds in a row is ended by an end zone flawless.
Oh, let me just check. Yep, someone there. Better keep going. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missaw that.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Okay. Yeah, I think he maybe saw his hand. Never mind. It's not quite as obvious as it looked from his opponent's perspective. Oh, well, 6-5, a chance to be even at the half, but when you're 4-0 up as Liquid on this map of all, yeah, that's a letdown if they can even make it there.
They managed to force Sop back off the angle, but When you lose one angle, another one will reveal itself. Showstopper out, but Kicks has picked him out of the air. An important kill to keep his teammate alive. Sop still waiting around middle, but again, this is the Liquid pause, the thing that was working for them at the beginning of this map to put them in position. And what this time? Sop not quite able to pull off the flick. Instead, they're looking to try and clear the man that has been on this A site all the time. I imagine they would consider it to be Yedajay, but he's actually swapped up. And although the Cosmic Divide goes down for them, I think it's actually helped out Liquid more.
Leaving that mid space and leaving the door open is a death sentence. And against a man who loves to lurk, well, it'll make no difference because he's walked in and everyone's already dead. Catching Cristalli, the cherry on top of this round is Liquid, landing themselves a plant in a 5v2. Viper's Pit available, and I don't imagine they'll be saving it for the next round. Used to cut off those rotations. For Foot, well, like I said, even a 6-6 half, already a damn sight better than it looked like it'd be. But they want that lead. And Sop and Yedajay have been the two players who you can pretty reliably put your money on to be putting those clutches on the board.
Yeah, this would have to be the best of them. So many angles to clear, so many covered, and Trex already going to make sure that this round is an impossibility. I think with Liquid breaking that momentum again, they weren't able to do it in the last map once their opponents got going. And I think Yedajay, he knows there's someone coming from behind eventually, but maybe has accepted his fate, looks to try and maybe improve the KD slightly, and he won't even be able to do that. Back-to-back in-zone flawlesses for Liquid to close out the half. It's been a storied half, a back and forth, but we will end level in the end.
6-6 for Foot. Well, a lot has gone right in this series so far with the head coach temporarily suspended. Bambino has had a lot of pressure on his back here today. Looks like he's handling it well. And we sat down with him, or maybe stood up, I lied last time, before the match. Let's hear what he had to say.
Bambino, you have said very publicly that you want to play against Team Liquid.
Yeah.
So, why is that?
I mean, they're a fun team to play, you know? I think they're really cringe in the best ways. Like, they play the cringest setups, and Nats is going to walk all over, right? But I think that makes for fun games. I really respect their coaching staff. I like the way they play. And I think it makes for good Valorant, and that's what I'm here for at the end of the day.
Does it make your job a little bit difficult to try to figure out what's going on? Are you trying to kind of hard ante, oh, Nats likes to take this timing at this point in the round?
I actually think it makes my job easier.
Right.
When you play against a team like a BBL or an Eternal Fire, you know you're going into a mud bath, and it's just going to be a wrestling match, and we'll see. Whereas Liquid, they play in quite a structured way. And for me, the structured teams are the easiest teams to find patterns, so I'm feeling confident.
In terms of the time off, Liquid have had quite a bit of time. The playoffs teams that qualified straight there, you were so close to being able to make play-ins just through the groups. I know you said that you quite like playing a lot, but your prep looked great coming into London. How do you kind of balance the ideas in your head of what's better or worse there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously more prep time is always the advantage, right? And had we had our choice, we would have had more prep time, and we could have done more of the kind of things we did going into London, you know, maybe some comp changes, some harder ante, things like this. But talking from like the player's perspective, which is the most important at the end of the day, they just want to play the game. They just want to play the game, you know? And so that's where I think we have the advantage in the kind of player side, that they're just coming in hot, you know? As coaches, we got the little bit harder job, but I'll take that every day of the week if my players are comfortable.
You've got the harder job?
Well, no, the harder job in terms of the prep, you know?
That's on camera now.
No, don't go quoting me on this.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Thanks a lot, mate.
It does seem like he knows what he's talking about. I'm not sure, though.
Who had the harder job, him now or his brother on GE? We'll never know. That we do, though.
He has a brother?
Yeah. They look quite similar, but...
Well, this map's certainly not handed to them on a platter, a fruit platter, perhaps, and we'll be having plenty of those over the Stage 2 finals in Barcelona. If you'd like to join us there, scan that QR code and you can get your tickets. Our finals, last 3 days, we'll be there, and perhaps we'll see these teams there as well. We could see them both, certainly not out of the world, the possibility, but who's going to continue in that upper bracket for Foot? A map up, they can lock it in here and be just one win away. Team Liquid, they've got to battle back in the pistol, and it's a bit of a bloodbath, but looking favored to the defense to start.
Well, yeah, this is going to be how this game goes. Just the sheer level of pace is being thrown out. Yedajay under serious pressure, but again, looking to make a diamond-level play. It leaves just one remaining. Down to just Trex. His teammates crushed. But he's known for these moments. Sociable and Crustally found themselves in a post-spawn, normally safe pair of hands, and even still some utility on the belt of Sociable to play with. Trex was expecting some sort of flank to come out. But it has never shown its face. The crossfire of players should make this impossible. He's got the expectation that Crustally is here, but doing something about it is difficult. Stun even going to come through on the cross, and it's perfectly played by Foot. Yedajay, again, will be the hero of the round, and I'll be honest, I don't even know how he got out of that with one.
Again, I think for Foot, under Sociable, it's been so nice to see this team have those moments, that tempered approach, where yes, they still have the aggression. We saw it on Haven, especially on the defense. So many rounds where Team Liquid were just tripped up at the starting block.
Go on,
and the thing is...
Oh, nice try. Nice! That's some breach value.
So four isn't enough for Bambino. That's what we've learned.
The thing is for Foot and Turkish teams in general, they were always known for having that aggressive style down, but the tempered approach, peeling back when the moment calls for it for Foot. It's worked out for a pistol.
I think they found the balance. That's the thing. They've got Sop and they've got Zeus, who are nutcases. But then you have players like Yedajay, who I think is a very safe pair of hands. Crustally as well in those late round moments. And then Sociable, that's kind of the line between the two. He can do some of the most insane things you've ever seen. But he can also be slow in the clutch. Nice shot from Sop. Losing man on one side of the map. I'm also just looking at, these are the insane things I'm talking about. Sociable's just walked through their spawn. By the way, he's one of the players with a rifle. He just never stopped going the second he was walking forward. He's got to be careful because there are other players on the map. And yeah, eventually he's going to be punished for it.
Kicks wants that rifle as well. They kind of have to defend it, but he stepped out a little bit too early. No rifle to be picked up. Well, no rifle to be picked up by Liquid. Instead, it finds its way into the hands of Sop and Camo and Purpo. Again, now it's a very achievable goal. Winning the round, sure, it's always the golden standard, but a couple kills, even one here, the cost will be felt. But Camo fails, or Purpo must succeed. The problem is that spike plant location is not kind to him. They still have a nade, a free resource to be thrown at this man, and it's already on first tap deployed. Nice and easy. 4 Foot. 3 players alive, 3 rifles carried forward. That's a big win to put them 8-6.
Yeah, a little bit of spice in the middle. Again, just not quick enough. It never seems to be, whoever's jumping versus Sop. But yeah, this for me is mental. Like, you got your support player pushing through the spawn with a rifle. They get out of it scot-free. A couple of upgrades even being purchased up to make this 4 rifles and an SMG. Again, the main danger always seems to be Sop, and let's see how pacey he's going to be in this round.
Purple wants to challenge, step back in after the smoke fades, but that is quite literally what Foot were hoping for. They have 5 players in mid, spread out in a fan. No matter where he stood, if he peeked into that angle, he was seeing at least one of them. And moments later, Purpo's gone. The man advantage with Foot, maybe not for long. Kill onto Zeus, damage onto Sop as well. He's down to 23, just dodged a shock dart to stay alive. But back. Yeah, Nat's going back in. There's a little bit crazy. And Trex might have lost his mind. They were crunching from the other side, and they're even not crunching together right. One at a time from Team Liquid, the cerebral gameplay that we speak about. Nowhere to be seen early in half number 2.
Ah, yeah, we were singing their praises on the defensive side of Haven about how good they were at getting the gambles in, having those crossfires. That was solely 1-by-1. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see a pause directly after this round, because that was so messy from them. And they had them trapped. They knew where they were. They knew the positions they were coming from, and they almost had everybody in the right place at the right time. But instead, they all decided, this is my round to be a hero.
when Nat slowed them down, he peeks. Trex, I guess, tries to trade him, but
Really
a little bit late.
Yeah, really
so he's
late.
on his own. And it almost looks like Trex is also trying to keep the fight going so the guys come up behind, right? If they're canceling and going back in that direction, they'll turn a quick eye and your boys will clean up. But then Camo's like 3 seconds behind on the flank, behind his teammate. I think Kix is around the corner. That just looked perplexing. And I really would not be surprised if a timeout is called, because when you see a round fall apart, there you go. Saw the timer on the screen, Team Liquid timeout. And you lose a round like that in the way that they just did at 9-6 on map 2, when you lost the lead in the first. Geez, I would not want to be sat in Liquid's comms right now.
You can see it here. There is no point in this round where they are taking 2 fights at once.
He gets to swap weapon, for God's sake. Like that's a double flank, and he gets to swap weapon, upgrade, and then swing on his own terms. Never should have happened.
Well, it is the pause. It is the chance for Lohan and Yaltzin to maybe get them back in check. Of course, again, we've seen Liquid in both maps take early leads. Of course, this one was only half as big as the last, but it seems like then Foot just flip a switch, something ignites a flame, and they don't stop from that point onwards. At least in the last of it, okay, they got the last couple of rounds. That's going to steady the ship a little bit, but I think losing a pistol they should have won to Yedoje, who was alone and on 30 HP while killing 4. Maybe that brought back the problems, but that round was very messy, and I think for Liquid, something drastically needs to change. Otherwise, their map choice, the map that their opponents haven't played, and they are currently 2-0 versus KC and Fnatic. Expectation was that this was their safety net after things slipped away. And well, Sop, a man who they completely shut out of half number 1, has been nothing but fantastic ever since.
He's ran away to join his team thinking like, well, they're not going to re-peek me on mid. But 2 people did. They were looking for him. Purpo and Kix won't find anyone home on mid and fall back to the B site with Nats that leaves 1 man on his own.
The only
man
rifle.
with shields and a rifle. The man who hasn't been spotted and has given up a lot of ground, so he gets the jump on the first. No time to flash. He's got a swing. The stun is perfect. It didn't do anything in the end, but because Cristalli was a little too quick on the trigger.
Displaced.
Sociable. Hey, robbed of an assist, though. The stats won't show his impact, and Mini's going to be harping on about the numbers, isn't he? But he missed the true impact there. Fear.
Yeah, I think they might have that already at this point.
In abundance.
Up close. Whoa, it's not the prettiest from Sociable, but... No, this is only a 3 versus 3. They've got to be careful. The time has been ticking a while. I think that's going to help them out the most. But a chance to make this costly. Again, though, Purpo made the distraction. The rest of the players need to try and make their mark on this round. I think they may be going down to the spike or not. It's going to be the fight for it. And in the end, Foot, 10 rounds on the board now. Their first outing on Summit. It's looking like their first victory. And a chance to send them 1 win away from Barcelona, but also putting them into an excellent spot in terms of the points, in terms of a chance to make it to Champions as well. Either way, after 4 rounds in a row, it was where we saw Foot break back and go on a streak. This time, it's an opportunity for Liquid to maybe do the same. However, let's listen in to the team currently in the lead.
Sana smoke verdim.
Drop'u aldım.
Sağ olur.
Arkaya baksana.
Alacağım abi.
Kanka şey dikkat et.
Kanka çıkar. Drop'u aldım.
Beyler smoke çıkışına bakıyorum.
Plant'i versene bana.
Okan arkana
Yeto
smoke
smoke'ların var mı default
tane var.
smoke'lar?
No,
plant down.
They got very shielded. We need to wave it. We need to wave it ASAP. Go, I'm gonna flash.
I'm gonna
here.
one-way triple.
Go. I'm waving already.
Breach is going main. Breach
Walk
is
out.
going main.
Walk out.
Okay, walk out. Breach went main, guys.
Wall is over, boys.
Maybe
Maybe
drop.
Let's play the other side. I'm aiming left.
Guys, I want a TP triple with
one more drop. Raise drop.
I'm gonna
drop.
TP
Go,
triple.
go. I wall your drop. Nothing to
Wait on me.
Oh, the bridge full.
Play triple.
Ah be abi. Go get him.
Bring just save, guys. Go save, bring the gas. They got bridge full, bro.
Well, it looks like they're running for the hills, Tom. Weapons carried over for Team Liquid. The only thing they'll leave behind is that rifle and their pride, perhaps. With 11 on the board now, Foot.
Recovering it.
It seems like are unstoppable on Summit. This a statement victory, even so far. Haven, the comeback was unbelievable. And here they start 4-0 down. That comeback right away from round 5. And since that moment, since about round 7, Tom, it has felt like Liquid get to touch the reins only when Foot allow them.
Oh yeah, that round looked so clean. Like, even though it was a full retake, Liquid never really looked like they found a gap into it. I think having the ultimate for the post plant definitely helped out, but forced into a save of 3 players when you're in a pretty damning position. And again, it's looking direct. For a moment, I thought SOP was just going to send it, but instead they take the orb and they're replaying their move back. I think the defense have pushed up, expecting maybe a more all-in play, but the second they don't see that move, they're going to fall back, not wanting to fight for this middle control. Maybe even losing a little bit of the confidence, because I feel like we've seen them pressure and push in these sort of moments before, but they have fallen all the way back after the initial contact on A.
Maybe feeling the fight's a little bit better when they're through that elbow, but instead, Foot take this fight towards the B side. Another passive stance. Kicks delaying with the paranoia, but Purpo missed a crucial shot. Now they're on him, and he's forced into main. We're waiting as Yedije. A beautiful stun from Sociable. Puts Purpo out of commission. Kicks, drips and falls, and Camo. Hot hands are going to get him one. With Sociable down, ult online. He might have a chance to get them back into this. The grab well is delaying him by a little bit. Ult down to half by the time he makes it to the site. But he's caught Zeus looking the wrong way. Yedije falls with him. And Team Liquid, with a patient approach, they have found their way back onto the scoreboard.
It's the same again. Exactly the same as the last map. They look like they were in trouble, and Camo has brought them home around to like his patience with the ultimate. Because again, I think the initial usage of this run it back was just run as fast as you can through all of the utility, make loads of noise, be a distraction. But we've seen players a lot more being very patient, being slow, almost using the element of surprise. And him being able to clear all of these close corners, but also just pouncing perfectly at the last second to clear out Yedije. It's a round that Liquid desperately needed. But again, we saw this in the second half of the last map. They find a break and then immediately Foot respond. This needs to be the beginning of a streak for Team Liquid.
4-round gap. Still a lot of ground to make up for the defensive side. Nats on A has gone for a very interesting wall indeed. Normally we see this more to compete for main, compete for mid. Instead, this is locking off that control for a retake, but he sat on site. He's surrounded! Didn't even see SOP coming.
Oh, it's come forward!
Landed onto Trex with a deep run through. Trex had no idea what was coming his way. And that Hunter has to be furious with the ult falling flat. Foot miles in the lead. Even a C's insult to injury. Liquid might almost have to consider a save, but they need this round.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble. And even if they get one, it's traded. A 2v. It seems impossible. Yeah, I thought they'd save, as you said, like when it was 3, but now they're boxed in. Because you best believe that Sociable isn't going to stop pushing. You best believe there aren't other players running around. Look at the way SOP's just sprinting around the entirety of the map. They are trying to lock them into these positions. There is no escape from this spot. Well, Purpo's going to try and dance for his life, but he will not survive. Foot, one away from continuing in that upper bracket. And as said, it could not afford to be just a one and done for Liquid. But with this man in this kind of form, I'll say it again, I'll be a broken record. He had 2 kills in the first half of the first map, and ever since then, he's been the best player in the server.
Yeah, it was crazy how fast he's on them. completely catching multiple players off guard. A great little detail at the end as Sociable sets up the stun instead of the swing so that Zeus can go for the fight. Sure, he dies, but who cares? They're at 12-7, and now they've got a showstopper to open up the round. But the shot doesn't land. Purpo and Kicks answer right back. They might not have much to play with, but what little they do has given an advantage. The Blade Storm's still online, rifles across the board, and Kicks, the man with the weaker weapon. Well, I think he just walked over a rifle. Indeed, Purpo took it, just gifted it over.
Yeah, I'll have a Blade Storm and a rifle, and you can keep your Stinger. Doesn't seem very fair. Even still, though, they're not giving up on this B site. Well, the Liquid players have got to be careful. I think Purpo's just got the information they needed. A difficult fight back in, but it has to be said, Foot have won tougher rounds than this. But with 4 players and a flank basically holding them in, going back
40 seconds
would have immense risks about it because they'll have to do it quickly. And I think they'll have to know, yeah, look at all the angles are being checked, except this one.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've seen someone in that position, so I'm not surprised that they're surprised by it. An in-zone flawless from Team Liquid is one way to answer. Foot tried to say, let's end it now. Right off barrier up, they're in with the showstopper that they farmed up at the end of the last round. This was an intentional, disrespectful close to the game, but they've been denied. Team Liquid, 4 rounds in a row. They have done stranger. In fact, they started off this map with that. They started off the previous with 8.
30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. One enemy remains.
The other thing I'll say is this was a very different round to what Foot have normally ran because of that showstopper, because of the direct approach. Now Liquid have to prove that they can beat what has been working.
Yeah, one away from a Rolling Thunder. Viper's Pit online for Nats, but again, it's finding the position to use it. Well, the operator, a bullet, will give that away. That's something that I think Liquid are going to have to be more than aware of. But again, they've been quite passive on this defense, sitting back, waiting for their opponents to take some control, and giving this much space to Foot definitely has its risks about it. In fact, they're even going to start walking up, expecting somebody to be here. It's whether or not they can win this fight. First shot, stun, but Trex does escape around the corner, has a teammate for support, but even still, trade coming in from Crystalli. Kicks is fighting for his life on that side, but he's fighting well! 4 kills! He should have been dead long ago! But he has given Liquid a lifeline. Spike on the ground. He's not hunting for that ace, but he might just be gifted it. Sociable looking to wrap the corner, and Kicks, he can't quite close it. But his teammate will a moment later.
They've weathered the storm. The first of many to come. A standard round from Foot. Trex pushed back, dodging that opening shot. Kicks was
How does he survive
honestly lucky
this?
to trade, but then getting out 7 bullets left, and he takes 3 kills from that point. 7 shots and his position known. But it makes no difference to this man. A lifeline indeed. Liquid were on their last legs. They refused to falter. 3 more, and Foot feel the pressure.
That was just perfect crosshair placement. Knowing that a player would run out of their smoke, reading it, and then correcting back a second later.
7 shots for 3 kills is insane under that kind of pressure.
And already half HP from the initial battle, so like there should have been no way that Kicks survived that. And okay, he dies in the end, but that's another round that slips through the fingers of Foot. Or the toes. Either way. We're now going to look at their purchase. Ultimates, a lot of them very close. But the fact is, the weaponry, unlikely to be here. Even still, though, you look at these sort of buys coming up for Foot and you go, I feel like they could close it here.
Well, I look at any kind of buy that Sop's involved in, even if it says he invested 0 credits, the classic in his hands is terrifying. It's more about the pace, his positioning. I think A site Team Liquid is going to remember that for a long time to come, how quickly he closed in on them for Foot. 12-9, a light buy, but a rifle for Sup. It's a whole lot better than a classic, and of course that biggest investment goes on to this man. If things start to go right, Cristalli and Yedege could have their ultis. There's already a Rolling Thunder there. An opening pick is much more dangerous than it might look. If Foot find a reason to invest into this round, they could take over.
They go for the same route as the last round, but this time doubling back. Nats is, again, sort of setting up the bait. And the bait. Oh, what? Oh, it's trigger discipline, but even still, he sold Nats down the river. He was willing to let his leader die so that he could get those kills. I guess in his mind, a worthwhile trade.
Some of you will die. A price he's more than willing to pay. Of course, Nats would be the king of this castle. There's been a revolution. For Team Liquid, a 10th round, that's what they need, and it looks like they've done the work. Sheriffs are dangerous in the hands of Foot, but with Sociable down to 2 HP, and Yedege deep in the Molotov.
30 seconds left.
Seems like all the danger is out of this round. And if Sociable goes on to win this one, they'll never live it down, but I wouldn't back him.
No, they don't even need to push, and I think they know who's on the other side of the stage. Camo going to make sure that that doesn't go anywhere. A trap setup of sorts, although I do think that Nats was expecting it to kill him before he got around that corner.
Yeah, he probably didn't expect that much trigger discipline to come into play, but you know, he got 2. So
I got mine.
Isn't it worth it? I got mine and yours. I got yours as well for you, in case you didn't notice. And the ult online for Camo with that final kill.
Don't hold back.
For Team Liquid, well, deciding when to put that in is going to be important. They have a Viper's Pit to play with as well. 2 more rounds. A loss here sends them into the lowers.
Now we always talk about the Liquid lower bracket runs, so I'm sure they don't want to go there so soon. Camo again. He's won them so many rounds off the back of this ultimate. Quick trigger. And no one lost on the other side. Kicks is also going walkabouts. A freebie on Sociable. A second as well. And Liquid, you throw in that run it back. And it feels like we say in zone flawless almost every single time. No one dying on the Liquid side. And from the clutches of defeat, they are now just 1 away from taking us to OT.
An in-zone flawless to get within 1 of overtime. Really nice use of that run it back, as you said. The flash, first of all, completely blinds Sup, but it's the fact that he's not the only one taking that space. Kicks walks with him, staggered, a little bit behind. And it's enough to get him into that smoke. They see the run it back fade and think, okay, well, now we just have to worry about the second wave. But they don't know about the man flying under the radar, who surfaces at just the right moment. 12-11, 1 more for Liquid. At 4 rounds in a row. It's brought them here. And for Foot, only the Rolling Thunder really to work with. In terms of those ultis, a pick for Sup, and it gets a little spooky, but he might get that pick. It's Camo that's in danger. Rolling Thunder straight through to this connector, and it's off rip. Camo has no escape from this. He needs to hit the shot, and it's impossible against Sup.
They did it just to kill 1 man. That 1 man for them felt like a worthwhile trade, and they spotted a second man. Sup's only low, but it didn't matter.
Spike planted.
Maybe the fake comeback for Liquid. They need to win a 3v5. Now Sup's low. Zeus is low. No ultimates to play with on one side, a Viper's Pit on the other, but they still have utility to delay, to slow. And they're going to have to wait that out.
Yeah, and the slow here as well to make use of Sup's low HP. He's gone around on the flank. He'll be coming through mid, and Liquid need to be quick. The Viper's Pit put through to make it uncomfortable, but everything being watched still. The Pit, it won't cover that much space. It makes it difficult to defuse. They need the picks, and none are found. And in-zone flawless for 13-11. A fantastic season from Foot, and the cherry on top are now just 1 away from our live finals in Barcelona.
Yeah, it was talked about on the desk. This was a squad that very easily and maybe should have done without a loss to Na'Vi at the very beginning of Stage 2. Should have just made it to playoffs the first time. And them going up against Liquid wasn't necessarily them coming in as an underdog at all. They went through the play-in, they got their reps, and they started hella slow on map number 1. But an insane comeback, and then that streak never really seemed to stop, even after a 4-0 deficit in map number 2. Sop was frying. The rest of the team all had their moments, and as you said, they are now 1 win away from making it to Barcelona and putting them in a very good spot for champs.
No, this is such a big win for Foot. Liquid are a team that we've talked about having everybody's playbook. They have been the team that looks better prepared in every matchup. Well, that changed here today. Foot have put in the work. Bambino got his matchup that he desired against Team Liquid, and he got to sit in the head coach chair just for this game. A very special day for him and for Foot, as we said, 1 win away from locking in a live finals in Barcelona, and we know for them the goal is so much bigger.
Yeah, for sure. Either way, I think it has been one of those, oh, hello, in-zone flawless for the last one. But either way, we've heard enough from us. Kristali and Yedajay, they're going to be waiting down to have a little chat.
Welcome to Post Plan. Yeah, we're joined, myself and Billy, by Kristali, by Zeus. What a map to be playing there. You guys were up so much, and then you have to fend off this almost a real comeback towards the very end. What's going through your head in those kind of tense situations, Zeus, as things are getting closer and closer to overtime?
I don't know. Like the team was so angry, especially Sociable.
Really?
Yeah, after the rounds, because we throw so many rounds. But actually, for us, it was our baddest map, for sure. But I don't know how we just managed to win, and we are so happy about that.
Yeah, certainly. Are you saying it was your best map from scrims?
No, baddest.
Ah, your worst map.
Yeah,
your
worst map.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because you guys hadn't really played very much of it at all.
Yeah.
I mean, Kristali, how confident were you going into this map? Did you think it was going to be a bit shaky?
No, I was just confident because we have nothing to lose. So we have some strats, and we just play with them. If we lost it in vote review, we never gonna talk about what they made mistakes. So just play it, enjoy it. We really enjoyed when we play. Everyone was laughing, but after some rounds, it's a bit not funny. But it was good.
Can I ask what kind of rounds? I mean, there was some where you guys were sending it and ended up getting picked off early. What were the frustrations? Like, what was the stuff that was causing that tension and frustration on the second half?
Actually, like I said, it's our worst map. But right after that win, we probably will play it more with fun. And yeah, actually, we always take the sides. But in the Phoenix ult round, they did use Phoenix ult and hold B. And after that round, like, Social was so angry about that.
Right.
Because he said they're gonna Phoenix ult, just take some corner, be ready for ult, and kill him. After that, we will win the post plant. That's fine. But it just didn't work like that because they are not like random people. They are good people as well.
Yeah.
So they hold it.
Yeah.
Yes, Ajay, you're far too polite. How was it for you, though, being back on the Astra today?
For Astra, I don't know. I actually don't really enjoy the play that much.
Yeah, I don't feel like we get to see you on Astra an awful lot.
Like if we play 2 smokes, I'm okay. I can play Astra. But playing solo Astra is too hard. I now understand the other smokers. Because like in defense, I have to be anchor. I have to follow my team on the map every time. And for attack, I need to do some lurks. And I need to always follow my team, whatever they want. Like, it's too hard to play.
You made it look easy, though.
Yeah, you have an unusual composition to go for as well. I mean, your coach was in the booth saying breach value whenever Sociable had pulled something off. I mean, it looks like a fun comp, though. Your team likes to, I think, play aggressive, get the pressure onto your opponent, that kind of stuff. And is it something that you're going to play more of in the future? You said it was your worst map, but I mean, you got a win on it now.
Yeah, we don't care about some technical stuff because if we are not playing by the rules, we just play by our rules so we can enjoy the game. We don't care about what is true or what is wrong. Bridge was okay for us, so we tried, it worked, and we will keep playing it, and we're gonna abuse it maybe.
Yeah, it was special about Bambino because today Vlad wasn't here because of some problems, but for Bambino, like between the maps, he told us, guys, we are playing bridge, you will do always aggro. I don't want to see people who sit sides. Just go aggro, so, show them that you have some confidence, and it will be easy, don't worry. But yeah, we trust him and he trusts us. That's the end of the goal.
Was there a reason why it was sociable on the breach?
He likes to play.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, nice, good to know. Kostali, from your perspective as well, though, how is it having, you know, a second initiator? Because I feel like a couple of weeks ago I asked you, how do you keep up with Zeus, with Sop, constantly diving in and setting them up? So I guess from your perspective, it must be nice having Sociable helping with that too?
It was really good. I can play my game also now. When I play solo initiator, everyone asks util from me, so I'm constantly using utils, and I need to play really carefully. So because if I die, my utils are wasted. So now I'm really confident because there is a bridge also. If I die, no problem. Bridge can also handle the situations.
Yeah, Jay, I wanted to ask you as well. In terms of the Tier 2 teams, the Challengers teams, you haven't played any of them. And now you're going up against BBL as well. Yeah. So again, you're going to not have to play against them. Have you been looking at what's been going on in the other matches? What do you feel about what's been happening so far in EMEA?
Like, I mean, of course, we did watch a lot of Tier 2 teams, but I always see they have some really good game plans, and they have their rules in the game, and also they have really good high aim power. And I was afraid to play against them. I said it before, and I am too happy about the result because I don't want to face with any Tier 2 team. Maybe if we reach the finals and we play on there, that's fine, because in the finals it's all about the day that we play finals. But before that, I really don't want to share stage with them.
Yeah. You're one win away from being able to make it to Barcelona. I know, obviously, this trophy is what everybody's looking towards as well.
Amazing.
As well as the Champions qualification too. I mean, getting to play somewhere else rather than just in Berlin, is that exciting for you both?
Of course, when you play some different stages and the crowd changes, every stage changes, it's fun and it's exciting. Of course, everyone wants to play on different stage.
I was so bored of Germany, so not about Germany is bad, but it's my third year, so I just want to go somewhere else.
Yeah, well, I mean, coming up tomorrow, we've got the Amoda Showstopper, KC playing against Enterprise. That's going to be a huge game, followed by, obviously, the Turkish derby. You've got Foot playing against BBL. Those games are always mad. I mean, you just played a game against Eternal Fire, and it was crazy. There was 4Ks, 1v3s, 1v2s. Are you ready? Are you you're energized for another match like that?
Yeah, of course. I like to play against them every time. Like, the derby is so important for us, like in football also, and also in the VALORANT. So I always like to play against them because they are really good players, and also I always see their how they are angry against us on the stage.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to see them again. So hope we can do good match.
I feel like going up against BBL is a different beast, right? Because they've had a bit of time off as well. So do you feel like that will be a pro or a con for them in terms of them being able to have time off and skip play-ins?
I mean, you say. Okay. I mean, we have only one day to change something. We probably will not gonna change so many things. And they just have one day to watch us because they don't know who's gonna win. And after they lose against us, they probably talk about that and they will know what they need to do. And also for teams like BBL, they always creating good strategies and good game plans, especially the K is good coach. And I guess they are so ready, they can be better ready against us, but yeah, that's fine. That's fine for us.
I mean, I'm excited to watch the game. Best of luck moving forwards. You're the king of screaming. I mean, you know, it's going to be a great game as we taking a look with all of the emotions.
We know Yesterday is. Are you going to be screaming?
No, when I scream, I have headache and throat, so I don't want to scream.
Okay, that's fair. Maybe don't scream, man.
Fair enough. But you people at home can scream. You can get another example of what's been going on all day long. We're going to say goodbye, but you can enjoy that Razor end of day highlights. See you later.
And Yampi heating up into this. Yampi, but he gets stopped in tracks. Derek out of nowhere, and a quick double kill. And leaves Sayonara all alone. And Sayonara tries to exit.
I get to shoot my gun, thank God!
He looked to strike and steal the thunder from Vitality, and he's doing it again. Boom! Boom! Sayonara snatches two in quick succession. Yampi tries to connect up with Kron. Well, unfortunately, they will head into Chronicle, who has not missed a beat. Here we go. Rifle changes hands. He's now leading the line, but Sayonara is there to put a ribbon on it in the end.
Oh my God, that was close.
This is the chance to do it. Cossie still looking for more and gets it. So Enterprise back within one. Everything put on the table here. The chips are down. Enterprise looking for a way back in. Many rounds fall apart. It's Magnum for Red Bull clutch. Up to Alluri, Captain, unbelievable! And Enterprise take away the time. And well, at this point in time, it feels like Vitality have no chance. Ah! But he's versus 4. He gets the fast, but it won't be anymore. And Enterprise, one game away from Barcelona, and they show up time and time and time again.
Camo's moved to the left side now, ready to keep that control, and they're not even looking. It looks free as can be for Camo.
Nice! Oh, yes.
Advantage no longer in their hands, needing another big play. You'll even catch him for the 4th! Look at them fall to the man who was basically killless. A pacifist in the first half, and now an in-zone flawless. Again, the Team Liquid are being cut down to size.
The patience of Camo is rewarded, and Sop knows that time is ticking away. They need him to pull off the 4K. I'm gonna try and displace his aim.
Perhaps a man who needs to cool down. It looks like he's overheating. Team Liquid going to battle back in the pistol, and it's a bit of a bloodbath.
Yedijay under serious pressure. They're in trouble. They're in big trouble.
Comfortable, but everything being watched still. The pit, they won't cover that much space. It makes it difficult to defuse. They need the picks, and none of down. And in zone flawless for 13 to 11.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 Vans on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 써니 목소리 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 앨리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다면 내가 다시 look told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 잠위 drive 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 나를 looking like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down, down. 나 끝없는 ride